What is up, one and all, and a happy Saturday to all of you. Hope it's going well, and welcome back to the channel. That's right, Saturday. KP Live? What's going on? Oh, there must be qualifiers for major events. Of course, now it all makes sense. That's right. Today is the first qualifier for the King of the Rockies $15,000 LAN that's going to be happening a little bit later this year. So I thought it'd be a good idea for us to get online and maybe for our voice on the microphone for a few of the games. I believe the bracket is currently getting ready to kick off. Puppy Paw is going to be playing this, by the way. We'll be definitely checking on him a little bit later, but he's not in the opening round. I did notice that straight away. Some interesting appearances, by the way. It's an NA LAN, and the Europeans are trying to ruin it for you all. There's a Chinese guy in there, too. We've got Scarlet Devil in there. We've got who already, I think... Wait, Scarlet Devil didn't even turn up. Okay, so... Great start. Welcome to qualifiers. I was thinking there's a few options here on where we start. So the one to me that seemed the most interesting. Do we maybe check in on Magic and see how he's looking? I think I want to do some Magic, guys. It's a kind of magic. Yeah, so I think what we'll do is we'll look to kick off with Magic. Who is going to be playing up against Awu. I don't really know who this person is, but this is just the nature of the first round. Like, it's just a chill vibe. We have some fun with it, and then we roll from there. But after that, I know that we are going to be having the Puppy Paw boy rounding up to either Ezra or Quill. So it'll be cool to check in on Puppy Paw there. Dude, I don't know, man. I was of mixed feelings on whether I was going to cover the qualifiers because the turnout's a little bit underwhelming, which is unfortunate for NA. Most of the noteworthy names are European, right? Outside of Puppy Paw. But you have got Mr. Munch returning to try again. You've got like Myriad in there, Gully Deckel's in there. Scarlet Devil would have been a really cool one to see. MSN, Super Fim. I'm really intrigued by Super Fim and how he's been transitioning from Agent Mythology. But like outside that, and then you got Philly. Our boy Philly is going to be playing there. QD is not playing, so Lishrug. I mean, it's an NA LAN, lol. Marinlow's not playing. A lot of the top players are not playing in this. But I figured it would be cool to hop on and cover the games. So I think I'm just waiting for the draft for Magic. It has begun. So map draft on... Actually, do you guys want Magic versus Awu? Or would you prefer Phillisbert against one of our very own Riftle DM? Or we've also got Gully Deco against Mikadoman. I feel like we check out some Magic. Final... Wait, what? Marine Lord is playing? Huh? What are you on about? You just debating? What, he just hasn't signed up? Like, he's only signing up for the final qualifier, basically? Is that what you're saying? Oh, that's interesting, then. Yeah, only the final day. Dude, nice guy Marine Lord. He just wants to give everyone the best shot to get in, you know? He doesn't want to be a scourge on their existence. Yes, that's next weekend, then. So, final qualifier. I mean, only needs one shot, right? That's kind of interesting that Marine Lord's just gone for the final one instead of, like, getting out of the way quickly. Interesting. All right, well, anyway, we do have the draft ready. Let me go ahead and load that bad boy in. I also need to make sure that we are not on... Let's see how that looks. Is that going to work well? No, I kind of hate that. How do I want to do this? I could have sworn I had a score template, like a different score template overlay. Did I accidentally unselect it? Because that's the Hymns Cup one, which we don't want for this. That was it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I fixed it. Woo! Yeah, this is fine. All right, this is good. All right, so yeah, I just had to update some. I'd accidentally switched someone over that I didn't mean to. But we do have draft going on. Let me grab it for Mr. Magic. Wait, where is it? All right, there it is. Loading in now. Switch over, map draft there. Yeah, they're a little bit late starting their draft, which is why we wait a sec. They're in the middle of the fan pick phase right now, so we'll just hop in on that. Awu, I'm not really familiar with here. Seeding wise, I don't believe Magic has a high seed because he hasn't played in a long time, so technically his seed should be low because he's technically deactivated. Actually, not entirely true, right? It would go based on the rank of his account on ladder, but I think the Iron Magic account, yes, 152nd. So Awu is a player from China that's ranked 317. So actually, like, not that bad. I mean, Magic should be favored here, right? But maybe we get a little bit of back and forth. Let me have a look. I think everything else is running smooth. Sorry, it was a rush to get back because I just had to go get new glasses ordered. Had to go for like an optician's and everything. So I'm literally like, I got back, I sat my ass down, I haven't even eaten, I'm just like pounding into this. So let's also go ahead and I forgot to send that out on Discord. By the way, reminder guys, we are working with Gigabyte this week. You knew that was coming. You knew we were going to talk about it. If you guys have not checked out their amazing deals, why the hell not? Reminder, they're going to be with us for the next few days. We talk about Gigabyte all the time because I'm a big believer. I love their products. I use them frequently. That's exactly what I use for my GPU as well as motherboard solutions, which is great because that's exactly what we're talking about today, as they have got a great offering right now where you can get your hands on the latest and greatest motherboards and graphics cards, and you will get a huge bundle of games and some really good ones. There's going to be Metal Gear Solid in there. There's also the Alters game, RoboCop, which I think is like like I said, it looks like Deus Ex, but I think it also has a bit of open world to it. So yeah, go check these out. Remember, this is an awareness campaign. It's not just about purchasing. They want you to know about the product. So clicking on it helps a lot. If you are looking for good bang for buck on ray tracing, I 100% recommend checking out the AMD 9070 XT. You know, AMD really has been competing when it comes to raw rasterization power for a while now, especially on bang for buck. The weakness before was the software. So for example, ray tracing. But with the new 90 series GPUs, they've closed the gap in a phenomenal way. And FSR4 is looking sexy. You know, considering you pay so much less as well, it's pretty damn impressive how little of a gap there is now between NVIDIA and AMD on that front. So be sure to check them out. They're a big sponsor on this stream. I swear by them time and time again. I've been AMD CPU for years, and recently we went GPU as well, and I have no regrets. Okay, so do I have 20 draft here? I do. Did I not add in names? I did not, because I'm an amateur. Hey, what's up, Crackety? Looked at the Gigabyte parts for a new PC I was thinking about. Nice. Mainboard and GPU was from them. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, like that. I swear, like I love Gigabyte, man. Like even back when I was an Intel boy, when I was in uni, right? My PC at its core was Gigabyte components, and that thing lasted so long. But yeah, like I've got the boxes down here. So like, I haven't got the 90 series GPU. I've got the previous gen. But mine's the flagship. So technically, on a raw rasterization level, my card is better, but it's also a lot more expensive than a 9070 XT. But the new 9070 XTs will compete with this when it comes to things like ray tracing and frame rate. Look how big that thing is. I don't know. The only people who are still saying that AMD's not winning are the people who are just too fanboy to see it, right? Like, they've closed the gap now, which is impressive. Thinking of waiting for high-end AMD GPU. I'm in the same, like, pen of, like, you know, if you really need it, sure, wait. But if you need an upgrade, right, yeah, it makes sense to, like, upgrade for a lot of people. I think for you, Crackety, you went, like, overhaul. You went gung-ho with, like, a 90 series card, right? So you don't really need the upgrade. There'll be a lot of people who are, like, mid-pack GPUs where the new 9070s make a hell of a lot of sense. But let me have a look at this draft. So opening map. Oh, sorry. I'm so used to my format where we have a default map, I keep forgetting I need to keep the map draft open to see what the default map is going to be. So the default map is... I cannot see it because the page is gone. All right, we'll find out in a second. So the boys should be online. They're browsing now. We'll keep an eye on. We'll hop in for Magic in a sec. Wait, oh yeah, dude, your internet still sucks, doesn't it? Yo, did you guys see that crap with Guild Esports, by the way? Oh my god. So basically, like, wonderful person I know called MZ, she was playing at one of their tournaments, and she was, like, just sucking, right? She was losing. And the reason she was losing is she had huge ping issues. But she couldn't say that because Guild's sponsor and the broadband provider for the event was Sky. Sky that doesn't really provide high-end download upload. There's a lot of things coming out about Guild Esports at the moment. The David Beckham esports team. I recommend reading up on it. It's crazy the amount of stuff being leaked out about people who haven't been paid and people who are basically being held hostage, where it's like, yeah, we'll pay you out for that previous event if you work the next event. Absolutely wild. Cannot upgrade without moving? I mean, like, Starlink's maybe a mixed bag. I mean, you could, like, honestly, if we're talking about, like, 4,500 or whatever, you could actually just get a dedicated line. Those things ain't cheap, but if you had the money. Yeah, Crackety, why the hell are you not playing in the qualifier, dude? Come on. It's yours for the taking. Go crush Magic's hopes. Be that guy, right? Like, beat Magic in the qualifier, in the grand finals. And then when the LAN comes close, be like, oh, sorry, I couldn't get a visa. Crush his dreams. Nah, don't do that, Magic. Magic's too nice. We like Magic around here. He tries to act like a hard ass, but like we know he's a squishy, ishy heart on the inside. You know, you just have to... The key is to get a scalpel, a drill, and open the chest to see how squishy and warm it is on the inside, you know? Monkas. Alright, boy, are we ready to go? Lads are in lobby, so we should be starting a sec. I am curious to see this Awu guy, though. Like, I mean, rank 350-ish isn't bad. Like, yeah, 317, sorry. With 174 games played, so that's a respectable count. They were a gold back in Season 2 through Season 6, but they barely played ranked. Yeah, like, this kind of tracks. I'm looking at his data now, and they are a team game, gamer. Like, most Chinese people seem to be team gamers, to be honest. I would say, like, if you had to list regions where team games are most popular, I would imagine that China ranks #1 for that. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that Giving Anxiety didn't play. Like, when I opened the bracket and I saw that kind of stuff, I was like, Jesus, NA really is dead, right? Like, I mean, dude, America's highest representation is Phyllis Butter and Mr. Munch. And those two are wonderful people. But, actually, Phil is an ass. No, I'm kidding. But the thing you have to keep in mind is, like, you know, if we're talking about people that are making playoffs, those two aren't in the list, right? On terms of S-tier tournaments. So really, like, NA is truly being carried by Canada. Faye not playing? It's like, I mean, we're out of Faye scope here, remember. She's on in the early hours of the morning, so. I reckon Faye could have qualified. Like, looking at the list of players, I think Faye would have had a decent shot at qualifying. All right, guys. We are 4.5 minutes out, and then we're in. Kicking off with the magical magic. The legend himself. No way Faye had a shot? Like, am I missing something in the brackets that I'm looking at? How many people qualify? Is it 2? So 6 qualification slots in total, right? So you got Poppy Paw for 1. Very obvious. Myriad. Lash. Gully. That's 4. And then in the other pool, Munch, Magic. Actually, yeah, MSN, Alyona. I mean, maybe she could upset. Like, the thing, like, saying she couldn't qualify at all, like, dude, I think you're underrating the wildness of best of threes, in fairness there. Cool. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like, if this was BO5s, for sure, I get you. But, BO3s, you have 1 or 2 good cheesy picks, you can knock out any kind of person, right? Faye is just a troll? Yeah, exactly. In a best of 3, trolling is OP. Like, it's very, like, if you're talking about BO5, BO7, sure, I get you. But, like, Faye, her meme builds are built for BO3s, I think. I don't remember seeing her play serious once. I wonder if she, like, how well she'd do if she did play serious. Like, sweaty meta. I like that she doesn't, to be honest. I wish more people were like that. It's boring just chasing the tail of a Marine Lord meta, you know what I mean? Like, I say Marine Lord, but it's not like a shade at him. It's like he's the go-to guy you think of. But the point is that, you know, following the meta, especially if you're not looking to compete, why? Like, when I hear people like, oh, I want Beastie's build order, or like Marino's build order, or like Puppy Paw's build order, I'm like, yeah, but are you trying to compete? If you just want to have some fun, just meme about, man. There's some nice off-meta players in the pro scene. Yes. Like, Anatan, B are probably the front runners on my mind. I actually think, like, the interesting thing is, I don't want to say they're full off meta, but Wham and Poppy Paw, can we agree? Like, you know, like, they have fostered their own kind of NA approach with some of the matchups I've noticed. Like, do you guys remember when they revealed the Iabid industry wing strat? And everyone was like, whoa, what? And then everyone else picked it up. Like, I love that stuff about them. Mio Micah, I did, yeah. Mio's been looking a bit rough at the moment, though. Oh, not rough, but, like, he definitely looked a lot stronger towards the end of KPMM Season 1 than he has so far in Season 2. Right, he still does well. He had that really cool series against Gully that we cast yesterday. But I definitely felt it in Week 1 where it's like, maybe Mio hasn't been committing as many hours at the moment. If you just play it safe and raid a bit, he falls apart. The other thing you got to be ready for is, like, those very, very late transitions. Like, Mio's the type of player that keeps building the same thing over and over again, and you're like, oh, crap. I mean, this is it, right? Okay, so, like, if he's only going to build knights, I'll just build spears. But actually, like, and we saw this in the Gully series, he's prepping a transition. He just doesn't do incremental transitions. He completely side invests into the new transition and waits. So, and then just lets you kind of overextend, right? But, like, it's the type of play that's really effective when you're talking about people who aren't familiar with it, they don't know it. But when you're talking about people who have gotten familiar with it, they know the style he plays to. Like, it's kind of, haha, fool me once type thing, right? Has such questionable decisions and still somehow wins. But that's the whole thing, right? It's like, the way I always explain this is, you know, I've played a lot of Dota 2. I've played thousands of hours. I played it to, like, the top percentiles, and, you know, I've topped out on certain heroes, and, you know, you got skill shot heroes, right? And I always use the example of Mirana, where she has this arrow that she fires and it travels, right? It's not a like tracking. It's like you put it there, and if they walk into it, bam. And the whole idea is it's a huge stun and a lot of damage. And the amount of times where I'll, like, just throw an arrow out and I'll send it, and then they'll just, like, not walk into it. And I remember when I stream it, I'd be like, that makes no sense. He literally just ran in an inefficient way, right? So it's like, these inefficient, illogical strats are actually much more effective when everyone else is thinking better. All right, looks like we've got, oh yeah, this is the Coastal Cliffs reprint, right? I forget the name of it. Rockies. All right. Into the Rockies we go for Magic's first appearance back in the esports scene of Age of Empires 4. If you're not familiar with this lad, he is a top contender in Age of Mythology. Always has been. But now it's time to welcome him back into the Age of Empires 4 fold. Game number 1. We're going to be opening up on Rockies, which is a version of Coastal Cliffs that just has cliffs and for some reason small ponds instead of the water. I personally am not a fan of this map. The number one reason I'm not a fan of this map, there's not enough questions in chat about if you can get the fish. Oh wait, guys, yeah, start asking the question. There's fish over here. We can talk about it. But we are going to get magic on the Malians. Meanwhile, Awu is going to be going on the Byzantines. Awu is ranked 317th in the world right now. Now, despite Magic's previous pedigree, he's actually currently ranked 157th, so isn't looking like the big scary boogeyman yet. But give this boy time to cook and then boil his opponents alive. Biz versus Mali, though. Can you climb the mountains? That's a good question. We need rock climbing units. You know, okay, I'm going to say something controversial, and I know people are going to try and time me out for it, but this is my channel, so it doesn't work. I kind of miss Hidden Valley. Hold on. There's one thing I miss about Hidden Valley, and that's Shinobi teleporting over cliffs. Yeah, that was it. Like everything else about that map I hate. But damn, was the Shinobi teleportation cool. You think they should go for a dock opening? Yeah, dude. Like, I think what you just need, you need to start the game up on Nomad Random with 30 villagers, and one of them's bound to spawn over here for the dock drop. I mean, come on, like, there's 500 food here, you're just leaving on the board. Pfft. Amateur. This is a bit wild, though. Byzantines, it's weird, actually. I've seen them do really well in Coastal, but theoretically, with this new Byzantine system rush build, they shouldn't, because the stone's really far out. In this matchup, however, Malians don't really tend to aggro. You know, Malian players in general typically are just surviving, is the idea, right? You might play pro scouts, but ideally, the big focus is building up a ball of troopers and getting towards castle. We have seen a few builds that rely on aggro involving Sofa. Wonder if we're going to get it here from Magic. Gold veins are pretty good for him as well, actually. Double back gold. All right, dude, I can't keep looking at this minimap. Can someone quickly do me a paint shop blue paint over of the northwest side? Am I the only one who feels it looks weird? It looks wrong, man. Like non-alcoholic beer, why? Why? It's just... Yeah, no, I'm going to stop looking at it. So we have already got level 2 cistern. I was going to be going all the way then. And we should be getting Grand Winery nicely plopped down here. Man, he's actually lucky he wasn't against an outpost rushing Civ because this is a horrible spawn. Gold, berries, plus the tree line, and then the stone beyond. Like, imagine a Civ that would just outpost here. You'd be in tears and just go in game 2. The water should flow down the mountain. Yeah, actually, like, Avali can... He doesn't have an excuse now. He should add that. Because, remember, when they added in the Lancaster and Templar Civs, they added in that kind of water flow effect on Rocky River. So you had these kind of like, these waterfalls going down. I kind of like the themic idea of that, like a waterfall type map where there's just a bunch of fishing at the bottom. So you just kind of scramble over and gather the fish there. It's very themic. I hope actually there's something like that with the new DLC, because I remember the very green biome. I'm not sure what it's meant to be. But it almost looked kind of like swampy, but also kind of like the deep jungles of China. Yeah, I actually think that I'd love to see some sort of waterfall themic map with that. Alright, so, Magic. What are we up to here? There's a lot of wood gathering coming in. So, presumably we're looking at pro scouts here, right? We're on a map where you have got a lot of deer. There's 28 deer, and all of it has forward spawned in front of both players' bases. So Awu, being aware of that, should be at least anticipating the possibility, is going to want to get into some Limitane to block the play. Is he going to get the confirmation? He's sneaking by. He does see a mill. Should be a little bit suspicious, but like this could be about the cow. So really you want to be checking the front of the TC. If you don't see any cow, then it's almost guaranteed at that point. Yeah, because the stables is actually really far away. Might still get the detail. Magic's been trying to be crafty about this by hiding it, but the problem is because he cancelled the stables already, it's going to get seen anyway. So Awu does now know. Level 4 system soon coming in. I mean, I'm hoping he's getting some troops out. The macro of Awu, it almost looks like he's just playing to Fast Imperial. Fast Castle, rather, with no aggro. Can we have some games in Uncharted Grove mode? I wouldn't say no. So, I don't know why this isn't a thing, and I wish it was. I wish there was a random biome selector where you could filter out what you definitely don't want, and then it just picks one randomly. That would be so refreshing for tournament games. It's kind of sad, actually, that every single game is played on European temperate. I find that pretty tedious. Like, you know, you have this ability to make the map look very different, and we're never using it. Ever. Magic has got the Warrior Scouts coming in. Yeah, upgrade is now there, so Awu's going to want to leave. Like, if he doesn't, he's just dead. In fact, he's already dead. Ugh, that's a big slip-up. Freebie like that, and all because the greed. Yeah, Awu's playing this game as if he just gets everything for free. Like, look at the nature of things, right? Like, he's trying to secure each berries. Sometimes you just have to accept your systems are going to suck. So, like, building one back here, just because you won't be exposed. You never realized the biomes weren't random? Yeah, they're not random. The only way they're random is on the ladder. And a little bit of insight on there. Every single map on the ladder has 3 biomes allocated to it. It can only roll those 3 biomes. So even on the ladder where there is a little bit of random, it's still not much. It's just sad we don't have that when you're in a custom lobby that you can select a list of biomes that you would like and not like. Because you can't just have it be any of all the biomes because there are obvious ones that would be a bad idea. Like anyone who's ever seen the sniper biome knows that it feels like you're playing Counter-Strike and someone just flashbanged you. So we are now getting the pivot by Awu into Spear Lombo. Probably should have had these Limitane a little bit sooner to try and slow things down because Magic got the best situation. He snatched deer from the enemy side. Deep on the enemy side. This is the closest deer to Awu's base. Like, theoretically, this is the one that you should never be able to just run to. Magic is being a greedy mother ducker. Already going up to 8 Warrior Scouts, but I love this. I'm kind of feeling inspired, especially the way that Recon's been playing with the Marlins at the moment, where he goes up to, you know, 10, 14 Warrior Scouts and just contests with them. It's not a bad idea into a small group of infantry, even when it spears, because you can just kite them out and slowly kill them off. You want the swampy biome? I'm trying to think, like, what other cool biomes we could have that would be very different to witness, actually. Because we've got a lot of sandy ones, right? I don't mind the idea of, like, an Amazonian jungle type one. Oh, I almost want one that's kind of like, I don't know how to describe this. The orangey type of deserts. Let's go Dorito Desert. Yeah, we need one that's like the center of Australia. To me, a lot of the biomes feel too similar. Like, I love Japanese spring, personally, because the trees alone make you feel like you're in a different map. I think we could do with a lot more of those type of forts with the aesthetics. Like, I don't know if it'd be too confusing for the player base, but even just the different looking resources, base resources. Like, in the upcoming DLC, we've got a biome that changes the look of the berries, right? That's really cool. I'd love to see some maps where instead of it being deer, it was zebra or gazelle or something, you know? Yeah, there you go. The red rocks in Arizona. That's the kind of thing I was thinking. Even the water, actually, now that I think about it. You could just have a map where it's like a swampy green. Imagine Frisian marshes on a swamp biome where the water is just like a deep, dirty green. Magic. Getting deep into that javelin count now, though. Yeah, and Awu, he has hunkered down. He's going for very early walls. Which is weird because, like, when you think about the opening here with Pro Scouts, like, technically you'd expect the Byzantine player to be the attacker, which hasn't happened. In fact, it feels like I was maybe being a little bit too defensive. Magic, is he going for a Farimba build here? No, it's going to be Fulani. Farimba would have actually been on the table considering the amount of deer he's getting. Like, even the way that Awu is walling, he's not stopping any deer gathering. Like, yeah, even the boar, you could have the boar be something different, right? Like, we talked about going to an African biome where you'd have, let's say, gazelle, or maybe just zebra. You could probably replace the biome with a hippo. Yeah, but yeah, I don't mind one for wanting that. Imagine if we replaced the sheep with penguins. Okay, yeah, I'm living in a dream world now, but could you imagine a bunch of penguins just following a scout around? Oh, that would look adorable. Also, it fits the theme of you feeling like a monster feeding them. I leave penguins out of this? No. We're not leaving penguins out. We're putting them in people's mouths. Grand Fulani on the way, though. A lot of food about to be in Magic citizens' mouths here. Only 5 cows so far. But he can escalate this pretty quickly. I mean, he's got double pit mine fully secured. No harassment really coming in there. I don't know, man. To me, this looks way too defensive from Awu. I wonder if this is how he always plays, or if he's just maybe showing a bit too much respect because he sees the name Magic. You know what I mean? Like, this is a thing that a lot of people do. Magic is going to step up for a poke now. Veterancies are not in just yet, though, so I want to slow down. And Awu, ooh. He's actually trying to send it. Not a bad idea if he'd been pressuring earlier on, but now it's going to be awkward. Like, your army's very slow. Javelins are going to get upgraded. Veterancy's already there. Technically, Jabs could gradually grind down this entire army. What's the matchup after this, by the way? So, looking at the bracket, if Magic wins this series, afterwards he'll be up against either Philosbert or Riftel. So, we will very quickly start to see some interesting, like, tighter matchups. I wonder how much Philosbert has been playing. Like, he should be favored to get out of that series, right, against Riftel. Shout out to our community member, Riftel. But, you know, if you took both of them players at their prime, Magic's favored. But I just don't know if he's really been playing enough yet. And it also comes down to how much Philosbert has been participating. This game feels close to done, unless Awu can try and snake the age up, though. He's got the resources stockpiling, but it's veteran Javelin now. Make matters worse, a break-in occurs. Sofa and the scouts go in. All Lombo's already dead. I mean, this is... You just basically have spears now. And Magic, like, this is the point in the game where he wants to build archers, right? Like, it's the dream. And thank God Awu done that. Wait, no, what? He's still building it here? Okay, I mean, I guess this isn't better. So you waste all that early time in the game walling, and you still get broken in like this. And this is the thing about that wall, by the way. I think something that's really changed with a lot of players. You used to always just wall to feel safe. Now people usually wall to try and go on a counter-offensive. Never happened here, so game 1 is going to be a crotch stomper, as Magic already moves up to match point. Yeah, kind of the expected outcome, right? Not really anything to upload off of that game, for sure. I think Awu... I could see how he reaches his rank, like, playing these type of ways, if that makes sense. Like, I could see Byzantines working up to a point in Conk with that. But at this level, like, especially against Malians, man, like, it's a booming civ, and you're letting them boom for free, essentially. Like, the whole cool thing about Byzantines is, compared to Malians there, like, they scale really nicely off the systems to try and pressure, whereas Mali have to make a much bigger investment with the cow. But yeah, game 1 to Magic. Game 2, Delhi versus Lancaster. I haven't seen this matchup in a long time, actually. When I last saw it, it kind of felt like it played the same way as it did for English, in that you want to cry to your papa. You know, like you don't actually enjoy it. I'm curious to see if it like still plays that way, or if Lancaster has a little bit more bite to it. Like technically, it's a civ that should be more capable of hunkering down and not caring than English. One sec, sending some to my editor. I just realized we have like the wrong go live thumbnail. I had to I thought we had another one ready and we didn't. Basically, like the go live thumbnail we use has midweek muster in it. It's like, obviously this is not midweek muster. So I was like, I'm not going to use that thumbnail. I wonder if I could create a scuffed version. Nah, I couldn't, dude. That logo is small compared to mine. My logo is big energy. Oh, I guess welcome one and all. A rare sight as we're live on the weekend. I don't know. If a lot of people dig it, maybe we'll do it more frequently. I've weighed up doing it in the past with like other tournaments as well. I think we've done it a little bit with the Steel Suits. Actually, I think we only done the weekdays. I have a mixed mind. Like there's a lot more people hanging around on weekends, right? The tough one, the reason why I very early on decided to not kind of commit to weekend days is just because whenever I'm working like events, esports events, they are usually on the weekend. So that kind of like pushed me in the direction of like, let's not commit to that. But we'll see. All right. Try Arabia. How do you do this as Lancaster? One sec, let me actually add it in as well. Just kind of keep track. Because I think in-game... There we go. We'll show Dry Arabia. Oh my god, dude, that logo. Their logo is just so weird because of the shape. Because like most people's shapes on the logos are more square, right? But this is rectangular. Yeah, and I realized like I saw a ping about the assets last second. I was like, well, I don't have time to change much here. Like, yeah, I think I just put it off screen there, didn't I? Oops. Okay, is that good? That'll have to do. Like, I saw the ping out about content creator details last second, so I just didn't have time to adjust anything. All right, let's rock on. Can we do a prediction? Do I not have my mods around? Dude, I need to get some more mods. Who do we make a mod? Who do we force responsibility on? This is like, you know, it's a bit like a democracy, but it's like one of those ones where it's not the candidates that get listed on the sheet. It's that responsibility gets thrusted upon them. Trying to think who's here regularly when we're live. Wow, no volunteers. And it used to be so easy back in the old days when you'd run like it used to be really easy to get mods. Back in like the old days when you'd run a Minecraft server, everyone wanted to be mods. But a Twitch mod, nobody wants that crap. So yeah, welcome back for game number 2. We've got Awu returning to try and hit back with a Lancastrian spear rush against Delhi. Huh? Alright, that's very different. You don't often see people spear rush Delhi simply because the Scholar allows them to heal through the damage. So it's not impossible to get damage done here. In fact, with this type of spawn, if Awu goes for an outpost rush, this could be pretty sick. An outpost drop here blocks both berries and gold. And remember, Delhi do need a little bit of gold to get the Scholar numbers pumping. How often does one have to be around to be used for modding? Reasonable amount. I mean, don't have to be here every second. I mean, Fablab isn't. Actually, he usually is here a lot. But I do need to figure out a few more people to mod. I need to put predictions up, don't I? All right, let's see who is just gambling because they like gambling. All right, let me get predickies up. So game 2, Magic versus Awu. And Awu goes the Spear Wolf. So he's going to be starting to stab out this. Interesting. Magic, yeah, he wasn't expecting this because otherwise you probably start with the berries further out and then pull to the closer ones afterwards. Awu proving to be a little bit annoying. Is going to force the Scholar pull and Shivs are out. And let's say he's going to stop the free Spearman and there is not going to be an attempt at an outburst. Which makes this a little bit harder to worth out of. I mean, in fairness, if you switch to gold now, it's actually a good idea. I think it's probably more sensible for Awu to harass gold than food here. Because when you harass the food, there's just so many workers here, right? Like, there was 7 workers. But if you harass the gold, it's only 3. So much harder for you to die to Shivs. Sure, the Scholar can be pulled, but if you look at the TC range as well, compared to the berries, the gold is much, much further away. So Awu's simply wasting his time here. Because the other thing is, you know, you attack the berries when the close berries are still alive. Which means now your Spearmen almost dead aren't going to be much of a threat when Magic has to come out to these 3 berries. At home, though, we are going to be seeing an Abbey of Kings build. Interesting choice into Delhi. One thought to have here is the Lords of Lancaster that are cheesily tanky. Not so much when you talk about Delhi. Because Delhi have got Ghazi, remember. Premium Horsemen with bonus against Heavy. So they're actually pretty decent at taking out the Lords of Lancaster. So unless Awu's idea here is to bait and just go Masquerade, or maybe play some sort of mass Spearman strat, I'm not entirely seeing the clear picture. The good news, at least, is because your opponent has Premium Horsemen, you already don't want to build archers, and in a weird way, that's kind of a good thing for Lancaster. And what I mean by that is, like, your archers are so expensive anyway, it's probably best you don't build them. Yeah, Yeoman's been a struggle to scale, man. Like, we see some people make it work in Feudal, but it's a long Feudal where they've been scaling manas to afford it. Oh, wait, did AMD add appear part off screen? Let me double check that. Thank you for letting me know. Get that fixed. So it should be appearing. Oh, dude, yeah, it's appearing very off screen. Oops. There we go. Let me go ahead. Bring that bad boy in. Whoa. Boom. Thank you, chat. Appreciate you. Yeah, reminder, guys, when you see that link, click it. It does help the channel more than you realize. It allows us to keep doing deals like this with Gigabyte and AMD, which you should want because it means that we can continue our career as a full-time content creator. I.e. more hours of content. Whoop, whoop. Yo, Awu. I don't think he's 2TCing, but I kind of want him to 2TC. Nah, against Delhi, that's crazy. Maybe in different civ, but like against Delhi, 2TC is pretty dangerous. In fact, we've seen how English get unraveled trying to do 2TC against Delhi in the past. But yeah, it's going to be starting with the Lords, and the Ghazi are already going to be on the way, so Magic's going to be happy with that contest. Spearmen are at least healed though, right? I believe he brought them all the way home. So they've been chilling, they're fully vibed out. How does the spawn overall look? Double deer forward. Very split. So Magic has some nice options, but some risky ones. But if he has map control, like, this is a great area to gather towards. Now it is going to be the manas. So yeah, we're going mana Lords. We're just not going to have much defensive power with that type of build. The good news is while your opponent's playing only melee, the Abbey of Kings is really strong. But I do get a little bit worried that Magic has all the reasons in the world now to go archers. And I wonder if he's going to be doing it in just a second here. Wood did just get dropped off. Maybe Blacksmith? Yeah, Blacksmith first. So he's just going to stick to Ghazi. Undermesh is a good priority here. It just allows you to start diving the defenses. The tricky thing now is, you know, I think maybe Awu kind of wants Magic to go archers because then you can get towards your Hobbler. Hobbler are really affordable. Only 90 resources each. They're going to suck into the Ghazi, but great to try and snipe down Mass Archer. Just keeping an eye on the rest of the bracket, by the way. I'll update you guys as results come in. So far, Paper Cut got a default win as Zhao Tan was DQ'd. And we also know that Scarlet Devil was DQ'd as well. Didn't turn up, so Cayenne already made it through. And our boy Nomad. All right, this bracket's a bit of a meme, chat. Are you ready for this? So we've got DQ, DQ, DQ. It's not going well. Oh, dear. Yo, NA viewers, where is the sign up? This could be your moment. You could accidentally make it on LAN. People are dropping like flies. So triple mana, and I guess now fast castle. Do you go King's College here? King's College is a bit weird though, right? Because by the time you've teched, if you choose King's College, Magic's going to have at least 10, if not more Ghazi. Which could encourage him to actually go for a dive. It's not a bad count to try and poke in. Normally against the mana with the defense structure, like you don't want to do it because there's too many arrow fires. But Mana Lords is a lot easier to dive because these buildings here, they don't attack back. Magic triple Sacred Site now locked in. And I imagine he's getting a little bit suspicious. And it is going to be the white tower, but whoa, that's far forward. Okay, the Ghazi sees it. Yeah, but luckily for Awu, look at the minimap. Magic split. He's all over the place. If all of his troops were pounding towards the base there, he actually could have pushed him off the white tower. Damn, that's crazy. In fact, he actually had enough Ghazi nearby that I could see that kind of working. Alright, so white tower up. Second goal to be secured. He's going to get some Earlsguard to work with, but like, free Earlsguard is not going to kill a Ghazi. So then it's a case of, do you want to be scaling Earlsguard into Ghazi? Doesn't sound like the most secure plan, if I'm being totally honest. No. Whoops. I hope he realizes quickly what just happened there. He mislooked the gold. Oh, dude, no. Not like this. This army's feeling a bit ambitious as well. Archer count isn't crazy high, but the Ghazi can just beat it all down. Even the Earlsguard, remember, they take bonus damage because their class is heavy. He's going to respect the Lord's tankiness. But considering he's an age behind, I mean, like, what? He killed the Spears, killed the Scout, almost killed the Lords. I don't know, man. Like, Magic choosing that fight and then backing away is pretty bad, right? Because the problem now is, like, you have to commit for kills. Otherwise, Awu has got the Abbey of Kings. So Awu actually got a really good fight in the end. Magic is going to try to raid instead. Oh, yes. Look at that. Mana's not so OP when they only have 750 HP. Is it hard to play rank? Only if you choose to play it in a way that you're not enjoying yourself. I mean, like, you know, is it hard to wipe one's ass? If you choose to do so on one leg while hanging upside down, while someone tickles you, yeah. I don't like ranked. What do you mean by hard? That's a broad scope question. Just play it, dude. I think way too many people have ranked anxiety and they just need to get over it. I get it. You want to be conk, but it's just a number. You know, like, Awu here is conk. Doesn't mean he's not going to get rolled by a different person. You know, Magic may beat Awu in game, but Awu may be making 15 times more money per year than Magic does. You know? You may get beaten by Marine Lord in a pub game, but you also may be more successful at dating people than Marine Lord ever could be. You know, these are the possibilities. Just stop worrying about your weaknesses. Enjoy yourself. Oh boy, but what an interesting approach. Awu is going mass Earlsguard into this. And Magic already starts stacking up the Lances. Remember, he went for the House of Learning. Home Blades is going to be a big deal. Yeah, so the idea with this type of build, guys, is it's all about tempo. If you slow down with Earlsguard and you don't have some sort of advantage, you're dead. So pound the pavement. Get strolling. Awu, already hunting forward. He's going to see the Scholar. And that should be enough dagger throws to send him to the afterlife. Wait, is it? Wait, is he one? No, he's one shy. All right, he will get him anyway, but Magic gets it a lot closer to base than I think Awu would have liked. New to the AoE franchise, the team and solo rank rewards different. I can't remember on that one, actually. That's a good question. The seasonal ranks, I think you can get it for either. A bit of poke in here. Lancers are going to reveal themselves down. Awu. Oh no, that's an overextension. Yeah, he didn't get here quick enough. Man, Magic is just so quick on the Lancer span. This is Delhi for you, though. He's got the double production speed. It's only taking him 18 seconds, so he already now has more Lancers than Earlsguard. Everything is unraveling. Awu has at least started to win on relics. The White Tower will keep him somewhat safe. But make no mistake about it, baby's about to be put in the corner. Oh my god, I don't think he's even gonna get this relic. Not like this. A yoink. Magic says, don't mind if I do. Well, those sound pretty good. So, Awu could technically still compete. It's just going to be hard, right? Like, you'd have to get all the manners online, which he already started prepping. That might explain the gaps in the timing. I felt like it was a little bit slow and that he must have been investing elsewhere. There wasn't a second wave of Earlsguard, but it's a tough call. Like, maybe if Awu had gone Spear Earlsguard at the opening, but, like, your opponent already has archers, right? Part of me thinks maybe Awu wasn't expecting Magic to catch up into Castle that quickly, let alone have that many cavalry units. But, I mean, that's food burst for you. Berries for Delhi change everything, and the deer is going to make it good as well. Garrison winner gets invited? Yes. The winner of the Garrison got invited, as did Wham, who was the victor of the first King of the Rockies. So basically, Rising Empire events. Which is weird, actually, because it means that Dimmu... Why did Dimmu not get invited? Is King of the North a fallacy? Do Scandinavian lives not matter? I hope they do with how expensive health insurance is. Wait, no, it's free. God damn it. They ripped us off. They copied us. I feel like the UK has no identity anymore. And I feel like Awu doesn't really have a plan anymore. He's trying a full spin and switch, but at this kind of Lancers, man, you're just kind of trickling into death. Lords go down. Lancers are already marching into the base. It's been a few worker kills so far, and plenty more, in fact, to come, because Awu, he's got 19 villages out here. Make it, actually, no, sorry, 22. Which I think Magic just saw. Yo, did you guys ever consider the fact that maybe Marine Lord signed up for qualifier number 3 because he realized that Magic's playing? Just food for thought there, because, you know, when it comes to LAN environments, is there anyone left other than Magic that Marine Lord needs to get revenge on? I think that's it, right? Oh my god, could you imagine if Magic beats him on LAN? Well, he definitely looks like he's going to be on a good course to hit that LAN. I mean, this is a pretty dominant 2-0 victory. Awu just not really sure what to do himself. The Spearmen are just going in 1 by 1, worst case scenario. And GG gets called, so he doesn't even try to play out the hole whatsoever. He throws in the towel. Whoopsie, wrong scene. Yeah, exactly. Beats him on LAN again. Like, it's really important, and Marine Lord really appreciates this when I do this. When we emphasize the again. Like, that's important. You know what I need? I need Magic to start signing up to KPMMs so that Marine Lord will start signing up to KPMMs. Why, thank you. Yeah, so these glasses, like, it turns out, like, so the old glasses I wore, when I last went for an optician's appointment, I never updated to the... Like, I never got some new glasses on that prescription. Other than these ones. So, like... I needed to get some new ones. I need to now update to this prescription because they confirmed it today. It's definitely, like... the new prescription. Because the difference was, like, 0.25. And when I went originally, the optician was like... 0.25 isn't much of a difference. You can still use your old ones. So I was like, okay. I'm a cheapskate. I don't have much money. Not enough people subscribe today. So, thank you. It's best out of 3? Yeah. And that's 2-0. So, best out of 3. And yes, Rising Empires ran the Age of Empires 4-piece for the Garrison event. So, up next, let me check in on Ezra. Not my son. The less cool Ezra. Sorry, Ezra. Because the winner of his series will be going up against Puppy Paw. Wait, is it best of 5? We've got a third game. Oh, my bad. Huh? I thought these would be a freeze. Ah, my apologies. These are BO5s. Yeah, dude. I thought this was a BO3 beginner. Oh, then again, actually, like, round 1, I mean, it's a round of 16, right? So... But then again, you got 3 qualifiers, so I don't know. In fairness to them, it feels like the day's probably going to be pretty quick. Alright, so I take back Faye being able to cheese her way through then. How dare they, right? No. Screw you, Draxos. I know what this is. This is the anti-Faye solution. Called all competition one-sided? Well, no, it's just... In terms of the skill difference, like, you're probably not going to get competitive sets. For the most, anyway, until what? At least semifinals? Theoretically, anyway, based on this. It's like, it could be very, very quick. And that's like a nightmare. That's nightmare fuel as a broadcast. Like, you know, your sweet spot is you want usually at least like 6 hours is pretty good. Because the longer you're online, the higher your view generation is, right? So you don't want like a 3-hour day is dog shit. Sorry, so pardon the French, but like it's bad. If you got 3 hours of like of a tournament day, I mean the players love that, but you trying to build a channel to get sponsorships or whatever, you're gonna hate that. Could have given it a go to qualify? Nah. I wouldn't. I'm not going to pay my own flight and hotel to get to America to play on this LAN. That's the only reason, of course. I mean, I definitely would have otherwise qualified. Yo, what is up, Marv? I see you, mate. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. You legend. Is that a B I see? B's now got the sub. How's it going, my friend? Hope you're having a good day. Ah, Red Bull o'clock. All right. Wait, whoa. Yo, hold up. Have we got Prairie? Damn. All right, it's been a while. I actually, I still remember Magic's most iconic Prairie game, or at least I call it iconic. It was versus Lucifron. It was either Lucifron or Vortex. And he was playing Chinese. And it was the first time I ever saw someone try to segment wall their way across Prairie. I don't think we're going to see Magic try that here. No, seriously though, guys. He was basically building walls between these tiny tree lines to try and Takeshi's Castle maze the map. This time around, HRE versus French. Now, this is pretty cool. Awu, I think maybe for the first time this series, we could see him being the aggressor. I'd love to see that because so far, I feel like I've just watched him being defensive. And it has led to loss after loss. Best of 5, so this is his final chance to shoot a shot. So good as time as ever would be now. I mean, French is definitely on this map a very bullyish type pick. HRE in the past, when they played on this map, typically just goes fast castle. Wouldn't be surprised to see it here. Normally, H3 likes long feudal when they've got a lot of access to archer spam, but like these tree lines are tiny, right? You can't get good Archons for tree lines. I do wonder if maybe Magic's going to do a mine work build. It's tricky on this map because like how do you secure the pocketed resources? But it would be really cool for Barded Armor Night Spam in Castle. And yeah, the players do need to pay flights and hotel. I mean, like, you're talking about Rising Empires that is a volunteer organization, right? Like, you know, compared to like other brands or orgs that have valuations of 200, 300 mil, etc. Like, I understand why Rising Empires can't afford it. It's very hard to get sponsors these days. But yeah. Like, my bigger beef that I take is when you've got situations where, you know, an org is worth millions and they won't pay flights, hotel, etc. Then I'm just face palming because it's like, there's less of an excuse there. All right, there's your Gamba, you Gambaholic. And yes, King of the Rockies and Garrison. Well, it really important to actually emphasize, Garrison was not organized by Rising Empires. The Age of Empires 4 piece was broadcast and handled by Rising Empires. The Garrison was organized and ran by Being Esports. So don't get those two wires crossed. But yes, in terms of like their events, Rising Empires have allowed Wham and Louis to auto-qualify because it was their last two LANs. And then when it comes to the King of the North, I think the idea there was it was a bit too... a little bit too niche in terms of the player pool in the first place for them to just give a qualification slot. Also, in fairness, Garrison had more global presence because you had, for example, Louis coming across from China. Whereas, you know, you're talking about an NA LAN where you'd be auto-inviting someone who lives in Scandinavia. Not that likely they're going to be coming, right? Okay, so tech up's complete. Sheep Hall, how are we looking? Awooga! Okay, that's pretty... I'm sorry, I had to do that. That's pretty good. He's got 27 sheep. Oh my god, Magic! Wait. Oh my god, I missed that because we were checking something in the background. He lost his scout. Wait, why did his scout go in the TC? No. And why didn't he replace it? Oh god, I can't believe that. Like, why would you not just replace the scout? It's such a good map for it. There's so many sheep on Prairie. So, Awu definitely has the best opportunity to win in Game 3 for this series. That is ridiculous. So, Magic will have to play Pocket Eco. And the crazy thing is he went Archon instead of Mine Work. So, yeah, it's going to be Pro Scouts. That makes sense, though. Like, you know... So here's the thing. If you're going to go Pro Scouts, I actually don't rate Mine Work that highly. Because the idea is that you're congesting resources underneath this one location. So Archon's really good. But we are talking about a map that definitely has a lot of deer you can aim for. Split up. But it's not more deer than a standard Dry Arabia. Still, technically, he should be able to sneak in. Because it's very difficult for Awu to block everything with Knights. He is, however, playing Pro Scouts himself. His timing is a little bit better. Oh, by the way, guys, that Gigabyte link that popped up, do me a favor and click on it. Reminder, we're doing an awareness campaign. You guys need to know about the amazing graphics card and motherboards that they make. So be sure to click on that link and check them out. It lets them know that I sent you and supports the channel more than you know. And I need sponsor money because I need to get some for my throat. Good God. Okay, so Magic is going to be supporting the Pro Scouts play with Racks, which makes sense because it's not just Scouts you're up against, it's Knights as well. I think Awu is stopping at 4 Scouts, which is fine. Like, this is actually usually the way you expect French to play this. They want just enough food to keep the tap running, and then they want to scale Knights because that's their best unit in the game, right? So, overall, definitely makes sense. Like, it's very rare these days that I actually see French players go above 4 Scouts. Yeah, but we talked about why I haven't got, like, a doctor's appointment chat. The problem is, my doctors, you have to phone up on the day. And I am so busy deep into the night that, like, I don't wake up in time to book that appointment. It's a hard life. It's a hard knock life. Anyway. Second stables. All right, what do you think, guys? Is Awu just going to try to knight his way to victory? Isn't it replace the scout eventually necessary? Sure. But I think maybe Magic's thought process is after he lost the scout at that point, he didn't think he'd be able to win the sheep game, so he says screw it, and rather optimizes around getting pro scouts online. So that would make kind of some sense of it. It's still a pretty rough position to be in. Because, like, technically, Awu could have just done no pro scouts and full send, which isn't a bad idea, considering how little wood Magic would have had. Like, he couldn't really play Archer Mass with this, can he? Sometimes that is like an underrated play, and also it's the type of play that we'll see out of top 16 or top 30 players. But people who are ranked, 100, 200, 300 might not have that thought in the moment that when you get this much sheep off the map, you don't necessarily need pro scouts. Instead, it's almost instinctual that he's just done it. Magic. It's going to be marching forward, so it just looks like he wants to try and push some pressure onto Awu's side of the map. Not a great fight, though. 3 knights versus 2 spears and a horseman is going to get ugly. Good micro by Awu to pull away, but he maybe waited a little long. No, he's good. Yeah, actually, funnily enough, Magic, it would have been tricky there. He would have needed 2 hits to kill, and that would have allowed the other knights to catch up to him. So, sacks the spearman. And that's nice. I wonder, is he one of the players that likes to garrison in the TC? No, he just stands them there. Some players like to garrison the TC because if you're a select all army nerd, it's really good to just put them in the town center. Otherwise, you're accidentally going to bring them to the fight later, and they'll just die. So we'll keep an eye off that because actually, like, we'll know very quickly if he is a select all army boy. Actually, I guess that's one nice thing about playing pro scouts is you don't tend to be a select all army boy, right? Because you'd end up selecting your scouts. Actually, no, you wouldn't. Sorry, it doesn't select them. Yeah, it's just knights. Spears. Well, they'll get rid of the scout. Awu, this is his moment to micro. He fails the first test in this bigger fight. The follow-up looks good. Nicely played. He's going to get pinched on another. But that ends up being like, what? He's going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus a horseman. Loses 2 knights. The scout? I mean, Magic, I don't know if you like this trade. You don't entirely hate it. It's still space for additional pro scouts to come back. Concerning detail, though, is Awu is at least sneaking off additional injured. And we now do have the chivalry. So, yeah, look at this. 2 knights just sitting here ready to heal. All right, guys, I'm impressed. I think Awu, definitely not the cleanest micro on those engagements. I think he knows it as well. Like, he could have probably saved an extra knight, maybe 2. But he's trending in the right direction. 6 more knights queued up. He is resisting all temptation to build archers, by the way. Magic. Yeah, he's got a nice little farm cluster going. He's also now prepping himself for castle. Likely we're looking at Regnates here. You could Burgrave to get your spear count up. And he has got the boar. This is where things feel a bit weird, right? It's like Magic went pro scouts and he still had to go boar. Typically, you go pro scouts to avoid having to do this. And he doesn't do it with a prelate, which makes it even worse. Please tell me. Yeah, okay, he's got 1 coming. That's good then. Yeah, you want the prelate here because it's a ridiculous buff to the gathering rate. Remember, boar is by default on land the highest gathering rate you'll be able to get. So increasing that by a percentage is the biggest advantage. So mill coming down. Only 6 villages out here on the side, and it is going to be the Regnates. Into knights. Which really makes me kind of wish it was mine work. I mean, if pots, cookies, and nuts, right? Like, if you had a bunch of sheep, mine work's feasible. Nawu, 15 knights now. I mean, he's in good position to try and do a little bit of punishing play here. He has got undermesh as well. Good intercept. He's stopping the additional deer from coming home. But Magic now has the age up, so Awu, does he look to cancel these knights and queue up? No, he's going to be committing, so he's going to continue to scale. Magic now has a very simple trajectory to defend. Spears with veterancy. That's his #1 goal. Still, I think Awu could just take the ball. Instead, he's going to charge into the base. He's trying to catch a fight before veterancy ticks in. Clever boy. Knights are going to start getting microed away. Awu's going to get overwhelmed on the flank. And I don't even know what just happened to that one. Did it die to the TC? Wait, what was that death? Spear killed him from very far away by the looks of it. But still, Awu, he has the numbers. He's flooding in. Guys, this is actually happening. Awu, a ranked 317th, is pummeling Magic down. This is why we watch the early rounds. Goodness gracious. Awu now marching over. E-repairs should be available. I believe Magic does have it clipped in range, so he can keep this town center, this outpost alive via the town center. He's got knights coming, but the spear count has been wiped out. First, the relic's also on the way. Knight's going to be able to intercept that. She better block it actually being dropped off. Well played. Just in time. Maybe sees the second. No. No vision for that. But the hunt's still on. Knights starting to fail a little bit on the outpost, but the emergency repairs has now ran out. Awu not happy to leave. He wants his kills. The scout is also going to discover the berry workers on the flank. In fact, if Awu just sends it over to there, it'll give him the type of lead he'd need to go castle. Instead, he looks to dive in again. Onto the Arkan farms. Wheelbarrowless Magic is going to need something magical to get him out of this awkward situation. The gold workers with a seek shelter. They don't go back to the outpost. 2 more go down. Make it a 3rd. It's all going wrong. And the Knights, they did shuffle to the north. They find the berries. And that should be the coup de grace. Unbelievable. Magic, in many people's eyes, the favored player. Even on predictions, I believe we had 74% for Magic. The 26% are going to be eating well tonight. A full Awuga moment. And it wasn't fair to kind of call this as it looks like it was going to be a 3-0 with the way it was trending. I mean, game 1, game 2, we talked about Awu's biggest weakness is a lack of pressure, a lack of aggression. We said that this would be the best game for him, French versus HRE, and he makes it count. Aggro is rewarded in Prairie. And French, just one of the best to ever do it. Yeah, Magic's just going through the motions now. 52 workers to 26 is not something you see often at 14.5 minutes in. And the villagers are still trying to run away. Yeah, this is over. Actually, this original walkout deeply hurts me anyway. I wonder how many extra villagers maybe Magic could have saved with Wheelbarrow. I mean, he still would have lost a lot, right? But the efficiency of these walkouts alone would have made it worth Wheelbarrow. I think we're just leaning harder and harder into these feudal all-ins when someone attacks. And the more we lean into that type of meta, the better and better French are going to look. Whoa. Hold up. Hold the phone, folks. I get to do this. Awu is on the board. Oh, wait. Did that say Dry Arabia in the bottom? My bad. That should have said Prairie. I knew I forgot to update something. Oops. Left side win, right side win. Next up, we're going to get either Frisian or Cliffside. Is Magic kind of outdrafted for Frisian? I think Awu could just auto, no? I mean, it looks like a pretty cozy pick. Obviously, Magic now gets map choice, so he could choose Cliffside. For Cliffside, he's got what? Rus, Ayu, English. Don't know if you could English if you're worried about Lancaster. Lancaster has been fairly popular on Cliffside at the moment. Oh, they're going Frisian. It's Ayu versus Abba. Interesting. So we're not even going to be getting the Ottomans. And yes, these are indeed gunner optics. These are the Overwatch gunner optics. See? Wink. They're interesting because they're made of like a rubbery type of material. So they bend and then reform easily. Not rubber. I don't know what it is exactly. Because like rubber would probably not just default back. Actually, you can get wood. Yeah, these are pretty nice. The thing about these that's really cool is like they're really good for headsets because they don't dig into the side. Right? Like I'm sure many glass wearers have had what I'm talking about here, where your headset just pushes against your head and you can feel the frame of the glasses digging in. I don't get that at all with these. Got some cheap pair on Amazon that actually look decent. A lot. I actually think a lot of the Gunner ones look pretty damn decent. That's why I like them. That's why I get them. Like we have a bunch of different styles. So for example, these are sunglasses form, but you can get them in standard as well. So these are the Fallout ones. So they released these last year. Good time to get your hands on these with Season 2 coming out. We also have... I have a bunch, actually. Warcraft? Any Warcraft fans? Doink. These are the Alliance frames. Still not sure if I like these ones on me or not. I mean, they kind of work. Might have to get some prescription ones of these sent out. But we got like a bunch of ones. We've got some of the Intercept frames. I don't know if they're out here. I think I've got like 6 or 7 frames. Not all of them are prescription, which is why I don't like flip through them as much. I really need to get some more prescription ones sent out, actually. But yeah, we've got... That was the Fallout one. In fact, they just released something interesting. Let me see if I can talk about it. I need to double check because I don't know if it's out yet. Yes, I can talk about them. They have these as well. I've got these for holiday. So they have the Borderlands set out now. And these are the Borderland Rippers. So I decided to get them in sunglasses. You can also get them in non-prescription or prescription. I decided I want these in sunglasses because they have beach vibes written all over them, man. So these are the Borderland Rippers. Yeah. I've also got some other ones that I believe are going to be shipped soon. I'll let you guys know about them when they arrive. I can't talk about the other ones. You got a Gunner code? I have indeed. If you use code KP on the website, you'll get a nice little discount. Sorry, not KB. Pigeon. I've got to get that fixed across the board because my Elgato code is KP, but everything else is Pigeon. Code Pigeon will get you 15%, up to 15% off. Who do I think is going to qualify? Not you. No, okay. I mean, the obvious one is Puppy Paw in the first. But the other player I'd expect to qualify, front runner. Maybe Voldemar. I mean, Voldemar done pretty well against Numu in the KPMM, which shocked me with how well Numidan's been playing. It's like Voldemar looks pretty strong for it. All right, you guys ready for the spaghetti? I don't think you're ready. That's tasty. All right, let's go ahead, set up game 4. Yeah, I think Voldemar's going to surprise people. And he's going to surprise himself when he realizes how expensive it is to buy tickets to America. Anyway. Let me flip that score. It's not a nightmare fuel for Magic yet. Who is the most glorious and greatest of the Saracens? It's time to find out. For some reason, we're deciding a battle between the Desert Civs in a swamp. Game number 4 of this best of 5. Magic still up on match point, but folks, Awu, a person you've never heard of, has taken a bite out of him. Yes, we just saw quite the dominant occurrence on Prairie, and now we hop in with Abbasids coming out for blue. Magic in the red is going to be playing as Iabids. An interesting matchup, actually. Like, IU has some potential tempo in the feudal. But Abbasids, I don't know, man. I think Camel Riders are often slept on with this Civ. Like, considering Iabids are playing more and more into these mass camel-type metas at the moment, I do think there's a lot of power in Abbasids via Camel Riders and Compass Bow Archers. But we'll see if it gets that deep in the game. Opening-wise, we are seeing neither player playing towards the ponds, which is a little bit surprising, considering the number one reason, these days anyway, why you pick these two civs on this map is that the docks are only 75 wood each. So they're a lot cheaper, which is pretty useful on a map where you have to set up a lot of them due to the nature of the fish spawns. Yeah, it used to be that Abbasids got picked here for a different reason. Wait, you need Voldemar to qualify so you can be your legal guardian? Oh, no. Well, no, like, you wouldn't need that, would you? Because I'm pretty sure if any Volda Esports member qualified, you just have a Volda Esports person go. I don't know what the HR implications are of you having to call him daddy, though. Anyway, House of Wisdom's coming in. Probably going to be, what, Growth Wing here? I mean, you could go for Desert Raider beginning. It's not bad to force your opponent's hand, but usually against the Abbasids, you're expecting it to be Military Wing, which means they'll have archers already to deal with that Desert Raider. I don't know. Like, DR opening feels really weird into Abba because of how often they do Military Wing. And yeah, there we go. Magic agrees. So Growth Wing's going to be coming in. Because think about it. If you go Desert Raider, you're going to be getting a counter block 2x. Because your opponent will have spears and archers, both that counter you. All right, guys. How are your filthy predictions looking? 98% for Magic. Yo, someone is looking to break the bank if Awu pulls through here. Good lord. Wait, what the hell? Have you guys heard about this? So apparently, the Esports World Cup Foundation has just announced the Esports Nations Cup, where it's going to be countries instead of, like, orgs. Now, that has been tried for many years in esports, and I want to say it wasn't reliably successful. I mean, it had its moments with things like WSG, IESF. You know, you had, like, old school days, like, you know, 6+ years ago, things like WSG. But it never really became the true mainstay. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, Saudi money, right? So they can just afford to burn at it to see if it works, but I don't know. I don't think that works because, like, you ultimately need everyone else to buy in. I think in an ideal world where esports is big enough, you could actually have a Nations Cup. Same way that, like, football can. Because football is so big, the idea of a Nations Cup works. But you have to have it at the point where the country actually cares about the nation's representation. And I don't feel like esports is really there. Like, we have regional pride. And we'll say we have country pride. But it's, like, very different. So yeah, kind of a curious one. Apparently, first event for that is going to be happening in November 2026. Archery range now coming in from Magic. Makes sense. You need the archery because your opponent has gone military wing. So the idea here for Magic is to build 3 archers, which then counters all 4 of these units. Yo, what's up, Zuba0T? Thank you very much, mate. How do you feed 4 family with spending crazy time streaming in England? It's not easy, man. It requires constant support from you guys. And to be totally realistic, if I just wanted to do it off of streaming, we'd need to keep growing bigger. So, yeah. Keep turning up, keep supporting, it helps us. But yeah, the short answer is really not easily. Like, expense-wise, I need to be in a position where I can make per month about, I think it's like, let's say $2,600. Actually, I think like let's say 3,000, right? Because you have to consider taxation and everything else. Awu? Now into the Horseman. And the Rack. Okay, the Rack surprises me a little bit, actually. I would have expected Horseman Archer, because like the weird thing here is if Ibids are stuck scaling archers, they're actually worse at doing it. Abba's better. But maybe the concern for Awu is A, like your opponent has Eco Wings, so he has more villagers. And B, you've just gone for the pond. So he's just trying to meat lob. He's trying to use the fishing food to just get the biggest army fast. And archers is not a food-based unit, right? It's primarily wood. Used pigeon as a code on gunner didn't seem to work. Wait, really? Let me double check that. Damn well should do. I'm gonna do a test myself. It depends what frame it was, by the way. If it's a frame that literally just released, they don't offer discounts on those. Yeah, okay, thank you for flagging that. I'm gonna go check my guy, because that should be working. What the hell? No, I just checked with like an older frame. I just checked with the Overwatch ones. It's not just you. Thank you for letting me know about that. I'm checking my gunner guy now. Because now I'm like, wait, how many people have tried to buy them in the past and couldn't? Oof, magic though. He got baited into the mass archers. Awu though, this is a very aggressive dive. Without undermesh, dangerous. Yeah, I don't think he was expecting the double outpost setup. A bit problematic. I mean, Awu keeping pressure on is good here. Best thing you can do now is steer towards the ponds. We can see there's no fishing, but he doesn't know that. So you have to be a little bit aware and paranoid about that. Magic now reacting with Desert Raiders, but Awu is going to be into the archers after all. Oh wait, was this a Rax or an archer range originally? Maybe I'm just blind. Okay, so this definitely makes a lot more sense then. We did say that like ideally you want to be scaling archers as Abbasids and not really as Ibids. Because of these two civs, Abba has a very clear edge with the military wing. Because when they get Castle Age, they get composite bows, which ramps up their attack speed like crazy. They also already have an edge because of boot camp. You can see it here. He's got an extra 10 HP. Yeah, I'll get to the bottom of that, and I'll keep you guys updated on what's happening with the gunner code. Because, yeah, you guys should be able to get 15% off via my code. And fishing has been scouted, so Magic now knows the count he's up against. I think he's checked not all ponds, right? I think he did, yeah. So he knows it's only 2 so far. Which isn't crazy, and Magic isn't too far off of going castle. If you're quick enough about this, it can work. Tell them make it 30% for our troubles. If only. That's weird, because I was talking to the gunner guy the other day, so I don't know why the code's not working. But I'll check in. That's a big oversight by them as well, because, like, that's basically a way that creators make commission. Alright, so despite the wonky dive, I think Awu doesn't mind the state of things right now. Like, seeing his opponent scaling archers, seeing that he doesn't have any docks, puts you in a pretty confident position here. You will have to start worrying about tech up, because that's the thing that Ibis are always going to be creeping towards anyway. This is a weird fight, though. Wait, Awu? Well, he does have the edge in terms of range tech, so maybe, actually. Yeah, with the boot camp as well. Magic wasn't quite expecting that. Well played, Awu. Gets a good hit in. Pushes his opponent back. And now we're talking about a game where you're scaling archers equally. That's not a good look for Magic. How many archers to one-shot a horseman? So you can do 6 damage against the 3 ranged armor, so 3 goes through. So to one-shot a horseman, you would need... If I remember correctly, it ends up being... Is it 42 archers? 42 archers to one-hit horseman. It's a lot. This dive feels like a lot. I don't think Awu is respecting the emplacements. These outposts are actually killing him, man. Like, look at the last fight there. Think about how good Awu traded here, and then look at this. Yes, he achieves idle, but he lost troops way too fast. Make matters worse. Loggy Wing is on the way, so Magic will be teched up soon. Awu, just... I wonder if he could have actually just slowed down for a moment, added in a single ram. Slow rolled into these outposts, because at the end of the day, if you lock these outposts out, the gold gets locked out, and it means that Magic can only really build archers, which you can contest, even from an age behind guys. Like veteran archers versus feudal archers. Quite often you watch feudal archers win just by raw majority count, right? Like the logic being that veteran archers overkill a lot, feudal archers don't. Goes in for the trade again. Yeah. At this point, Magic's like, hey, these outposts are pretty good. So it just keeps resetting and going underneath it. Now creeping out for extra food sources himself, but I think it's not enough to be out on these food sources. He needs an in. He needs it soon. 30 seconds out. Once that hits, Magic's ready to start pumping lances. He's already stockpiled the gold for it. I think Frisian is a map that is a big trap for people who don't have experience on it, by the way. Now, think about what went really well for Awu in Game 3. Prairie, a very open and exposed map, but Frisian's a very defensive map. You're camping in a corner. Like it's a very different style of block out to kill an opponent. On Frisian, the way you kill your opponent is you starve him. You stop gold access. You stop food access. Whereas Prairie, as we saw with the French massing, you just kind of eventually dive. You know, the difference between Prairie and Frisian is that Prairie usually requires the defending player comes out much quicker. Now we do finally see the ram from Awu, which for some reason is only being built by one archer. But it feels too late. Like, your opponent's already teched up. The first camel lance has already been queued. And reminder, Awu doesn't have a real answer to camel lances. Funnily enough, actually, Red Magic? Magic could have made his life much simpler to defend here just by going Golem. I do think Golem quite often gets slept on when it comes to Frisian, actually. Direct route towards your opponent's base, not much like counter rotation to avoid that. Unless, of course, you're playing under Pons, which in this game he wasn't. And relics now being picked up, so Magic's on his way back with the goodies. Culture Wing has been triggered by Awu, but he's going to need some time here. We'll see the Dervish. Okay, so that's at least a nice little morale booster. He intercepts. Gets himself the kill. Still, 2 more relics are on the way home, and another one is close to the base. So Magic definitely looks like he's winning the relic game. Oh god, please don't be one of those stupid moments where you can't kill. Thank god. Yeah, Magic probably would have survived a lot longer if he just ran because of the debuff. Awu now with the dive. I mean, last game, Magic, it was the bane of existence, this mass cavalry, but this is a very different game. Horsemen not the same as knights, that type of dive, and now the veteran archers into the base. I can't believe this. Magic is beating a bastards with archers. Of course, there's camel lancers too. There's an age difference, and that's what really matters, is that Awu cannot reach the power spike that a bastards get with archers. He's locked out, stuck in feudal. Horseman raids, gonna fail to really connect. Now the camel's archers left alive. It's dive time and dead time. Awu just doesn't have anything left to hold his base with. His own dive has now failed. Yeah, so a little bit longer of a series than we were anticipating. Awu did surprise us with that game number 3 before sees us getting back on track with the expected outcome. Magic, one of the scariest players, in theory at least, in this qualifier, is going to prove to be it in this series. Yeah, bless him. Awu's just processing. There's not really much left to do here. But he will have more shots, remember. There are 3 qualifiers in total, so Awu can always come back and try again tomorrow or next week. I'd recommend tomorrow, considering Marine Lord signed up for next week. How thoughtful of Marine Lord. What a nice guy. Okay, so let's have a look and see what we've got next. Mate, Lash is just speed around, by the way. He's already in the semifinals because of the DQ spam. Ezra, I think, is still playing. NA doesn't recognize ML's application to join this event. I mean, doesn't everyone just pray that he has visa issues and then they can actually get the prize pool money themselves? Wink. All right, let me find Ezra's games. We're going to hop in midway with Ezra's set because after this he goes up against Puppy Paw. Is it Quill? All right, so Ezra's 2-0 up. We're going to be hopping in for game number 3, Roos versus Shushi. And it's going to be on Rockies. Which is also not in Lul. There's a miniature chance that Marilla doesn't qualify. That's true. Like his internet could crash, you know? Puppy and Wham are in? No, Puppy Paw plays after this series. So Quill is currently down 2-0. If Ezra wins this game, he'll be into a series versus Puppy Paw. So we'll 2x just for the start of this. We have got Rockies for map number 3 in this series. This is basically Cliffside, just with a different theme. Quill's gone for Shushi. Pretty good stiff for the Pro Scouts, but Roos also just as good. It's going to be that comfortable double hunting cabin opening. Now, the funny thing is Ezra actually could have done this wider. He didn't need to actually keep the hunting cabins in range of the TC because Shushi doesn't typically do Rax rushes, at least not in recent times. I don't remember the last time I actually saw them Rax rush. Sheep dispersion is going to be advantageous. This is a big part of why Roost feels so good. It's just very clear the way you can cut the map to get the majority of sheep with your second scout. That's exactly what's happening here. It does end up missing the one there. But overall, we're probably looking at about 70-75% sheep for Ezra. Yeah, Quill's sitting at 9 currently, and it's already up to 13 for Ez. A few more to find in the corner. All right, we'll stick the 2x, and then we'll slow down once we're in the feudal. By the way, Quill, I have not really seen before. So this guy, he's ranked 866th, Conk 1, 17 games played. Normally ranks in like the 1,000, 2,000 range, so not insanely high. Ezra, on the other hand, I don't know how he's planning to actually get to America, but he's from Germany. He's ranked 395th right now. Usually finishes seasons around the, well, it varies a bit, 300 to 600 rank range. And yes, anyone could apply to play in this tourney. If your rank's very low, you'll probably just end up with Magic or someone in the first round. Actually, sorry, that's not true. Magic's matchup was seed-wise quite close because he doesn't have an active tournament elo. So after this qualifier, Magic's tournament elo will reactivate. So he'll start getting higher seeds for future times. We saw the same thing with Recon where like his seed on like the first tournament he would have played wouldn't have been activated. So for KPMM, it wasn't a problem because we used not just tournament elo, but we used ladder elo. But if he was like, for example, if Recon came back and the first tournament he played was an EGC qualifier, you know, he'd get seeded against one of the favorable players, as in one of the better players at the start. Alright, so Ez already on his way towards Pro Scouts, and it's already been taken by Quill. But Ezra's already got a lot more scouts, and I mean, this is the interesting thing about Sushi versus Roos, is Roos does a really good job of actually just keeping up with them. You know, they suffer on the Pro Scout timing, but they do not suffer on the Scout count, as you can see. Medigarden wasn't great either, right? Ugh, no. 36 food and 25 gold. I don't think he had a better one, though. Like, maybe the stone here with the wood. That's kind of it. Pretty rough spawn. Then again, this is the nature of Coastal Cliff / Rocky. I don't think you really like picking Shushi here for the Meditation Gardens. If you coin flip really well, you can get a great Medigarden, but it's super rare, and honestly, the type of Meditation Garden that's considered really good here isn't worth the coin flip. It's not like you're going to get 150 resources on this map. So Horseman from Quill makes a lot of sense, but I love this from Ezra. Stray into Knights is pretty cool. Normally, you'd be expected to open Spears. Spears has been the go-to defense strat for Roos to protect against anti-pro scouting, but in this situation, it would have got you killed, right? Because you would have speared to deal with the Horseman, sure, but then you've got Chug. Ez just read straight through it. And Knights is great to have here because that's something that when you go to Castle Age, you're definitely going to want to consider upgrading. Doesn't mean it's a free win, though. The thing you have to remember is that Shushi are really good at Lancer spam. Whereas for Roos, you do start building your Knights in Age earlier, but you have no accelerant to the production rate. So it's very hard to actually just suddenly ramp the numbers up. Alright, let's go for a little bit more 2x speed here. Looks like Quill is trying to still be aggressive into his opponent here. Horseman count blobbing up like this is a little bit surprising. It's almost like he's suspecting Ezra is going to go archers, but good temperament from him. It's just Knights and nothing else. Yeah, and he's doing it in a really cool way that's scalable. He's not over-investing in Knights, so it keeps him in the age longer. Like, he knows, for both civs, the end goal here is Castle. Great intercept there, stopping the Pro Scout drag back. Did cost him at first, and now the Spearman. Making it a bit better for Quill, but the last one goes down, and all of a sudden, the Knight's now able to chase this all the way back. Oh dear, now gone because of that. So, Pro Scouts play tick complete at 9 minutes in. Welcome to double Pro Scouts. High trade house now on the way. Ezra. Okay, that is so greedy, man. He just maximizes the gold gain. Get your numbers in for this one. Can't believe you walked that far out, especially with Horseman coming. Type of play that could easily backfire if you get seen. And oh my god, you've been seen. Ez. If Quill just pulls the Horseman, he'll get there in time. He's marching with the Spears and Archers, which is a big mistake, actually. Quill? Wait, what? There's no way you didn't see it. And there's no way you think it's more value to harass the gold, surely. So Ezra gets away with a high trade house that should never have been allowed here. But this game could have just been over at this point. And to make matters worse for Quill, he chose to reinvest. Like, that's crazy. Because if he forced to cancel, by the time Ezra would have teched up, Quill's army's probably sitting at like 40, 45 big, which is enough to start considering diving. I mean, he's still good with this count. Ezra only has 2 Knights. Does Quill think there's more army? You could be poke harassing a little here. Well, I talk about poke harass. I need you guys to poke and click on that link. You saw it come up. Get your hands on some free games now, courtesy of AMD and Gigabyte. Wait, is Quill just going to Giga kill? Well, he is. He's going straight for the high trade house. 123 gold, by the way, so this is really good to deny this. Ezra has been able to afford veterancy into archers. What a weird, weird game. I mean, like, this is exactly why people don't place high trade houses like this, by the way. You just tech. You don't have a standing army. You haven't played 15 minutes of Feudal Age. You haven't justified this type of landmark. Not just that, he steals the deer. The deer heist is real, man. I'd leave this landmark alive just to get more of the goodies. So that's going down, down, down. So Ezra now without the extra boon of gold. In a game where gold access is going to feel impossible. So he's just got the hunting cabins as well as the trade from the Golden Gate. That's going to be it. Quill, unbridled aggression here, though. Quite the count he's put together. Has at least got Steel Dagger in the way. A little bit surprised there hasn't been a priority of Undermesh. I mean, you don't really need it for your knights, but your archers are definitely going to get melt moded. Yeah, remember, once you have fully upgraded knights, their base armor is high enough that you can never do more than 1 damage per bolt. So not really necessary in this situation for him. Alright, ones if you think Quill's going to win, twos if you think Ezra is. It's a little bit weird, isn't it? Because Quill's army looks brutal to try and deal with. But he's not really doing anything with it. The high trade house was a good step one, but there's not any idle time really being forced by Ezra. Like, you know, there's not really any idle time onto his tree line, rather. There's no kills that are happening that really matter. And Ezra still has a lot of wood to mass archers with. High trade house is going to be seen being repaired. All of a sudden, a jump out here as makes his way out into the field. It's 20 spearmen. I don't really see this working, but the good news is Chuka slow. So you're seeing what started to happen there. The spearmen were getting ahead of the formation. Good pullback by Quill. Army difference is shrinking, though. Quill isn't far off an age up. Has got the repeated crossbow upgrades now, so the steel arrow is pretty big here into the veteran archers, going to give him a reasonable trade. Ezra's still trying to march in, but that spear count at 13, it's still too scary. And Quill, now's the time. Last piece of gold to be dropped off, and I imagine we're going to be looking at Mount Lu Academy here. Then again, we said that this guy is like rank, what, 800? At the highest level, Mount Lu Academy is most definitely the go-to, but if you go a little bit lower on the rankings, like, I wouldn't be surprised to discover that people are still playing Shaolin Monks. Just because Shaolin Monks was the go-to for a long time. Like, it feels good to have a landmark that straight up allows you to get relics. But keep in mind that going for the Shaolin Temple, in theory, great, but you're paying 200 food to gather relics. Right? Because you don't really want to have monks into knights. No, that's what we would call monk-S. And there we go. He agrees. Mount Lu Academy now coming. Okay, that's cool. I'm glad he's tuned into the meta. I'm curious. By the way, let me know in chat if you're the type of person that still does the monks. Like, one's if you're a Shaolin Monker. Two, if you've actually upgraded to Mount Lu Academy. Because Mount Lu Academy, to me, in every way now is an upgrade. You know, the taxation, giving some food is incredible, considering food is the thing you'll always run out of. On top of that, it's the techs around your Imperial officials. In particular, the regional inspection that doubles supervision speed is wild. Yeah, allowing you to print out lances every 9 seconds is pretty strong. A little bit of poke harass. Quill finally gets a worker kill. Took quite a while, actually. Ezra's army is starting to look pretty scary. Up to 30 veteran archers, 10 knights. Quill yet to get his first lances in. No, supervision. It's not actually there. So Quill isn't ramping up production. Wait, is he supervising? Oh, he is. He's supervising the archer range. I think that's a mistake. I don't think he means to do that because, like, what are you doing? Okay, there we go. Now he's got veterancy coming through. But before that... Wait, is he double supervised? Oh, no. He can't... He doesn't see it. I think Quill lost track of them, of the Imperial official. Both of these guys are supervising the same building. That doesn't work, by the way. That doesn't create a super Burgrave. Now Ezra. Starting to posture out just outside the base. Quill has at least got the veterancy on the Tug. Horseman swelling up. Able to push this away. The veterancy is kicking just so fast for Shushi. So Ezra not able to crack that egg. Horseman not upgraded, but there are some Lancers in there, which makes it problematic. Ezra just target firing down the spears as best he can to enable his Knights. If the spears do get cleared, the Knights would be the MVP. The problem is Ezra only has 4. Make it 3 Knights left alive. Yeah, not much of a scary army, really. So repeated crossbows should be the heroes here. He's still double supervising the one building. Oh, wait, no. He switched. So we've got racks now being supervised, but this is still very weird micro by Quill, because Quill isn't producing out of the racks at all. The only one here he's using is the stables, but that's the one building he hasn't supervised. And there we go. We do have the switch in. So finally, Lancers are coming out every 14, but before that, it was 35, which is a hell of a wait. Ezra now already switching to farms. He is also playing under the berries, which has been seen. Like this from Quill. Just forward into the ball. He's trying to keep his economy a little bit more compact and tight. Yeah, other thing that is also weird here, by the way. And it's where the point of confusion can sometimes come. And I really wish the devs would actually update this. Imperial officials don't actually turn when you supervise a building that's in the same place. So, for example, this guy could have been standing here staring at the archery range, but supervising both of these. That's why we kept checking the production rate to confirm. I wish, actually, that they didn't even update the animation for the Imperial official. I think there should be an icon above the building that's being supervised. It's much clearer and logical for the people who are using Shushi China, but also simultaneously really important for those playing against it. Yeah, and at that point, you then can just put a tag on the building, right? So you have a little icon telling you. That's also especially helpful because of the Military Affairs Bureau, the one where you can fortify outposts by supervising. Hopefully these changes eventually get made, because I definitely think it's a smart quality of life that doesn't really feel like it should take up much development time to do. Real big slowdown in here. Ez did switch into Horse Archers. Was that to raid, though? Raiding Horse Archers makes sense, but directly into Tug is just a death sentence. Another scary thing here for Ezra is the more he leans into ranged, the easier it gets for Shushi to clear the fight because of Nesta Bees. So Ezra's #1 most important unit is going to be Knights at this rate. Sometimes your scout doesn't pull the deer. So there's a more annoying one than that. Sometimes Knights will charge in, and then they won't keep attacking. So little tip to people, it's a weird clunky bug, but sometimes the Knights will commit the Lance charge, and then they'll just stare at the unit running away from them with their sword out. So keep an eye out for that one. Always monitor your Knights, because you may be missing out on quite a lot of worker kills because of it. Like, we've seen it at the pro level. It's just so easy to have it happen. Ezra now sneaking a counteroffensive. I wonder. I mean, Quill should see this, right? Yep, he's running for the gate now. Ezra, does he know? Okay, so he sees the mill. It's a 50-50 coin flip. He's going to start steering to the south side. This is important with the horse archers, but Quill will get through. Yeah, and Ezra. He's got one knight on the way, so maybe I would achieve some harassment here, because right now Quill's AFK on the area. Nowhere to go. It's a warrior monk, actually, that reveals him. Whoops. Well, that's just snooped on the entire eco to the south side. Instead, though, Ezra's going to dive in here. Quill doesn't realize. No, because he's busy diving the base. Defensive fight required for Ezra, but this is a great game. There's no reaction. Quill, he's losing the eco game because of this. And the defense may be messy, but it's going to be good enough. Quill, he just doesn't have enough to break this position. He's getting a few worker kills now to make it better. But after this, you're talking about, like, what, 3 torches against emplacements. And the knights, the horse archers, continue to find the kills. Ez just needs the garrison. Ezra. Alright, scrap what I said. Ezra is not paying attention to this at all. No, he's just full microing the cav. Oh, that's unfortunate, man. He'd be ahead if he just garrisoned this outpost. Also, if he just got an emplacement. Like, this is something I think that's really quite often forgotten about. With the Golden Gate, you can buy stone, and it's usually a really good idea just to get 1 or 2 emplacements online. Like a spoon emplacement while that fight was going on would have changed everything about the state of the game for Ezra. Crossbows will at least clear out the lancers, and now the knights are able to harass away the back line. But the flood is real. Ez may not be getting a A+ for his defense, but he's at least achieving a, let's say, a B+, maybe an A- for the attack. Dives on in, forces the workers idle. Quill is back out on the gold, though. And wait, Ez? Really? This is so messy. Oh, the knights are looking in all the wrong places. Ezra doesn't have the info that we do. If only he knew right now. All right, so Ezra with an edge, but definitely not over, folks. 6 workers up. Relics are going to be split between them with a slight edge for Ezra. High Trade House has been repaired, by the way. That's actually a really big deal. Otherwise, Ez would have been forced onto more wood for a farm transition, and he already ran out of wood on the primary line. So yeah, this is where High Trade House really feels like a lifesaver. Quill. I think you saw him run up here, so you should know. We've got a new wave of knights coming in from the south. Quill, I swear, if he looks at that very moment... Yeah, you know, he realizes. Night Raid comes in, and classic AI pathfinding. Oh, God. Runs the long way around for a Seek Shelter. I don't know, man. This is looking close to done now, right? Like, before this, Quill's in good contention, but Ezra, as long as he doesn't overextend and just hemorrhage workers now, he's in a pretty cozy position. Quill is blindly punting trebuchets across the map. It's like knights are at least going to get cleared up here, so no more hits onto the goal for the time being. But now Ezra's into hunker down mode. Boys forward tutors on the way. Farm count is looking really good. He's up to 22. And reminder, Quill now, while behind, has no farm transition in mind. He's saving the wood, but like we're not there yet. No Song Dynasty, right? In fact, wait, has he? Oh. Yeah, this is pretty rough. Not uncommon for Shushi. But this is exactly where you don't want to be. Yeah, because your farms are actually worse than Roost farms, by the way. Roost with a bounty have 15% increased gathering. You cannot supervise drop-off to a TC. So this is just overall worse than a Roost farm transition. Now Quill. March of futility, it feels like here. 13 Chug, not going to crack it. The crossbow backstab is going to be underwhelming because, well, you're trying to dive in with 2 knights onto a crossbow ball. It's never going to end well. Looks like Ezra's going to wipe the army. And this should just be El Dictato point. Ezra will make it a 3-0 victory to book himself a date up against Poppy Paw. Okay, GG's to Quill. That means we are going to be having Poppy Paw versus Ezra. Let me get the draft up. So there's the Civ draft. Where's the maps? First map is going to be Frisian, by the way. And Puppy Paw on the left. Oof. Goddamn for it. Sometimes you have a match where the guy doesn't know the map, has his sub-civ. Yeah. I mean, like, this is the thing. And also, by the way, this is why I do recommend people watch things other than just Beastie and Marine Lord and Doom or whatever, right? Like, it is actually, like, a lot more relatable when people watch these players and they understand the gap. Sometimes isn't as big as you think, especially when you consider, like, the itty-bitty details, as Moogle was pointing out, right? Like, this... The fact that you can't just keep comfort picking what you always want to. In fact, people who are good at drafting will often just force you into really uncomfortable positions that, like, you've got civs in matchups and situations you're not used to at all. In fact, apparently, like, it's been a known issue where other players get help with drafting from more experienced players, which is a little bit shady. By the way, guys, reminder, we're getting towards the end of the month and we haven't hit our plus goal yet. So if you've not subscribed to the channel, remember to subscribe to the channel. If we hit 100 subs, it means we get more of Bezos's money, which is a win-win. Don't give him the cash. All right? Make your subs worth more to the creator. And also, there is the whole getting the best emotes you'll ever find. Also, not having to worry about watching ads on Twitch. Like, yeah, a lot of wins. You could be a big wiener. Yeah, but like using Eisman as an example and saying those 7 to 8 civs is very different depending on the caliber of like player you're facing and if they've got their comfortable civ, etc. Right? Like, it's not a fair like representation. That's not the first shade of Eisman, right? It's like quite the contrary. Like, props to him, but still, like, you stick him in this environment where he has to draft, etc. It's gonna be very different, very, very different when you stick a drafting situation in front of someone. You can't just say I feel like Japanese and you're already like painting the idea of Japan in your head. Oh, can I run ads? Nah, they already ran. All right. Oh, yeah, predictions. You guys are gambleholics, aren't you? Dude, my throat is still so husky. The Red Bull was definitely helping with that, right? I don't know. I felt like it was better this morning, and then as the day went on, it's just that feeling like you can't clear it sort of thing. Yo, Twitch's crackdown viewbotting has intensified significantly over the last 48 hours. Many top 5,000 streamers are experiencing their lowest performing CCV streams of 2025. That is crazy. Site-wide viewership is down 5 to 22% depending on the hour compared to the previous week. Whoa. Now, that sounds like Twitch is killing itself, but it's actually like the opposite. If they want to build something that lasts, they need to do this. We should probably do like a talk about this at some point. But like the process of what they're going through there is essentially comparative to what YouTube went through with the ad apocalypse. They needed to figure it out, because if they didn't, they were going to die anyway. It's just it would have been a slow death. But let's get ready to go. Who would win, a toddler or a puppy? That's what we're finding out. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's Puppy Paw going up against this kiddo over here. Ezra, a youthful lad from Germany, is currently trying to qualify for the NA LAN. But he already has the biggest obstacle in his way imaginable. Puppy Paw on the HRE up against Ezra's Japanese on Frisian to kick us off. Man, this is the nightmare fuel. Like, you know, people ask me who's going to qualify for this upcoming $15,000 American LAN. The number one player in my mind, Puppy Paw, by far. Like, I look at the roster of people in there, no doubt about it. I mean, this guy, it'd be a shock if he didn't make it all the way through to Grand Finals when the LAN occurs. Like, this is the guy that was in Grand Finals last time up against his bro. And what is up, please? Thank you very much for the Prime Sub. Appreciate you, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Reminder, by the way, guys, we are working with Gigabyte. So if you want to support the channel, when you see those links, whether it's Gigabyte or someone else, like we do a lot of awareness campaigns, just clicking the link actually helps us out a lot. So please do that. It allows us to bring more sponsors in so we can do more content like this. Ezra, with the Dark Age Rush is a bit underwhelming here. This is one of those taboo civs because of the Prelate. Unless you think you can kill the Prelate, it's very hard to Dark Age Rush HRE. Which actually is kind of infuriating, isn't it? Think about the other civ that you can't really Dark Age Rush. It's Delhi because of the Scholar. But the reason that's kind of okay is that Delhi don't Dark Age Rush you. Whereas HRE can. What a civ. And what a micro Puppy Paw. Just never letting Ezra get a lick in for free. He's carrying a lot of gold, by the way. What's he looking for here? It is going to be an Arkin build. Maybe just Wheelbarrow? Or could we be seeing an aggressive timing to Steeled Arrow? I do like the idea of rushing Archers here as HRE against Japan, actually. You've already opened up with Spears, so you're in trouble if your opponent goes Archers. Usually you want to go Yumi for Feudal. You can't when your opponent spams Archers. And then if your opponent rushes Steeled Arrow, even your Horsemen from Japan aren't going to feel that great. He's gathering a lot of gold. Like, normally I'd say Pro Scouts, but I don't know if it's really that worth on this map. There's only, what, 20 deer? And the way they're situated, it's very hard to get more than half. Yeah, he does finally pull away. So 187 gold in reserve. A little bit of poke harassment now onto the mining camp, but this is the nice thing about HRE against these Dark Age rushes. Not only the fact that they're hard for the reasons we already described. Normally, there's at least a sacrifice of a mining camp. But the cool thing about HRE is you can keep this thing alive, and you don't even have to commit to repair like most civs would. So why is that important? Because depending on whether you let the gold camp get sacked or not, it tells a lot about your intent. For example, if you're still thinking about going fast castle with a civ, you definitely want to save that mining camp. You don't want it going down. But if you're thinking about playing a feudal all-in, you're probably going to let the mining camp get sacked. So, difference with HRE, because of this one button here, the V for victory button, you get to just masquerade around in front of your opponent without revealing any information. Crystal House now coming in. That's what they need at the LAN, by the way. They need the Masquerade card game. You guys played that? I played it, but I've never had enough people for the big games. It's a pretty cool card game. I think it's up to like 12 players. I'm actually curious, like, what the overlap is, by the way, between Age of Empires 4 watches and board games / card games. Pokemon unboxing when. Stables and archery range coming in from Puppy Paw. Archery makes a lot of sense. I thought he might actually just go Rax, but I think he just wants to avoid doing anything that enables Yumi. As a reminder, for Japan, the #1 best unit in Feudal is definitely Yumi, especially the way it scales into castles. That being said, had you forced Yumi, I don't think you really care. HRE are just better. You know, if your opponent goes Yumi and you go standard archers, your archers are just as quick as Yumi, but they're more tanky, they do more damage. Yeah, the only way that Japan would ever have an edge is deep in archer spam when they have got the Bannerman. That's far off, though. You can see by the stone. Ezra is nowhere near ready for that. He is going to be going archers. Puppy Paw just scouted it. He's got to be so happy with this. He already prepped the stables. Yeah, I just love this read by Puppy Paw to counter the Spearman play and then immediately follow up the thing that would be countered by the spears. It's a solid 1-2. It also is pretty good here on a map like Frisian because sometimes you're going to see the Japanese player go for pond play. If you have horsemen, you have a way of torching them down. Spears already having a horrible day. No gold gathering for Ezra. He gathered enough for Steel Arrow or Undermesh. Just nothing more. Yeah, this looks pretty bad. With Steel Arrow and Undermesh, there is kind of a timing in mind that makes sense here. One of the cool things actually about playing with Japan is you have a blacksmith easier than any other civ. But because he didn't gather enough gold quick enough, he's now having to make a hard choice. He's going to be going Steel Arrow. But that means if Puppy Paw now preps the blacksmith, he can get a huge leg up here. And now move out to deer. Loving this. Yeah, Arkin is going to be there and worth it on the tree line just for archer spam anyway in eventual farms. But that second prelate is a really smart detail by Puppy Paw. It is worth sacrificing one villager to buff 8 of them. The maths just supports it. Think about it. If you're increasing each of these villagers by 35%, that means 3 villagers being buffed is worth 1 villager. So, a prelate play is like 2.5 villagers extra. So you sack a villager to buff by 2.5, that's still you up by 1.5 villagers. And on top of that, the other really cool thing about doing this with HRE is the knock-on players when you do go castle, you can already be running out for the relics, which is an important detail in this matchup, as Japan typically goes semi-fast castle and then looks for a rush out with the Shintos that they get for free. Like actually, although Japan might not be the biggest benefactor of a relic rush, that's usually Regnets, they're the most predictable Civ for relics as a target. Because both of the landmarks in Castle Age revolve around the idea of relics. Something that I've really been wishing they would rework. Because it does feel a little bit weird that Japan, no matter the option, they're about this religious focus. Similar to how Ottomans, both of their feudal landmarks being eco, have you guys ever found that to be quite weird? It does seem a little bit odd. Nice little stab in there, Puppy Paw. Opens up with a good trade. And now he has the blacksmith coming in. So Undermesh on the way. Steel Arrow will be quick to follow. And, I mean, Ezra. What is an Undermesh and how do I get it? You have to wait until you're 18, buddy. Yeah, isn't Ezra like... Is he 15? I always get this mixed up. We've got a bunch of youthful players out of the Central European region. Right, you got MSN, Gully, Ezra. All little kiddos. Ezra's getting passive gold from stone. Yeah, but not much. Look at how long it takes. Like, don't sip on the Kool-Aid too hard here. It's going to take him a very long time via stone generation to get the gold required for what he's looking for here. And then also, it's not just the Undermesh. He's also going to want the Bannerman. Bannermans aren't cheap on gold in this situation either. Like, 30 doesn't sound like a lot, but when you see how slowly this number's going up, you realize how hard this is going to be. Puppy Paw. Ooh. Regnitz is already ready to go. But he chooses Burgrave. Oh, that is sick. I'm not even sure he needed it here, but it gives him an end timing, right? Like, your opponent has gone Mass Yumi stuck in Feudal. And remember, you know he's stuck in Feudal because you block gold. Like, this is props to him. A really smart read by Puppy Paw. He could win the game in 10 minutes or win it in 5. He's been waiting around long enough today. He doesn't want to waste any extra time. Oh, this is cool. This actually might be the best use of Burgrave I've seen in a few months, actually. Forcing Mass Yumi out of Japan when they have no gold access. I mean, he's going to creep a few now, but like this is for Undermesh, right? This isn't a castle rush. Tech up complete as he's like, okay, I need to attack. Yeah, the problem is you're not going to have any time. It's Burgrave. Men-at-Arms are coming out every 5 seconds. And Puppy Paw does this right. You want to queue up Men-at-Arms first and then Veterancy afterwards. Reason being, if you go Vet first and then Men-at-Arms, you don't have troops running towards the enemy base already. This way, you get them in position And then when they start fighting, veterancy kicks in. This is going to be so brutal when he sees it. Yeah, he's like, wait a second. Why is there 5 men at arms already? Now, hold on. People, he actually chooses to start scaling more archers. Surprised he's not just MAAing. I mean, the Yumi can kite you, but they just do no damage whatsoever. Outpost defense is going to be strong. The Horseman backstab comes in. And Ezra is just standing his ground into his death. Yeah, this is not a great trade. He's not even one hit killing the archers now. So army's going to get wiped. Ezra has no way out of the feudal. This is now going to turn into a few men-at-arms cheese. Yeah, me and Mike is probably watching this game making weird noises. Because this feels like the cheesiest H3 game I've seen in a while. I mean, Burgrave is that type of landmark where when it looks this broken, it will feel cheesy. And the funny thing is, it's not really a broken landmark. It's such a niche type choice. It requires everything to align. But props to Puppy Paw for making those stars align. Rushed under the gold. Ezra's like, maybe, just maybe I've got time for this. But he's going to get the bad news. The men-at-arms are already here. The gold will be blocked, and he will be shut out of Frisian. Puppy Paw better than Ezra? Say what? Who would have thought it? Nani? But we're far from done. Remember, guys, these are BO5, so we've still got at least 2 more games to go. Which, if they're like that first game, is going to be a bit depressing for Ezra. And reminder, it is only single elim. So, when you start flopping dead, there's no recovery. Did I say single elo or single elim? I think I said elo for some reason. Single elo. He's only 2 elo. Nah, okay. All right. So, game number 2. Where would you take this if you were Ez? Wait, I'm sorry. What were we too young to get? Puppy Paw better than Ezra. Huh? What did I miss? How old do you have to be, Grandpa? Like, what age are we aiming for to get that one? I'm in my 30s. Oh. Better than Ezra. I don't think I've ever heard of them. Are they popular? Nope, never heard of them. Sorry. Is this like, were they globally successful, or is this one of those American successful bands where it never reached? They have one-hit wonders, one of those. So there's a chance I've heard of their song, but that's it. Yeah, I'm just looking into this like bots thing that Twitch done, and I'm wondering, like, some people like I'm losing lurkers. I hope they haven't nerfed lurking. That's screwed up if so. Like, if they've started tracking lurkers as bots, that's a super scummy thing to do, and it's just a dumb thing by Twitch that will probably drive more people towards Kick. So I hope not. Is Ezra in the top 100 by Elo? I think so, by tournament Elo. I think he registers in there, but like that's a very different thing. Someone's got a link to it we can check. Lurking still works here? That's good. No, but I mean, what I mean is on the, the view account. Because the thing is, like, that matters a lot. Like, so basically, if Twitch has done something to have the lurkers not count as viewers, that directly harms the income of a lot of content creators. And the ones that will be hurt most aren't actually the ones that Twitch viewbot with thousands of people. It'll be the ones that are like my size. Because then it's already a hard time to get deals across the line, right? Like, that's why I always go big and say, you know, when we see people like Gigabyte support the channel, PC specialists support the channel, you guys do me a favor and click the links, because it's hard to keep brands coming back to channels this size. So we have to perform. But like, you know, the initial open the door type thing is often they see that you're 300, 400 viewers, and they're like, okay, yeah, this is reasonable, I can work with this. But let's say lurkers, let's say 25% of your viewer gets cut. All of a sudden, you're not in that threshold where they're like, oh, yeah, I can work with this. Now, a lot of brand reps will be like, this doesn't seem worth my time. So, yeah, very dangerous game Twitch is playing. I mean, like I said, they need to fix the bot issue. But if the system is not counting lurkers, that's not fixing their bot issue at all. That's a really shallow solution. Okay. Let me pay out. So, game 1 win for Puppy Paw. We'll prep game 2. House of L's versus Shushi on Cliffside. Are we going to get a good old-fashioned juke rush? Probably not. I wish we did, Dan. That stuff used to be pretty sick. On Cliffside, it was disgustingly effective. I still remember when Don done the Villager Pool game. Long, long time ago, a pub game. It was probably the most memorable Shushi all-in I've seen. So I'm just marking in the games on the draft as well, because we just had HRE versus Japanese. So that's the state of the draft, by the way, for those wondering. Jazz hands. Now, I think after this, we'll probably have a look at, after this series. Oh, let's stick the track, actually. Let's stick the track. After this, the winner of this goes up against Gully. And then, with the current pacing of the... Oh, dude, that sucks, man, actually. We should have probably done Magic versus Philly. But that's fine. So, like, the pacing will be that we'll probably be able to do Gully Deckle series against the winner of this. And then we'll probably have time to switch over into Voldemar versus either Magic or Phillisberto. Nice. So, yeah, Voldemar versus winner of Philly Magic. Yeah, I think that's a good plan. All right, let's get ready to roll. Do you like Chuganu rushing? Too bad, that's what we're probably getting. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 2 of the $15,000 qualifiers for the NA LAN. Puppy Paw already leading. Picks Shushi on Cliffside. On the other side, Ezra, the kiddo trying to match up against him, has gone for the House of L's. Looking to be a House of W here. I wonder if this is going to be the big W he's looking for. We have got a Spearman opening. I am of two minds about this play. So, let's talk about the goal and what it achieves. Going for a Spearman rush against Shushi can be a good idea, folks, because although you can't easily stop them from getting the gold necessary for an age up, you can stop them from going pro scouts, which is the #1 thing that Shushi loves to do. Shushi probably does pro scouts more than almost any civ. The only one that would do it more is Roos. The negative, however, is Cliffside historically has been a great map for feudal aggro on range build-up. Chuganu blobs on this type of situation, very powerful. With these tiny choke points, it could be the big thing to leverage. So we'll keep an eye out on how this develops, but like Ezra might get more than he bargains for. In fact, Puppy Paw, look at what he's done. He didn't go for gold at all. He's just going to tech up off of the taxation. So he already anticipated this play. Ezra will achieve 0 technical value. And I say technical value because what I mean by that is technically he has achieved value and that his opponent has not gone for gold. But the problem is Ezra didn't need to build this racks to achieve that. He could have chosen not to do this and he would have achieved the same. Yeah, I think Puppy Paw ran straight across and saw the racks, like was the problem, and Ezra didn't see that he was seen. Had he known, he maybe would have just stopped the racks, and then, yes, 150 would down, but then it's pretty good because your opponent's timing is going to be really slow due to taxation. Yeah, just think about the maths of it right now. It's like if Ezra doesn't spend an extra 160 resources, he's fairly competitive on his tech timing. Why aren't they called Manor of Lancaster? Because that's just too many manors. You can only have 9. Right? And if we call them Manor of Lancaster, that's 10. Then it would be broken. Nady Garden? That is a really, really bad meditation card, actually. Oh, God. 25 gold, 25 stone, and only 18 food. Yeah, normally you want to at least lock in the food, but unable to do so due to the spears. I thought instead maybe he'd just go for the tree line, but I think Puppy Paw... Yeah, no, he's okay. He's got 14 sheep, which isn't bad. Can't wait to see tournaments under DLC with 4 more civs to add to the pool. Hell yeah. Let's get back to flavorful picks, you know? People not knowing every single civ, but just pocket civing. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, by the way. Dota 2 for many years, even until very recently, in some cases still, like it has a situation where people like pocket civing, or rather pocket heroing. They don't know how to play everything. They know how to play certain ones. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, like becoming a master of XYZ civ. Like, I know there's been some players that have been very fervently against the idea of more civs. They hate the idea of more permutations, but I'm fine with it. You know, the other interesting thing is it's a double-edged sword where it can actually be anti-gatekeeping because when there's more things to learn, like, you know, it's very difficult to know everything sort of thing. And if you're then specializing in certain areas, it can theoretically lead to edges over the players with the most hours played. The little meta reset when this new stuff releases is the best time to watch the game. Agreed. And like the other thing to that point as well is like whenever you add in new civs, the other thing that I love to see alongside it is something game mechanic wise changes. I think the biggest thing to actually keep the game from being gatekeepy is to add in different elements that transition the game entirely. Like technically the points of interest was really smart for that reason. People had to learn a new way to play. Now, some casuals said they hated that, but actually the really good thing about that is it resets the playing field. It's a soft reset for people who don't have the same amount of hours in as you. Now, you can be that person that begrudgingly moans that you had to do it this way, so you should have to as well. But my favorite way of referring to this is the same logic can be applied to my great-great-great-great-granddad used to crap into a bucket and throw it into the street. Do you think that we should still crap in a bucket and throw it into the street? Before anyone giggly answers yes, keep in mind every once in a while, you'll be the guy in the street who gets hit by the bucket of crap. The point being is that just because we had to go through something and the hardship of it, doesn't mean everyone else should have to. So it looks like we are getting pro scouts, by the way. Yeah, Puppy Paw, the opening play from Ezra really didn't do much to deter him. We do have mana spam coming in from Ez. And Chig already camping on the 4 deer, so unless Ezra wants to invest into Hobbler here, not really going to be able to stop the gathering. Hobbler's not really a bad shout, though. Looking at the split of deer, it's fairly wide. So you could evade slow-moving Spearmen. And Hobbler, by the way, are really, really good against Chug. Because by default, they minimize the damage down to 1 per strike. Yeah, I will always back the idea of resets. Like, I know we've come to hate Pro Scouts, but the idea of, like, that change where all of a sudden Pro Scouts was viable instead of just 2 TC meant that the pros had to learn a new way to play again. And also, by the way, it actually upped the ante. We started to see players discover how useful aggro was. Like, actually, a big part of what made points of interest so good is, I think, the change where they added points of interest to the game was the first time in a very long time where players took a serious look at Dark Age again and saw its value. And there was mutations of that were problematic, like we had to get rid of deer shoving. But even after deer shoving is gone, we have more Dark Age presence in Age of Empires 4 than we've ever had. And my personal take is that's a good thing. That's something to be celebrated. Finally, Dark Age is worth something. The Feudal is the fill. Hobbler already coming out. So Puppy Paw is going to get scared back. Spearman actually not looking to intercept on the Horseman. The Hobbler is just going to dive in for the trading in the Chuganu. Good micro by Puppy Paw, just protecting the Pro Scouts as much as possible. And Hobbler trickling is like the best situation. Puppy Paw can now get the appropriate reaction. Spearman queued up. And the reason why this is such a good reaction for him is like, ideally for Ezra, Hobbler and Spear is where you want to be. What you don't want to have to start doing is thinking about Yeoman in Age 2. Your economy is still pretty weak, and Yeoman are very expensive. Ezra? What does he look to do here? Well, the way he's food golding, I think this is just castle now. You know, there is a world in which you try to play into level 2 mana. But the risk you run there is that Puppy Paw will then just transition castle and start flooding lances. Tricky part, though, is with only 3 manas, King's College doesn't feel very good. No, the problem with King's College... Oh, wow, he's actually adding the archeries. The problem with King's College here, guys, is King's College leans you into cavalry, which is more expensive than going infantry comp. And that means you need additional income, which is where the level 2 manas becomes almost... I don't want to say mandatory, but it almost feels like it. Double archery is pretty bold, though, from Ez. Because if he misreads this timing, Puppy Paw can skip into first into third age, right? And the Lancer spam is really strong. Like, Shushi is actually the best seer for Lancer spam in the game due to the supervision buff. It's even better than China's. Yeah, he takes the bait. Did Puppy Paw see this? He was scouring around the back a little bit, but I doubt that the archer ranges were really far back. Well, at least he's blocking additional deer, but unfortunately for him, Puppy Paw left his own deer the entire time. He was snatching from the enemy side, so he's going to get well over 50% of the deer on the map. And the tricky part is, like, Yeoman can be good to kind of intercept that, but you're not going to rush Yeoman out. The other problem I take with feudal Yeoman scaling, we said they're expensive, so it's not just a case of pacing. The other problem with Yeoman spam is the risk. They are fast, yes, but you still treat them the same way you would longbows, where you are so paranoid you're going to lose them like that. Shallow Monastery. Wait, ooh, Puppy Paw not going for the Mount Lu Academy. Now that catches me off guard a little bit. Could Ezra get some value off the Yeoman after all? I mean, it's still going to be stable supervised. That's still going to be Lancers coming out every 15 seconds. Nez doesn't have an impressive number of spears. He actually might be forced into White Tower because of this. Could he White Tower out here? That would have been pretty sick if the timing made sense, but because Puppy Paw had a standing army, he didn't want to risk it. So instead, I'm expecting we're probably looking at White Tower at home. We're getting mass monks. I'd be surprised to see it here, just because half of your melee armor gets taken out by Lancastrian spears as the game goes on. It's pretty good for the Body of Iron against Yeoman, actually, because you can wait to hear the sync shot and then activate with Q. But we'll have to see if we actually get that deep. White Tower now on the way, and Ezra is going to hunker it down very defensively. Need more for Puppy Paw. First Monk already on the way out. First Relic already coming home. It is interesting that we've just found players switching full into Mount Lu Academy, because in theory, with the Pro Scouts meta, when that arrived, it should have actually made Shushi even better for Shallow Monks, right? Because the idea is you have more food. Didn't actually play out that way. It steered the other way, where a lot of people just appreciated the value of the increased supervision that you get from that unit tech in the Mount Lu Academy, because they can now afford it with the deer. Ez. Yeoman technically are meant to be pretty good against Shu because you can edge the range. They can't reach you. But it does require very specific micro. Yeah, because like the advantage you have, it's an extra tower range, but it doesn't really last that long in a chase. Right, so that's a 1.5 tower. Like I've had this experience. I remember I'd done it like when we were on the test server. We had a few games against Cow, and so often I felt like I was, you know, out of range. I'd go for a shot, and because you have like 2 rows of Yeoman, you're never far enough away. Even line formation sometimes becomes tricky in those situations. So Ezra is prepping the next level of manas. I don't blame him. I think he's stuck on the defense now. You've built Yeoman a bit early here. Your opponent's going mass Lancers. And that means this is a strictly defensive white tower, so no aggro value. Normally when we see white tower when it looks good, I think there's two ways white tower looks good with Lancaster. One is 2 TC build, which is actually surprisingly effective for Lancaster. The other is Earl's Guard Rush. There was never a rush to be had here, right? We could see that by the timings. So puts Ezra in a less than ideal situation. At least the positive of the white tower is it has secured the second gold vein. So we will have plenty of critical resources to work with. Wool's also going up to make Puppy Paw's life a little bit harder. There is a shuffle to the north side here. Ezra. Ah, that's going to be rough. If Puppy Paw goes deeper, like his army's pretty strong. And the reason it's going to be rough is Ezra just started prepping for the monks. Speaking of monks of a different kind. He has got 3 Shadow monks. So I think we're looking at least 4 relics for Puppy Paw. And we also do have the bolt magazines on the way. This is going to give the extra 0.5 tile. Also, fantastic clearer against spears now. Yeah, for Puppy Paw, it's all about how do I enable my lancers. Right? Like, think of it this way. Ezra, it's like, how do I enable my yeoman? Puppy Paw, how do I enable my lancers? Now, that is a great thought process for a Shushi player. Because if both sides are enabling their units, lancers are better. Right? Lancers will counter the other enabled unit. Definitely feels like it's countered right now. And man, look at that timing. Mount Lu Academy, immediate follow-up. And this is pretty sick with this build. Look at the amount of deer he's got. He can still go for the supervision buff. But on top of that, he's going to have pagodas. Pagodas, which quite frankly are insane. People always talk about how good Regnitz is. Regnitz increases an 80 resource passive gain to 160. A pagoda increases an 80 resource gain in passive resource to 250. Never underestimate the power of pagodas. I think Puppy Paw is happy to hunker down for the moment. It does mean that Ezra is able to scale more manas. But Puppy Paw isn't running out of food too quickly here. He's still got some deer dragging back here. We already saw underneath the mill as well. There's like 5, 6, 7 deer carcasses. And with the pagodas, that's also going to inflate his food income, remember. You get 62 food a minute. Yes, like what? 1, 2 villages worth of gathering, depending on what they're gathering from. So how does Ezra win this? I think the goal is just to defend until you're in Imperial. And then Demon Civ activates. Has he got the gold for it? I mean, yeah, 4K should be good enough. If you're only building Yeoman and Spearman, it will get you there. Walls are already up. His food is going to be the worrisome detail. He obviously can go for the extra manas, so it will give him away. But yeah, like no ball play feasible here. He gave all the deer over. Yeah, I definitely would favor Puppy Paw's position for at least the next 5 minutes. Another concern here is Ezra scaling into Yeoman. There's a counterplay for Puppy Paw. If he feels threatened by the Yeoman ever, and yeah, he already knows, Nesta Bees. Trebs are also pretty effective here because of the positioning. If he sets up on the high ground, he should be able to just reach in and start sniping down these things. And yeah, it's going to be the Trebs. Trebs are pretty impactful on Cliffside because you just don't have the same width of, and length of map. To make Trebs pretty uncomfortable. Like, the distance to cover is pretty small, and it also is very easily defendable. The Sink Shot is about to complete for Ezra. Puppy Paw is done waiting. 21 lances. He has as many heavy cavalry as Ezra has spears. In fact, he's going to have more. And on top of that, Dally Horse is on the way. Sink Shot, a pretty good hit there for Ezra. Takes out 5 Chug. But wait, Puppy Paw just goes straight after the TC? Oh my god. Yeah, he says fight me. Why won't you fight me? You're going to have to at this rate. Spears start to step up. Who does this? Who walks in like that and just starts burning the primary? Absolutely crazy. And now the Trebuchet shot to carry on. I thought this was about mana denial, but he's looking to straight up villager deny. Yeoman do try to aggro forward. Lancers. I'm going to take the bait, but the Chuka coming in. Sink shot is not going to be impactful. The line is a good counterplay to that. Doesn't get that clustered formation. The Lancers, they split off to the east side. Spear count. Not looking crazy. He's only got 9 in the fight. He's outnumbered. He's going to be broken. And that means the TC is going to be forfeited over. Yeah, this looks pretty done. Because Poppy Paw now, he can just keep sieging down, but send the Lancers in. And the thing is, Ezra has no back wall set up here. No, he hasn't segmented the map. And not just that, he gets caught in the middle of a farm transition, so Poppy Paw will be able to hunt him down here. Yeah, so just a classic Lancer vomit to win the game. Nice minimum charge there just to get the immediate impact. And a worker lead that's bound to continue upwards here. Yeah, Ezra just losing that many spearmen has given him an inability to defend the back of his base now. Try to dodge, but it's now free trebuchets, a caster drop coming. This looks pretty conclusive. Best of 5s though, folks, so you know, if you're an Ez fan, there's still a little bit of hope left. At this point, he's been made to look as effective as Ezra the baby. My baby. Maybe one day my son will be a champion. No. KP, calm down. You're starting him too soon. He's only 1. I don't know. I like maybe like Rocket League by the time he's 4. We'll work on it. Even a horseman switch now from Poppy. So why would he go horseman over knights? Honestly, I think it's becoming more about the Duke. Horseman obviously count into the yeoman, and then that just allows you to save up for Imperial. Compared to going knights, which is double the cost. Yeah, I don't even think you need Imperial in this game. Trebuchets have already smashed the town center. Mana's now getting sniped as well. Ezra's just refusing to GG, but this is a headlock that you're not getting out of. The more you struggle, the more you can feel yourself slipping into unconsciousness. Yeah, and sink shots guys are not very good against siege. As you just saw there. Smart read by the castle drop from Poppy Paw, actually. Just meant there was no dive potential here, because the only thing that can actually kill those trebs is spearmen. And Ezra's like, hey, yeah, trebuchets are pretty good. Yeah, but I'm a number boy, and 4 beats 1. And 2 beats 1, 2. That's too many times saying 2. 1 game away from Poppy Paw making it through to a semi-final showdown against Gully Deckle. Outcome that's looking pretty likely. So, mark it up. 2 on the board. Left side win. What would Ezra's best play be? He's still got Golden Heights. And he does have an English pick. The problem is, your opponent does have Mongols. I just don't know if you're really worried about that much. Like, maybe English is his best bet now. Oh, wait, my maths is impeccable, mate. So we're getting confirmation in a second, as I think they're getting ready to hop into lobby. Oh, wait. We missed a game. The game was so quick, I didn't realize. That was game 3, guys. So shall we see if we're getting a game 4? I'm sorry, but you'll understand. Like, this is ridiculously quick. All right, Knights Templar versus Mongols. I mean, KT are pretty good, actually, if they get fishing up. But they have to get the fishing up first, and that's the challenge on this map. It's like, Mongols, I actually think when you're talking about Golden Heights, you're looking at stuff like English Mongols as like the golden tier picks. We're looking at the villager pool coming out from Ez. And I imagine Poppy Paw is just going straight up into the racks, right? Let's find out. It would make a lot of sense. Did he already scout it as well? Like, yeah, even if you don't actually go there, you can check your opponent's base and see them by the count of villages that he must be moving out. Or even stables? You could stables all racks, sure. I mean, stables actually isn't a bad idea because of the fact you might be up against archers. But I think for Poppy Paw, he understands that Golden Heights is a map that is decided quite often by this. And this is bad news for Ez. Dude, the spawn, there's no tree line at all. The dream is to find a tree line because then you can quick wall it to lock yourself in. But that's not going to happen. His village is going to die. Only 3 deep water fish. KT doesn't seem good. There's shoreline. There's a lot of shoreline as well, actually. And the scout's going to arrive to try and stop this. And we'll start tapping a little quick wall. But I'm pretty sure, like, with maneuver speed, you just get the kill. Yeah, like... oh, no. So Ez does get the dock up, but the villager's going to go down. And Poppy Paw's already queuing up the spears. He cannot even club the sheep, man. Come on. And the scout. Oh, that's so painful. If Poppy Paw missed micros, actually, Ezra would snatch away the sheep, but he just calls it. Like, yeah, this is what I was talking about. It's a ridiculously quick game. That's why we didn't catch it. I think that was premature. Like, I get the frustration. Maybe he could have started pulling another villager sooner. But yeah, 3-0 means that Poppy Paw is going to make it through. And up next, we've got Gully Deckel versus Poppy Paw. Poppy Paw is potentially becoming the Child Slayer. That doesn't sound like a very good title to have. All right, Gully, is your draft starting? I wonder if Gully didn't even realize that, like, 3 games already been played. Like, I'm sorry, guys. What happened is we finished the last game. We went to view the match. And, like, as you saw, that game was 2.5 minutes long. So, like, we just didn't even realize there was a game. So, my bad on that. Yeah, one of those little whoopsie daisies. Let me double check. What on earth is that placement? By the way, you see that? When that pops up like that, it's a good time to click. Reminder, guys, we are working with the Gigabyte team. Do me a favor and click on that link that just popped up in chat. It helps the channel more than you probably even realize. I'm going to send it across to YouTubers as well, as you guys can also join in. It's even in the description. We're doing an awareness campaign about the latest AMD products, as well as a cool free game package you can get when you purchase them. So be sure to check it out. It does help us. Just have to send an email quick as well. Doink. All right. Are my boys ready? Let's check in with Gully. Because I don't see a draw for them yet. King of Rockies. This is what, yeah, we're casting the King of the Rockies. That's what we're casting. So let me update that as well. It's a 3-0. Is Gully on the game? They're both browsing customs. I don't seem to have a draft, though. At least I can't see one. Let me control F5 just to be safe. No draft. Maybe Poppy Paw is taking a bio break or something. So yeah, reminder, guys. Up next, we'll be watching Gully Deckel versus Poppy Paw. Winner of this will be in the finals for the qualifier, where they'll face off against either Lash, Myriad, or Clumsy Goldfish. And we'll probably at some point be looking in on Voldemar versus either Magic or Philosberto. So yeah, some pretty cool series still to have. No, this is not KPMM today. We're doing the King of the Rockies qualifiers. KPMM will be resumed on Monday. Should be a fun week as well. Look at that glorious bracket. Solov versus Mahodo, I'm pretty hyped for. Recon and Jiff, I'm excited by. There's some really cool matchups for the round of 32, actually. What was the delay? I'm checking with both the players now. Because I can't see a draft still. Oh, did I pay out? Little gambaholics. There we go. All right, guys. So, yeah, we got 5. Basically, he said he needed 5 minutes. So, we should be drafting in a sec for Gully versus Puppy. Let me reset everything. How is Gully going to get to America, by the way, if he qualifies for this? Has he asked his parents? Have they agreed yet? Or has Gully been saving up pocket money from his paper round the whole time? These are the real questions we need the answer to, right? I need to know, man. Just having a look at the rest of the bracket, by the way. Elyono versus Super Efim is still going on. MSN versus Anavaku is also still going on. So that's the side of the bracket that has Voldemar and Magic in it. What do you guys think? Who's going to be the surprise qualifier? Like, who's going to be the one that no one saw coming that's going to make it? Oh, I love that. So Awu and Footman, who already got knocked out, are currently scrimming together. Love to see that. Yeah, I was just glancing through the AOE2 CM draft, and I just noticed that like they're playing a few games. They're doing like a simple picker. Yeah, I don't know. I might do a video later about the whole Twitch view buying thing. Might look to do a video offline tomorrow and get all the info. I'm curious to see like who the obvious view botters are going to be that's been hit by that, by the way. Like whose viewership just sunk like the Titanic. It's especially funny if there's any big tournaments going on right now because like the thing with a lot of tournaments, a lot of major tournament organizers is they will buy, not lots, but some of them will. They'll buy an initial viewership footprint. The reason they do that, by the way, is like you might buy 1,000 viewers so that you basically, when you go online, you're immediately viewable to the people who would watch you. Because the way that Twitch is designed is very warped, where like you could have $1 million tournament going on in Counter-Strike that you would love to watch, but if they start at 0 viewers, you wouldn't know, right? All right, we've got the draft ready. So let me add in those deets. Hey, Chomp. No problem, buddy. Don't worry, the YouTube VOD's going to be there for later on. You're attending the LAN tourney this year. Nice. Enjoy it, bud. LANs are a different vibe for sure. I'm personally not going to be going. I can't really justify flying to NA. But I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. God, my throat again. All right, so the boys in the middle of the draft right now. Bans coming through. Picks on maps. How are we looking? So Frisian to be the starter, by the way. So Frisian will be map number 1 between these two. So out the gate, China, no surprise that's banned there. They split the bans between Byzantines and Shushi, though. Roof's getting through to be expected. Like, it's okay, but it's definitely not the broken pick it once was. Japan is a really solid start to the draft for Gully. I imagine he's now going to be following up with... Like, what, do you go for the Biz? No. Oh, sorry, no, he banned the Sushi. Yeah, so he picks the Sushi. But Papapo can now get the Biz, which you might want to do before it gets banned out. I'm trying to think if there's anything else higher prior here. Okay, he actually prefers the HRE. Looking at the map pool, like you've got, what, Dry Arabia, Cliffside. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. I think for the... We've seen a lot of map pools recently where I'd say Byzantines is higher prior than HRE. But the King of the Rockies one, like you've got, you know, maps like, for example, Cliffside, Frisian, Golden Heights. Like, there's quite a few there where HRE has a lot more flex than Biz. And yeah, Biz will now just be banned out. So Malian pick will be reserved at the end of the draft for Papipour. A nice, robust Civ to have available. Maybe at this stage you're thinking Ibids or Bassids as Gully. Ibids is pretty nice. Ibids can be decent-ish in Darus sometimes. Knights Templar coming out instead. I believe that's because we have Golden Heights. We do not have Golden Heights. We do have front range, though. And Numidan was able to get a win over Mongols in the KPMM. Sadly, we couldn't watch that due to desync. I kind of like Papipour's draft more here. Getting Lancaster at the end alongside Mali is pretty nice. Gully, how can you make this better? Jean, when there's Delhi... I don't know. I don't think Jean's that powerful here. Ayu feels a bit discredited because of things like the Lancaster. He goes for it anyway. Okay. So presumably Gully, like, is that Flexi for Knights Templar / Ayu on Frisian? And then English could also be Flexi alongside something like Knights Templar for front range. First pick Japan? Yeah, some players have been doing this recently. I'd say it has, like, mixed results. It's not as busted as people are initially making out. It's definitely a strong pick. Like, Japan has been leveling up time and time again, but I wouldn't put them in a broken tier at all. Like, people who've been muttering, like, S tier is kind of wild to me. I think they're a solid A. English good against KT? I think Chevalier Archer should just kind of roll over, you know? Defensively, it's okay. But, like, you have to be out on the map to stop the trade, right? To stop the Pilgrims. I think my concern about English versus Knights Templar is you'd actually struggle to stop the Pilgrims when you flex top, bottom on a map. Because longbows aren't very good at those type of rotations. But I don't know if we've ever seen English versus Knights Templar. Because English is very rarely picked. And Knights Templar is brought out instead on water all the time. Anyway. Overall draft, I kind of like Papapour's a little bit more. HRE is a nice robust Civ. Gully started off strong with his draft. I just think Papipour has maybe a little bit more flexy with the later picks. I especially like the Malians and Lancastrians on this type of draft. Like, that's two Civs that can actually play front range reasonably well. Gully does have good front range Civs for aggro, though. So I do praise him on that. Japan and English can be good there. But Mali, especially because Cliffside got drafted, is really good. Not Cliffside, sorry. Coastal. Coastal, aka Rockies. So Mali is a really, really powerful pick on Coastal / Rockies as long as you don't get the worst RNG imaginable. As long as you can do double pit mine on that map, you're really, really happy. Yeah, and then there's like the Flexi. You can play into Pro Scouts or you can just hunker down. Game 1, let's see what the boys are picking. Mali versus Knights Templar. Interesting. So opening game, remember, is Frisian. I'm a little bit surprised by the Mali pick. There was a time where people rated it quite highly with the new Frisian, but then I feel like they kind of pitted off in favor of Knights Templar, Japan, Ottomans, HRE, like quite a few other civs. Ibids even were coming out. It's interesting to see him lean towards that. Knights Templar is just a given. We've been seeing a lot of them on Frisian. So let me update that. Let me make sure all details are correct. Does Gully have a chance to win a game? Yeah. I think like Gully could win a game. If you're talking about raw execution, Harpypool is definitely favored. But like, do I see situations in the draft where maybe Gully could actually get a counter civ? Yes. All right, there's definitely some potential for that. Like, French has some decent matchups here. Shushi has some decent matchups as well. Even Japan. Well, first, we've seen KT for front range as well, so it's not just for Frisian. But like, he has English for front range, I think, is the idea. All right, so the boys are gonna get ready for lobby. They're hopping in now, so we should be ready to start in a sec. Why I'm front range for Knights Templar? I think they play the Archer Mass quite well on that map. So you just kind of blob and go in the feudal. Sadly, I don't have like the game to fully dissect because we had really impressive result from Numidan where he was able to beat Bees Mongols with that pick. But the there was a desync bug, so we weren't able to watch it. All right, guys, we got a few minutes until we're in game. What I'm going to do you a favor and you got to do me a favor. Does that sound fair? So Twitchers, I'm going to run the ads now so that you don't get them in-game. I'm going to run 2 minutes of ads. But what I want you to do in return, as a favor for me, is put !Gigabyte in chat and then click that link. Deal? Deal. How Puppy's going to do has been a bit wild lately. Oh, I don't like. I don't know. I think he played absolutely fine. Like in the series against Ezra, it just looked very clean to me. Gully's a level up compared to Ezra, by the way. Like you can see that just based on their rankings. So Gully is sitting 76th in the world right now. And Gully reliably hits around there. Like Ezra's been a bit more variant. We talked about that. His ranking wasn't as good as Gully's historically. Like Ezra's usually around the 500, 600 range, whereas Gully, you know, last season 48th, this season 76th. Before that, the 200, 300 range, even the 100 in some cases. What's the command? !Gigabyte. Horus also works. So go ahead, click that link. Helps out the channel. Thank you, guys. Also, you get to learn about some amazing AMD tech. As those new GPUs are so sweet. Seriously, at this point, I'm just waiting for them to make the most expensive 90 series AMD card. I'm hoping they're going to do it because I will get it. Most definitely. Oh, nice. One of my friends is getting married soon. I didn't realize. I felt so bad about that. One of my friends in esports, like, he invited me to the reception for his wedding. And I was like, it was too close. And otherwise, we would like to go because he invited me. He was like, you can bring your kids as well. I was like, dude, I would have loved to, but we won't be able to get everyone prepped, sadly. Because, like, the other challenge is Emma doesn't really drive outside of Ipswich. And we would have had to have taken, like, public transport with Freya. And Freya is being a ginormous pain in the ass recently. We were just at the shops a little bit earlier, and apparently she was screaming nonstop. In the words of Emma, she's cute for like 10 minutes. And then... ... I think Gully might try and do a spear opening. Knights Templar is actually not bad at Dark Age Rush. If there's any constellation, it generally gets easier every year. Not with some of the kids I know. I'm hoping mine won't be like that, but that, if we're being totally fair, that is not a catch-all. Some get worse. Trust me, I grew up alongside my sister, and I saw how bad she got. Can we gamba? No. Maybe. I guess I could maybe allow it. By the way, you do know that you get more bird feed to gamba from watching if you're subscribed. So for you gambaholics out there, it's an incentive. All right, let's mark it up. 2 minutes. Get your gambles in now. Sorry, YouTube. I don't think YouTube has any sort of. Oh, you can do a poll. Oh, dude, I wish there was a centralized location to control polls for both, like gamba for both or whatever. Because otherwise, I'm gonna have to manually remember, and I know I'm gonna forget. What were we talking about? Oh my god. Oh, has anyone else been trying Battlefield 2042 because of the Battle Pass for Battlefield 6? I was confident that I really want Battlefield 6. I don't know. I think 2042 is like making me question it now. I think the strategy had the reverse effect. All right, let's get ready to go. He keeps destroying all the kids in this tournament. He is now officially dubbed the Child Slayer. Puppy Paw now once again facing off against one of the toddlers of Age of Empires 4. Gully Deckle, a youthful lad still in school, aspiring to be a pro player here. Let's see what he's made of, if he can cut his teeth up against Puppy Paw's Malians, because Gully has got the Knights Templar. And if you follow what Reddit occasionally says, Knights Templar OP on water. There is water, there is fishing, and he's already playing for it. Interesting, though, because this is a trade-off type scenario. You're going to get your fishing, yes, but it does mean that Puppy Paw, as a Malian player, will be able to open with his pit mine without any worry. Now, he doesn't know that yet, which is why you're seeing Puppy Paw not just rush all of the houses around. Okay, scrap that. He doesn't care. But he's leaving the space here. That's intentional. It could be for the mining camp, but more likely in these situations, the reason you leave this space these days, guys, is for an outpost. So the counter to Dark Age rushes for Malians is you build an outpost here and then gather food here with a mill. But he won't need it because Gully's gone full greed. Interesting to think about this matchup as well. I mean, you know, Knights Templar are a civ that thrives off of archer massing, but Malians are a civ that blocks archer blobs very well with their javelin play. Makes me wonder how Gully wants to try and approach this. Do we see him try to play a bit more greedy and fast castle oriented? Does he think he can get enough pressure done? Because, you know, if you go for an attack plan here, you kind of feel like a worse version of the French, really. Gully is going to get scouted out. So Puppy Paw, he's confirmed what he's up against here. He knows it's not a complete greedy boom. Right, we're not seeing the second dock yet. Another nice thing about Knights Templar that makes them really good for these type of plays is like when you play with this type of move so early on, it feels really bad to have to walk a villager back when you're like 10 villages, right? That's 10% of your economy. But the cool thing about playing Knights Templar is you don't have to walk back. You can stay here. Most civs can't do that because they'd have to spend 50 wood to give you a purpose. The cool thing about playing Knights Templar, you don't need a lumber camp. And now the racks. Interesting. So after getting scouted, Gully a little bit paranoid. He also does notice the 4 gold, so it is something he could harass. And this is actually pretty smart. We just mentioned that when you play as the Knights Templar, you want to scale into archers normally. But the problem is javelins. Spears is the golden solution. Javelins hate spearmen. It also solves for Sofa, which has been growing in popularity for Malians in recent times. Sheephole. Not that great so far, actually. No, it looks like Gully got the better rotation. And he's already cut off a lot of the map. So Puppy will still find probably another 4 or 5 sheep. But at best, that's going to put him on par at this rate with Gully. Devs should change the name of Age of Variants. People will stop complaining about DLCs. Well, no, you don't need to change the name of the existing civs. You just need to not call them variants. Like, the problem is it's a lose-lose. So it's a lose-lose, right? If you don't call them variants, someone's going to look and go, wait a second, that's a French TC. And then all of a sudden there's drama about it. There's no win-win with it, sadly. Which is like kind of silly because the reality is a lot of these variant civs that we've heard of for the upcoming DLC do sound quite different. The most recent variants, Lancaster and Knights Templar, are very, very different from the original civs. Surprised Puppy isn't going water? You don't really need it as Malians. You have infinite food with the cow. And also, for Malian players, it's all about defending until you're bulked up to where you want to be. So you want to minimize the reasons to have to play out into the map. But Gully, I just love this play, man. Spearman opening into the outpost with the age beginning. Puppy Paw is going to be going for the archery range, and he's going to queue up the javelins. Yeah, so he's aware that he could be being baited here. We talked about archers being ideal for Knights Templar. So he's just trying to avoid being baited into a countered situation. People moan about anything? Exactly. There'll always be people that are unhappy. So, you know, if you have 5 people on Reddit complaining that they think the DLC sucks, that's not indicative of the whole community. It's actually silly that sometimes those echo chambers get read as what the community thinks. That's a lie. And we talked about this in the past. Like, you know, someone can go make a thread about me sucking as a caster or whatever. But if, you know, let's say even 50 people upvote that, how many people don't care? How many people actually like me, but they're not like, I'm not telling them to activate or whatever. The thing that you'll learn in life is people are a lot more vocal about things they disagree with than things they agree with, if that makes sense. Unless they think the thing that they agree with is being contested or attacked. Because if you like a game, if you like the state of a game, you're not going to take to Reddit making loads of threads about it. You're not going to take to Steam making loads of reviews about it. You're just going to play the game and enjoy the game. People didn't complain about Sans Ascend. I think there was like some complaints occasionally, but the difference there is that everyone didn't think it was coming. It just suddenly came out of nowhere and everyone's excited. Does that make sense? Like, it's very different now because there's a track record of DLCs coming, so now people anticipate it and are ready, or rather they are in a state of expectations. Like, would I say this DLC upcoming is on the level of Sans Ascend? It's slightly smaller. But not insanely smaller from what they've described. Jab's arriving. Puppy Paw, he's going full range, by the way. So he is switching into archers. He just scouted forward and saw no reaction. However, crept in the back here. Something important. Puppy Paw has prepped for this situation, though. He has got a Rax, and first Donzo's been spawned. Pom player is going to extend. Gully going for the second one now. People playing the game and they will play us a good thing. It's more a case of like entitlement through access. If that makes sense. Like, the average gamer in 2025 is more spoiled than he has ever been at any stage in the industry's existence. Because you have all these options. So there's always something that's doing something better than something else. The Age of Empires 4, at least from like a competitive 1v1 standpoint, is providing more value per year to the community than like any other. If anything, Age of Empires 4's weak point is single player and co-op, which they're making steps to improve at least. And I think people aren't giving enough praise for that attempt. Obviously, we'll have to see if it works, but I'd rather people keep an open mind to see if it can work instead of just crapping on the other details. Gonzo's now arriving. Good ambush there. Gully did get some good licks in, though. And by the way, to really anchor my position on this before it gets misinterpreted, I do think that we need civs other than variant for sure. But I don't think it's catastrophically the end of the world that this has only got variants, because the variants do sound very different. But yes, I do think that we should be going to new areas. I think we should be capturing the cultures of Iberia, the cultures of Mesoamerica. More Africa. Alright, so who's winning this right now? Gully has got the eco advantage via the fact he's got the docks up. The pin mines do contest, but obviously, like, food is usually more valuable than gold at this phase. And Poppy Paw maybe over-leaning into Donzo slightly. So who benefits more if they keep scaling this way? I mean, Gully, it's a bit awkward with Horseman. Horseman not always the best thing to transition to castle with. Donzo Javelin can be a little bit weird just because usually Marlin players want to have their hands on Sofa and Archers. Walls are going up, so Poppy Paw is going to be accessing the deer. Macedonian Dynasty looks pretty great, though. It's an interesting one. Basically, it's not even the Macedonians, really. It's the Vikings, if you think about it. Like, if you read into the Macedonian Dynasty, it is a Viking civ. So, like, this is the weird thing. Like, yes, I get the desire that people would have preferred a new civ called the Vikings, but in fairness to the devs, making a Viking civ doesn't actually make sense for the time period of AoE 4, does it? Masking them underneath some sort of faction at least has a bit more of a logic in terms of, like, the timeline. I'm being kept at the base. Gully. Oh, that's a freebie. Yeah, but he doesn't want to send the archers in. So Poppy Paw probably loses, like, what, one villager here? Army will be able to protect. Almost gets crunched there. Good micro. Gully gets away. Gully has continued to escalate the economy. So third pond now secured. I mean, he could just happily camp and go for further. Instead, he looks to aggress. We have got rams. Yeah, from both players, actually. Poppy Paw. He's trying to get rid of this outpost to resecure his gold. Archibald's building pretty fast for Gully now. Yeah, you're starting to finally see the impact of the fishing. It's really starting to pay off now. Spears. Well, they know they're not going to get out of this. They might as well just garrison, get some burn damage in. Or some kills, rather. The burn damage from the Donzos is not going to be very impactful due to the armor. If you can kill, like, 4 Donzos, it's actually not a bad exchange for Gully. He has got the armor coming. Horseman archers. Horseman steer into the javelins. Poppy Paw pulls pretty far back there. So archers will get the counterplay. The outpost is going to be brought down. Java count is holding on. The Donzo is able to pull the way back, but does mean that he's exposing that range to the few horsemen remaining. Spearmen are just going to start stabbing at the ram. Actually, would be more value just to be attacking the army right now. The ram has already done everything it needs to here. Gully, numbers are looking really good. He just needs to find a way of getting them across here. Right now, the rally is in the wrong location. Second wave never arrived because it was waiting near the relics. Still make it like a Danish kingdom? I feel like would you still... Yeah. Maybe it's the silver mechanic. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, like, the logic behind it. Maybe it's, like, the way they want to try and create the silver mechanic is why. Like, it actually might also be that there are certain things that would fit for Slavic states. And that's why we're getting Macedonian Dynasty, which is then going to be like a combo meal of the angry Vikings and something else. Yeah, it is unfortunate, those type of things, because the reality is they are basically creating what people have been asking for, which is the Viking serve. They've just not called it the Viking. So for like historical authenticity, they basically took an L when they could have taken a W. Nice harass point. Stops him getting on the fishing. Gully hasn't added in additional pawns yet. He's prepping for it, though. 4th pawn's going to be coming soon. Military force is looking really good. Gully, I'm impressed, man. He's played this so well. Yeah, I mean, Puppy Paw just in an ugly position. He's scaling a lot of javelins. He has at least got the ranchers coming in to compete. And in fairness to him, if he could find a Farimba here, even this horseman count, as it currently stands anyway, would struggle. But I love the fact that Gully's just leveraging the value of Hospitaller here. The Hospitaller has actually been pretty clutch for the extra movement speed, just to keep very efficient on the move out towards gold. The shift around for the extra pawns. Makes him very difficult to raid as well. Now dive in. Archers. Not able to clip those Donzos just yet. Gully's just going to go fishing. He does actually succeed there. Puppy Paw, a slight overextension, allows the horseman now to break in. There really isn't many Donzos left here. No, the archers should be having a field day. The horsemen are going to be able to survive through this. Is there enough to get the kill, though? Puppy Paw starting to hesitate a little bit for good reason. These few remaining horsemen are proving problematic. They need to be sniped down. Gully's positioning kept drawing fire out onto the archers instead. It is going to be a reset. Gully maintains that big military lead. On top of that, only villagers can address the ram now, as the Donzos did get cleared. Not going to be good enough to get the pitmine kill, however. And I agree, Poland would be really cool. You just need to find ways of packaging, like what civ are you packaging it with, right? That's why I constantly am saying about doing Spain/Portugal with, you know, things like Aztecs. Because you can see how you could basically create campaigns that interweave the two into each other. You know what I would actually love to see on the next big DLC? Conquest. World map, baby. I kind of want them to just steal the Rise of Nations thing. Like, we talk about replayability. That would have some potential replayability. Fulani is on the way for Puppy Paw, by the way. He has got 14 cow. It's going to give him a really good food income, but right now, I'm a bit worried about the standing army. Now, he only needs 30 seconds for veterancy into archers. Gully is not looking for a tech up. It's just full investment. More horsemen coming. Double ram moving in. Puppy Paw, this is going to be make or break. Tech up completes. Gully knows he needs damage now. Does he roll fast or play slow? He is looking for that dive. And Puppy Paw knows he's going to have to stand his ground. Can't really forfeit much more than this. Horseman, try for the dive in, but the Donzos this time are going to steer into them. However, there's not many. Only 3 remain. Horseman count getting a little bit low, but this archer ball is so big, they should be capable of finding those javelin kills now. Puppy Paw in Danger Town now. He knows that veterancy finally kicks in, and all of a sudden, look at the armor on these guys. It takes 2 Flurry's arrows to get a kill. Gully says, hell no, and immediately has to leave. I'm so close, but Gully just not with enough horsemen to break through here. To start retreating. Javelin's going to be chasing that down. And Puppy Paw, the danger has passed. Sure, he lost a pit mine. Sure, he lost a few houses, but the Javelin ball is solid. And the follow-up, even better. Puppy Paw now getting into Sofa. Sofa that can destroy everything. And Gully desperately has to react into Spearman. Not enough damage to really justify a tech up. He needs to somehow find more. Luckily for him, Puppy Paw is being very aggressive. And the reason that's lucky is that Puppy Paw is playing blind into a lot of these areas due to the stealth forest. So there might be an ambush for the horseman waiting to be had here. Yeah, Puppy Paw does not have a scout despite having stables. Gully Well, he's actually going to straight front line this. Moving very slow, though. Does he think there's Donzos? Because, guys, there's no Donzos. He just doesn't feel like he can get close enough to do damage. So Papipo were able to walk away unhindered, unharassed. And now I'm not feeling so good about this longer feudal for Gully. It looked like he was going to find the timing, man. I mean, maybe a dive like 10, 15 seconds sooner, it breaks potentially. But was unable to get in there fast enough. And what worries me more is that Gully's food income surge has now started to deplete. The shoreline fish are running out fast. He's only got 100 food left in this pond. He's already lost the first. So then he's double pond versus Fulani. At which stage, how? Like, how are you meant to keep up as Gully? Horseman? Oh, wait, I mean, they get the fight that they were looking for. But there's so many javelins. And with the castle advantage, you would not think this is a counter unit. Archers finally arrived, but they were heavily delayed. Still, number advantage remains for Gully. Javelins have to steer away. The concern is that sofas are pumping. I can't believe that. He just stood his ground with javelins into mass horsemen. Gully's going to keep chasing, but Papipo dragging him away from the base now. He's going to throw away his jabs, but he's building Archer Sofa behind this, the ideal comp. He's wasting a lot of his time. I mean, Gully, this is 2/3 of his army chasing a third of Papipo's. And I love this. The Sofa now cutting reinforcements. Means that Gully will have to split his army into two. Javelin are just going to get wiped out. They'll trade out as best they can. The Sofas are the big boys that matter here. He's got imported armors, which means that this archer mass is doing no damage. Yeah, Gully just needs raw spears, but against archers, that's not easy. And we even have pocket pond from Papipo, so every little bit of food required for Sofa spam. Sofa that are now cutting the reinforcements. Archer's going to be sniping down those spears one by one. I think he's just lost it now. Gully. Mullions are just so obnoxious to try and crack in these situations, but got to give him props where props are due. You know, game number one, nice Templar. We talk about them looking so good, or we thought they looked so good, but in comp, they haven't been looking that way. For a moment there, it really looked like he was going to be able to lead this series from the first game. Yeah, so GG comes out. That's going to be a win for Papipo. Not a bad effort, though. I'm not sure if that one's really uploadable, though. I have to think on that one. Okay. Next up, looks like we are going to be heading into front range. So he picks it early, and it is going to be his English pick up against Mongols. I mean, do you just go for a council hall rush, maybe? Wait, did they still not add front range to the UI? They didn't. I did bum cow about this. I was like, you don't seem to have front range in there. It still seems to be missing. Okay. I think we're all good. One sec. I'm going to close the door. It's getting a bit chilly. Dude, I'm getting hungry as well. I didn't have, like, after I rushed home, I didn't have enough time for dinner, so I haven't eaten. Maybe I liquid meal. I should probably liquid meal. Need to make Mr. a VIP? I don't even see Misters here. You know what? VIP is reserved for a very important product, like the Gigabyte products. You just guys saw that link, right? Click on it. Remember, we are doing an awareness campaign with Gigabyte. Seriously, if you guys actually want good bang for buck when it comes to frame gen, or the more obvious one for a lot of you guys going to be ray tracing, you should really check out AMD's 90 series GPUs. Gigabyte's got you covered. So click on that link, give it a check in. I think I got too much water in there. Bear with me a sec. I need to make myself a meal. Is that enough? And I've covered myself in powder. Alright. Sorry, guys. Let's get to it. The annoying thing about doing them here. Get bloody powder everywhere. Oh, thank you, Meg. Appreciate it. Not artificially hyping every moment. It's because, like, dude, if the simplest way to explain it to you, and it's a trap that, like, a lot of new casters don't get over the hurdle of. If everything is hype, nothing is hype. Yeah, one of the biggest lessons I can give to new casters is if everything is hype, if everything's a 10, then nothing's a 10. You have to have the ebbs and flows, and we had quite the ebb and flow of game number 1. Puppy Paw leads this best of 5, but Gully Deckle was not far off a victory against the Canadian Prodigy. We hop into the second game. It's going to be on a new front range map, specifically designed for the NA LAN that this is the qualifier for. Gully Deckle takes to the field with the English pick, while Puppy Paw goes for the Mongols. Mongols have been looking pretty solid here. However, I have been wondering about this English pick. Like, in theory, it's pretty powerful here. For those that have not seen this map before, it is a map that does not have much in the way of, say, food. There is only 9 sheep per player. Therefore, you have to figure out where you're getting food from. Are you going to be moving out to deer? Or are you going to have a civ that can easily farm transition? Or maybe a civ that can build manors or cow, right? That's why we've been seeing a lot of Lancaster picks. We've seen a lot of Japanese picks because they get the free farms. And even a few people going English. The interesting thing I like about English is it's not even necessarily about their farms. It's about the tempo. Front range is a very linear map when it comes to attacking, which means the Lombo spam should be quite strong. Let's see if Gully wants to go for it. I think we've seen English twice before here. One of them was a Council Hall build. The other one was an Abbey of Kings. The Abbey of Kings felt really greedy because it was just a 2 TC build, and Puppy Paw is cooking. We have got trade. I like this. We've been seeing a lot of Deerstone, but folks, this is a really good map for trade, courtesy of the location of the trade posts. When you set your silver tree up in the corner, you create a natural wall because you'll go up into the mountains on your side. So it's very hard to raid, and even more so if Gully chooses Lombos, because we said the good thing about Council Hall rushes on this map is the straight route to the enemy base. If you go trade, all of a sudden Gully has to address something completely away from your base, which Lombos are bad at. Interesting. Abbey of Kings, Gully. I don't mind this. I'm going to get worried if I see him go for the stone, though. Yeah, because now that you're up against trade, actually, Horseman's pretty cool. Horseman, Abbey of Kings, a classic English maneuver. One that the good old Mister used to do back in the olden days, back before you actually had the king. Now that you have the king, you just have an ability to keep mobilizing. You never have to come home and heal. And it does kind of fit the theme. Usually when you think about front range, this map is all about pressure and map control. So if you're playing into Horseman and King, you can start playing out to the deer and the boar. You can try to maintain map control, and because you have these food sources, you can then also afford to keep inflating that Horseman count. Puppy Paw. Silver tree now complete. He's He's going to be packing up straight away into the corner. We already have the stables drop. And he has got enough for a pump of double Keshik. He just needs to sort the gold. Keshik opening would make a lot of sense here. Decent to contest into the Horseman. The logic is your opponent's going to try to out-heal you. And Keshik, of course, can heal from fighting. I wonder, with the way that this mountain has spawned, does Puppy Paw maybe need to keep the Silver Tree, like, up a little? Because this tight on the corner, there is actually a risk that the traders will go south. Mainly because this hump is so fat on the north. Now, I'm not trying to fat shame the hump, but it is very, very humpy. That is my official technical term. We just need to have, like, a hump rater. Shout out to Avali. The amount of times where deer spawn in the mountains, he's just trying to think about their livelihood, you know? Good guy Avali is like, every single time I watch maps right now, all the deer die. How are you going to reproduce? So he thought about it. These guys will probably never be found. 2 Dark Age Horseman is really good against English. It can delay the second TC. Yeah, but he's not second TCing. So what happens then? You just wasted a Horseman that you don't want. Like, that's the thing. I think going 2 TC on this map of English is a bait. I actually think it's what gets you killed. Because the boar is just too organic. Like, if this was a map where the boar was split on opposite sides, maybe. But with them being so close together, it means that an aggressive player can keep the food pump going non-stop. Keshiks. Nice initial clash there. Does push him off the final deer. Gully has got 10 sheep, though. Props to him. He played this right. And the trade has already begun. Can confirm trade route is good. Big thumbs up. Yeah, they're actually being obnoxious the wrong way. Well, the right way, but also an annoying way. Because they're actually kind of going a little bit wider on the path than they probably need to. King is going to arrive. Outpost already up from Puppy Paw, though. And double Keshik with Yam. Oh, Gully, no. Dude, you can't lose the King this early. He's going to. Yam makes you quicker. So King goes down. Pre-7. Horrible start for Gully. First King is free, but the reinvestment's going to be expensive. 100 of food and 100 of gold. Well, looks like we are getting commitment to Spear Horseman. It's really weird to see English playing like this, right? A Civ that has Lombos. Lombos being your premium unit, and yet he's completely neglecting it. So Puppy Paw, this is actually perfect for him as well. Keshix is your premium unit, but Archers is the best secondary you can get your hands on. He's going to have all the reasons in the world. I wonder if we're going to be seeing it come through soon. He's gathered the wood necessary. I think he's waiting for confirmation, and the Falcon is going to reveal it. So he does see the racks. He knows it's going to be Spear Horse. Like, actually, with this being... Yeah, with this being Silver Tree, you could just go straight up Keshik. I mean, this is the thing for Puppy Paw. If he goes Archers, it puts him on an all-in commitment timing. But if it backfires, you're going to get counter-raided. But if you just keep scaling Keshiks, the whole idea is it keeps Gully in his base scared. You don't need to kill him. You just need him to not try and kill you. Puppy Paw actually even adding the spears, which will be great against these attempted horseman raids. Gully, 6 horsemen. At the point where you can start having impact against traders. You need to be fast, because reminder, the Silver Tree does produce traders much quicker. Only takes 21 seconds to get these guys out. Gully, wow, he gets scared off it. What? 2 Keshiks to scare this away. So Gully has to return to base. And he's also running out of food fast. Yeah, he's out of sheep. So it's going to be a full farm transition, which is cheap for you, sure. But it's still you taking time to get online, allowing this trade to pay off. Puppy Paw already up to 7. My concern is that Gully is going to be forced into more spears than horsemen, maybe, at this rate. Did he even scout the Silver Tree? I think at this point, he probably suspects it. Because the thing you have to remember is that Gully, he dove in here, and if he paid any attention to his king, he would have seen the villagers didn't have yam. So you don't actually need to scout the silver tree to know that it's silver tree. You just need to find an outpost to know. Because Keshiks always get yam. That's just a default thing, is that cavalry gets yam. But villagers not having it is a giveaway. Gully tries to go hunting, but the blindness is kind of getting to him. Yeah, he lost the scout, right? So this is now pretty awkward on the map. He's trying to intercept the trade. But the spearmen are on the way. Keshiks are getting turned on too. He gets the Khan kill. Gully just returning the blindness. More Keshiks are rotating in here. Gully. He's going to find the first of the traders. We'll look for the kill. Even peels away. Great micro there by Gully. Remember, he can make that better. Every injured horseman not need be a dead horseman. But Gully not paying attention. Okay, that's pretty bad. Like, he started off really well here, peeling away 2 injured horsemen. And then sacks free for no good reason. Like, there was no trader here for him. Spearmen are also going to intercept. That's another one going down. And all because he was distracted. The Keshik were trying to dive into the south side of the base. Worker kills are stacking up. Puppy Paw now making a total 4 to the 1 trader loss. Puppy Paw still at 10 traders. Remember, this is the snowball effect. You start getting more and more resources at the 5, 10, and 15 mark. Getting food and wood alongside gold now. Yeah, this is pretty grim. I think Gully... If he was on point with those horsemen, like, I like the idea of just kind of moving deeper, poking through. It's tricky, though, because you're playing blind. I think Gully not rebuilding the scout hurt him a lot with the potential to just dive deeper. And then just a case of Puppy Paw's distraction on that south side ruining him. Like, look at Puppy's vision. Props to him on this. If you want to play trade, you need to be controlling these outposts. It gives you such an early heads up. So, for example, if you see horsemen here, you can steer spearmen north side and arrive at the same time. It's a complete game changer. Yeah, if you're looking for the new sponsor, !Gigabyte will get you there. Horsemen. I mean, at least they're not going to die, right? They can just keep healing. But Gully's feeling it. He knows. He's seen enough Silver Tree games to know how this one ends. If he doesn't do something to stop it soon, it's just going to be castle and dead. So many Keshiks already as well. 13. And the archer switch. I love the Puppy Paw isn't just straight up rushing the age. Because if you rush the age, it gives an opening. And right now, you have a lot more to lose because you've got a lot more economy. I think, you know, something that's changed in players' thought process. It used to be, I've got better economy, now I want better age. Now it's, I've got better economy, I want to protect better economy. How do I do that? Aging actually exposes me. But adding in more military had to. Gully now marching north side, but there's already spears waiting. Remember, to get these kills, he's going to have to stop moving. That's what Puppy Paw is banking on the horseman. The injured one gets pulled away, but now Puppy Paw tries his own shenanigans. So many traders to have to kill. Yeah, this isn't really the pacing you're looking for. Like, best case scenario, you kill a trader at the pacing it takes to produce one. But you're already up to 14. You're already talking about almost a 20 worker deficit. So actually what Gully needs is an ability to kill more than the production speed. So if you're not killing a trader every 21 seconds, you're definitely losing out. It feels like in this position, he has to kill a trader every 14 seconds. Especially the way the numbers are going. Puppy Paw just extending his lead militarily as well. Spear spam is going to be revealed. Archers springed into action as well. And the spearmen are going to charge forth. Spears also just baited into the horseman. I mean, this is ideal. Puppy Paw just wasting a lot of the horseman's time. And he walks away from the fight. He's like, yep, that's fine. Spear archers, clear the way. The Keshiks get ready for a dive. And there's just really nothing left to keep them at bay. Gully was looking for a Lombo switchover, but I don't think he's got time for that. It's 16 Keshik now. And they're diving towards the farms. On both sides of the base. This is going to be a full idle out. Gully Deckle with the triple farm cluster. Not going to be able to work it. And not going to be able to hide, guys. That TC is full. The Keshiks are in. There's no textiles. And nothing left to hold Poppy Paw back. Yeah, guys getting ready to tech while diving the base. Need I say more? There's a simple GG. And a march towards victory. A best of 5 where Poppy Paw is 1 away from making finals. Yeah. Cute idea with the English, but I didn't really see the moment where he was able to be the aggressor. Just a good read by Poppy Paw. I like it as well. Like, he managed to mirror the aggression while putting his opponent in a position where he had to be the one attacking. You know, normally where it goes wrong against English is when you have to attack them. But trade's just going to scale so quickly. I mean, even if you've gone 2 TC, I don't think you're going to do better than the scale of trade on that map. But next up, we're heading into Rockies, aka Coastal Cliff. It's going to be Shushi versus Roos, which we've seen before today. It didn't work well for Shushi in that game. That was Ezra versus... I've forgotten his name now. Yeah, it wasn't a great outcome for Shushi. But different players. Maybe he can make this work. Should have just gone council and pressure food. Yeah. Well, it's also the trade doesn't matter because if you get the Lombos in position on the south side, you just block the silver tree. You don't block the trade route, right? What's he going to then do? Trade south side? Well, if you've got map controls English, you're playing your eco south side anyway, so you're in position to do things like an outpost blocker or a wall. Also, Faye, why not play? Could have been casting you right now. Shameful display. I am disappointed. By the way, guys, after this one, we'll hop across to Voldemar versus Magic. Sushi OP? I wouldn't write Roos off that easily. So I'm just like double checking some stuff because some crazy things have been happening in Dota 2. A team announced that their roster was pulling out of the international, which it makes no sense. It's like if an Age of Empires player like qualified for Red Bull Wallow and then said they weren't going to play. It just doesn't make sense. So yeah, everyone's like dramaing over that because no one knows what the hell exactly has happened. Is it the org's fault? Is it the player's fault, etc.? Sorry, I just need to send something to someone as well. Well, I've got a sec. Battle of Pro Scout Civs? Yeah, the opening is like sometimes a bit lame. Although this one's more engaging than when you watch China versus Shushi because like one player will try to attack the other. With China and Shushi, your openings are so similar that most of the time there's no point. At least from the games we've been seeing. Yeah, sorry, I'm just like tracking the news around the esports Nations Cup thing. Apparently, the rumor is that there's going to be 15 different games present and over 1,000 participants. Bit wild. All right. Do we have... Let me flip that. It's time to answer the question you don't want answered. Which Civ is the best at pro scouting? Welcome back. No. I know someone's going to say China, but welcome back to a situation that realistically is going to happen. Sushi and Roos, 2 picks that actually make it through in competitive age on Pass 4. And we are going to be on a version of Coastal Cliffs to see which is better. Yeah, Pro Scout should be the prerogative. Most of the time when we see these 2 civs, both of them rush towards it. I'm curious to actually see which player might try to aggro, because one thing that's quite interesting about watching this compared to China versus Xuxi is they do have differences to a high enough degree that normally you will see different openings, like one player, for example, being aggressive. I would normally expect it to be probably Xuxi with a Horseman beginning, because Roos actually do compete with the timing of Xuxi's Pro Scouts well. While Xuxi will get Pro Scouts itself quicker, Roos will get more Scouts faster. That's the balance, that's the trade-off. So just paying out. Let's get ready for predictions for game at number 3. It's just been a tricky one for Gully so far. I mean, it's not that he's played bad necessarily as much as Puppy Paw's just played clean. You know, if I had to choose the difference between the two, it's clearly that Puppy Paw must have one of those new AMD 9070 XT GPUs from Gigabyte that has given him the extra frame rate to beat Gully Deckle. So the lesson here, guys, is if you want to beat Puppy Paw, you need to go across to our sponsor Gigabyte and buy 2 9070 XTs and the motherboard. And then you just win by default. Anyone remember those days of RTS? Does anyone have that experience? I still remember Red Alert 2 for that stuff, playing 2v2s, and it being a stalemate. Neither side could win because you had infinite pop. And then you just get to the point where you would crash your opponent's PCs by sending all the units in. Now, I grew up poor, so I was always the guy getting crashed. Technically, I can convince myself it was a draw. What is not going to be a draw is the sheep. This is a big part about why I rate Roos highly on this map. It's thin enough that 2 Scout is very powerful. And you're seeing the result of it on the sheep. 19 sheep to 8. And Puppy Paw, he is going to go for the deer shove. Deer shoving has been heavily nerfed. This is a big part of why Roos has fallen off hard. But if you've got nothing else to do, which he really doesn't, you might as well get them a little bit closer to your base. Yeah, reminder, it takes 2 to 3 times longer than it used to shove a deer. It's just not really feasible anymore. If Gully's not looking, why not? Gully, interesting one. Gets the 25 gold, 5 wood, and then ends up getting, what does that end up being, 54 food? Actually, no, more than that, 60. All right, that's pretty respectable, actually. The food's going to be handy for the initial pump, especially when getting those scout numbers up. And now, they didn't delete the water on this map. What clearly happened is that they froze it. This is the Ice Age. Yeah, rumor has it, if you look on the other side of this wall, you might find undead. You also might find wildlings. Nice lane there. Gully just tries to intercept it, but he did at least push them from, what, here? So he's definitely going to save a little bit of time. First scout's already been queued up. Gully will be mirroring the timing. Of course, remember, with supervision, he'll be much quicker. So 26 seconds versus the 59. But the problem now for Gully is he has a grand total of 0 scouts. Well, he's got the 1, right? But he's got no additional. While Puppy Paw already has +2. He can easily afford to go more. The interesting thing is the focus on stables, maybe here? No, stables, archery range. I mean, I think that's where he's going. So maybe just trying to play Interceptor. Archery kind of surprises me, though. Like, I'd expect probably racks. But, like, you would be expecting him to just queue up additional out of the hunting cabin. By the way, quite different here. We only got a single hunting cabin in this build. We're used to seeing double. And there we go. It's going to be racks. Yeah, like, archery is nice, but the problem with doing archery here is you know your opponent needs to go to stables. So if you put archery, you're countering yourself. Still a little bit surprised that Poppy Paw stops at just 3 scouts, though. It's just free real estate, guys. You can just queue them up here. First 3 deer on the way home. So what this tells us is that Poppy Paw really believes that he can block 1 deer stack of gullies. Because he's playing lean instead of all in for the deer. What I mean by that is the way that you're seeing him open this is very similar to the way French play, for example. French is Civ that naturally believes it will have map control, and therefore doesn't need to rush pro scouts. Instead, they find more value in blocking your plays. And it's going to be Archer Spear. Yeah, so quite a lot of commitment, and makes sense. Gully's already gone into the Chug. 1-1-1 coming. Exactly what we were kind of expecting to see here. I do wonder if Poppy Paw is going to be going Knights as well. There is an argument for just sticking Rat's archer range and just trying to tech up. Still, the way this is now going to play, if you do forgo the Knights, you might struggle to get the second deer pack. It's just an issue of timing. Like, actually, transitioning 3 unit types is much quicker for Shushi due to the production supervision. Whereas for Roos, if you're going to do Knights, often it feels best to do Knights first, because the Knights take a very long time to produce. And yeah, Marine Lord has confidently decided to just wait until the last qualifier to play. He's busy smoking a crap right now. He ain't got time for this. Yeah, it's like, it is kind of cocky to be like, yo, I only need the 1. I kind of need Magic to fail twice now in the qualifiers, so that we can get the smug look ripped away from his face. So who's in a better position here? Because Poppy Paw has now had to go to the stables, but it's for horsemen. There's already spears as well. This is why we're talking about like Knights would be the ideal, but when Poppy Paw is forced to do it this late, you don't have the time to wait for Knights. He is on the clock, right? His deer is getting blocked out. If you 50-50 split, it's already really good for Shushi due to the supervision. But if you end up 75-25ing, you're in dire territory. The interesting thing is if you 50-50, actually, the cool thing for Roos is because of the deer spawns on the high trade house, they do eventually just get the benefit over Shushi. But it takes time. Stilled Arrow priority. That's ballsy from Poppy Paw. Considering he just saw his up against Chug, I would have expected Undermesh instead. No, he chooses raw DPS. Even when outnumbered. Scout is going to be able to sneak in. Poppy Paw just choosing to intercept reinforcements. Only thing you really can do right now. Oof, not the greatest micro there. Should have Kremlin the ball. All right, backseat Faye. When you sign up for tomorrow's qualifier, I'm gonna have to see this ball play. Archers. Now trying to contest. Skilled Arrow is still not there though. I mean, even with it, Chug trade really well into you. And Skilled Arrow Gully, he's just a few seconds away. 20 out actually. Chug would have benefited a lot from that sooner. The Spearman, there's still one alive, so Poppy Paw will not be able to stay here. The Spearman should be able to scare this away. Both armies reduced, but look at the economy for Gully. He's ready to rock and roll. Chug will at least get cleared up, sure, but he's made off with the goods. The deer get dragged home. Gully very happy with the way this has played out. Mount Lu Academy now triggered. Poppy Paw can maybe at least stop the deer getting all the way back to base, but Grim Tidings, you're just being beaten on the timing here. My trade house now on the way. What does Poppy Paw look to do here? You've got to be expecting Knights, right? So maybe you just hunker down and play crossbows. The problem with doing that is both of these civs thrive off of relics. So it's a contested point. which means you have to come out. Dare I say spear crossbow? Spear crossbow is pretty interesting because your opponent is likely thinking Chug plus knights. So it does make you pretty cost efficient as Roos. Gully was thinking about this crossbows. The time being, we'll just stick to the knights. He keeps changing his mind. I think he needs to change the control groups. It looks like he's got archery range and stables selected together. Because he keeps queuing up crossbows and having to cancel them. Bit of a whoopsie. Gully felt like he was so close to threading the needle and beating Puppy Paw in game 1. Could he find the edge necessary here in game 3? Horse archers from Puppy Paw. Spears as well. An interesting composition considering if Gully realizes what's happening, Chug and Nu kill everything. Now he needs to get that info though. He's going to start moving towards the enemy base. I mean, Lancers should reveal it quite quickly. Snatches one the deer away, is not giving him anything. The interesting thought here, actually, is Gully has a very wallable spawn. If he walls himself in, Horse Archers can't raid. And that's when the Chug and Nu really become threatening. Because Chug and Nu Lancer can just send it. But once again, it comes down to whether he's going to scout it quick enough. And Puppy Paw has been intentionally hiding that detail so far. Horse archers are about to be revealed, though, and there it is. Info gained. Gully queues up the Chug. And I think you're happy with that. Yeah, you lose, what, one Lancer to reveal that play? Maybe a scout as well. Now, Gully, because you're playing China, Shushi, this is the cool thing. You can supervise to get the veterancy, and then look at the speed on this. Every 4 seconds, he'll get a Chug out. Yeah, he got regional inspection. Doubles the supervision speed. So this gives him a quick pivot. Relic's now being picked up. Gully's going to be the first one to strike there. Knights will have to back off. But reminder, with this Chug and Nu timing, every 4 seconds, he can get the answer in less than a minute to what Puppy Paw's doing. It's a balance so far between Lance and Chug. I think maybe Gully might want to consider walling this backside. This is going to become an exposure point. Same with this tree line here, actually. It's not too bad if you limit yourself to this exposure. Because then Chug can just play forward. And Puppy Paw? You guys want to guess the number? It was not great. 80 gold exactly. Yeah, so 1 relic. It's not too bad. And there's the walls we've been waiting for, so they are coming in. What was Puppy Paw thinking? Did he just think that Gully was going to only commit Lancers? Like, I think for Puppy Paw, the goal here originally was to get enough Horse Archers together, and by the time it's revealed, it doesn't matter. I don't think he hit that count, though. Relic's now being picked up by Puppy Paw as well, but I see a way in which Gully could easily get 3 relics. Which I think you're happy with here. You know, 3 is the perfect number for Pagoda play down the line as well. And just such a good spawn for Gully at this stage as well. Second Gold Vein is going to be out here where he wants to eventually wall. The Boar as well. Like, this is a really, really good spawn for Shushi. Early on, maybe a bit shaky in some ways, but overall, yeah, I think he won the spawn game. Feel better about Fort. You're that guy who clears all your debt at the gambling table and then puts it all in green, aren't you? I'm calling you out. Gully stepping up the Chug quite early. I think he wants to fight before they get Boy's Fortitude. He's bodying quite a lot of these Horse Archers, actually. If he can just get the next wave here, it's big. Instead, it looks like he might have to sack them. Head just walks away. Starting to turn into a bit of an ugly fight, actually, guys. Puppy Paw, this is exactly what he wants. Yeah, Gully, he was trying to contest that relic. It did work out. He got it. Now some breathing room for Puppy Paw to push with. Gully's number's a little bit low. Horse Archers They've already got the ranged armor too. He's got Boyer's Fortitude on the way. This is the scary point that I think Gully was worried about. Yeah, the lead is just getting kind of crazy. I mean, you see it in chat from Recon. This unit is so strong. It really is, and it's why most Roost players have not innovated beyond this, because they got away with it for so long. And what gets scarier, think about the implications of Chuk versus Horse Archer. If the Chuk count is big enough, it is the answer. But now, Puppy Paw's going to chase into you. If he comes close into melee range, the Warrior Monks can trigger the armor. Now that's very important. Free ranged armor on Horse Archers plus the 25 extra health, you're barely registering in the fight. Like, I don't like Gully's position. And I like this switch at least. Like, Horseman is the correct call. But Puppy Paw is reading it perfectly. Because the moment you've queued up Horseman, he's getting ready for Knights. Damn. Gully. I think he just got baited into trickling troops, man. Like, when we looked at the raw count, you could see how Chu could win the fight. But it's deceptive. One of the big value points of Horse Archers at the beginning of Castle, as you know, as soon as you produce that unit, within a matter of moments, it can be present in the engagement. Whereas Chuk are the absolute opposite. And the Horseman now revealed. Yeah, he sees at the count of 1. And Puppy Paw just starts queuing up more Knights. Gully will just A-click into it. And Puppy Paw doesn't give a damn. We talked about the confidence. You can see it when he's just willing to stand his ground against Chuk like this. Horsemen start to show up, so he does freak out a bit. The double Sacred Sight now locked in. 4 secure. From the arrival of Knights, Gully's state of play becomes more fragile. Chuk seem underwhelming compared to when he used to play. What changed? Oh, I don't think too much, really. I'm trying to think if they did change anything since you last played. No, not really. I think the challenge here is a Horse Archer lob. Like, if you're looking at the top bar instead of looking at the fight, it looks like Horse Archer's OP. But when you look at the fight, you realize just how many more Horse Archers there were. Especially in that big critical fight earlier. This is at least a bit better for Gully. But the problem with this composition, this matchup, is anytime it's bad for Puppy Paw, he can back away. Anytime it's good, Gully dies on the retreat. And that's exactly what's happening here. This Knight is taking a millennia to kill. The Warrior Monk comes in as well. He moves in, and there it is! The armor! Gully gets baited into the killing blow. It's the +2, +1. An extra free damage exchange in favor of Puppy Paw. And a 3-0 victory to lock in. Yeah, I don't know, man. Chuk. Gully had the idea. He just never managed to get the mass he looked for. Farms now coming in is pretty much the killing blow. Like, you're not going to get away with this. Whereas Nest of Bees? The problem with Nest of Bees is you're anchoring, but you're not controlling. Like, Sacred Sight's got locked in, Relic Game, etc. Like, there's a lot of reasons why you didn't want knobs. Nest of Bees are really hard to make work unless you already wall the map. Puppy Paw. Now just going to chase them through. Like, you will very rarely see people, unless they have Clock Tower, rush into Nest of Bees anymore. Even then, that's fallen off. Like, knobs are not the true powerhouse they once were. They are strong with time, but they require a specific counterplay into archers, right? And you'd think that's good because Horse Archers, but the problem is they just kite very well. They're so fast. Yeah, at this point, he's just looking for the squishy target. He's found it. Gully, the farm's getting idled out. This is over. So 3-0 victory for Puppy Paw will park him in Grand Finals for the qualifying slot, which will put him up against either Myriad or Lash. Yeah, which, I mean, no offense to Gully, like, Myriad or Lash are going to be a bigger competitor to them right now. I mean, Gully has been improving. It's just not there yet. Expected victor emerges. I am a bit disappointed that Gully has got aim assist and loses, though. All right, guys. We're going to be switching over to the other bracket now for Voldemar versus Magic. It would be nice if I could find their draft, though. God damn it. Where is their draft? Is this live? Yes, this was live. It's that Gully basically hopped in here after he got spanked. He came here to go, Dad, he hit me. And I'm like, you know what? You probably deserved it. Whoa. Okay, anyway, let's get ready for Magic versus Voldemar. Just checking with the Rising Empires people to see if there is maybe... Wait, is Draxos still here? Is there a channel I can't see on the Rising Empires Discord where drafts are being dropped? Because I can't see Voldemar and Magic's draft. Oh, boom! Perfect time. See, we're not in game. You don't have to worry about anything else. Go click somewhere else. You need to click on that link. Reminder, guys, we are working with Gigabyte for the next few days. Click on the link. It helps us immensely get these type of sponsors to keep coming back. They're running an awareness campaign right now about the new Gigabyte AMD GPU and motherboards. I run one of those motherboards, the X870. You can have the exact same motherboard I have. It's a sexy beast sitting in there looking sleek. Go check it out. Big shout out to them for sponsoring the channel. Reminder, it is absolutely free to do, having a look at those. Also, if you are in the market purchasing right now, Gigabyte has got a game bundle deal where you can get your hands on a bunch of games for free. That does include Alters, which looks like a really fun game. I need to get around to that, as well as the upcoming Metal Gear Solid. And thank you for the draft. So that is Civ draft. Do you have map draft as well? All right, we're going to fast track through game 1 so that we can get in live to game 2, okay? Oh, yeah, you're right, actually. The drafts might be in... Well, I don't know. Like, sometimes with Start GGs, I feel like people don't drop them there. No, the draft hasn't been dropped there. Another Metal Gear Solid game? Yeah, they're remaking... is it Snake Eater? Metal Gear Solid 3? Alright, guys. So we're going to speed through on G1 just because I want to get into the live one. So opening game, Delhi versus Ottoman. I love this matchup. This is actually like one of my favorite matchups to watch because I think it's high skill execution and very feudal focused. If you pressure with Sipahi. Voldemar, it's going to be opening with the military school beginning. Not a good spawn for it. Yeah, Magic got double free source back. He's got to be so happy about this. Voldemar, by the way, should technically be the favored player between these two, due to Magic's lack of presence in Age of Empires 4 of late. And also, Voldemar's been having a really good time. The KPMM, he was almost able to bring down Numidan. Numidan, who also, in the same week, I believe it was, almost beat Wham. Yeah, 3-2, 3-2 series. So definitely don't sleep on the Dane here. Demon Faith's going to be coming through. We'll slow it down a little bit when we get into the feudal age. Minaret Madrissa, pretty standard here. So nothing out of the ordinary. Looking at the deer spawns. Gonna be pretty nice actually for Delhi. He got a really good solid back. Like overall, a lot of things that Magic got here feel like a win. Triple gold back for later in the game. Berries in the corner. Deer behind a tree line that you can wall. Starting resources behind your base. Wait a second. Alright, we need to check out some Marine Lord games recently. Now that Magic's back, has he stolen his mojo? This is not a Marine Lord spawn. This is a Magic spawn. Oh my god. So other side of this, we have got Sipahi now bringing being brought into the picture. This is pretty much what I was expecting. Like, Sapahi versus Ghazi is really interesting, actually. You'd think that Ghazi are favored. They're favored at running away. That's kind of it. Sapahi are brutal, guys. Sapahi may cost more than Ghazi, 160 versus the 140, but they are wholly worth the 20 extra resources. You get 20 more HP. You get this variant ability to attack them with increased attack speed if they start losing. But the most important thing is after a bit of scaling, you get into the meta. And the meta is the game changer. If this turns into a cav-cav spam, Ottomans are heavily favored because of that 2 melee armor. So Magic Delhi versus Wham Japan. You should have watched Magic Delhi versus Wham Ayabid. That was a mind-boggler from the other day. That one will probably eventually make it onto the YouTube side under the title Wham has a new mistress and it's a camel. Okay, so Magic now moving out for the Sacred Site control. Spawn's pretty balanced. There's nothing too crazy here. Voldemar's just going to slow it down a bit. He already went double military school really early, by the way. Yeah, I've been seeing a bit of growing popularity with this. I think it's nice for a very long feudal, though. You know what my favorite thing, actually, now that I think about Ottoman Delhi over the last year is? The amount of times where when Ottomans are technically favored very slightly if you execute perfectly. And then every time I'd watch Delhi win. In fact, the best example we had, you guys remember that beastie Wham game where Wham almost beat him with the Ottomans, but it kind of unraveled towards the end? It's crazy as well because the reason it unraveled is Wham missed one single raid that lost him, I think, 5 or 6 workers and put Delhi ahead. And if it wasn't for that detail, Ottomans would have won. They are a scary feudal civ. Lash coming in. Voldemar, good pressure. Pushes Magic off of the timing, actually. Didn't get the central Sacred Site. And loses the Scholar on the north. Voldemar has denied all Sacred Sites. And he's even sniping Spearman with Sapahi. They're just so tanky. And here's the thing. If you chase too hard with Ghazi now, Voldemar can just turn around and stab you back. He can hit you harder. Great start to this game for Voldy. And the clock kind of starts ticking on Magic now, doesn't it? Because the problem is you've now got no eco upside other than your berry gathering rate, which is good. But Madrissa kind of does the same. Meanwhile, the longer this now scales in feudal, the more advantages Ottomans get. They've already got Anatolian hills. Next up could be imams to heal all the injured. Could even be a military campus to get more production. Voldy has a habit of overcommitting to feudal. This doesn't feel like an overcommitment to me, though. Against Delhi? Like, is there such a thing as overcommitting to feudal with Sapahi? Because think about what he's just done. What is the go-to constant win condition of Delhi? Sacred Sites. It's not always about the clock, it's about the gold. Like, he's played this exactly how I want to see an Ottoman player play this. Now, Magic does have a ridiculous spawn. So this fallback detail is very important. Voldemar's already looking to pressure it. He would have scouted it, so he knows just how good it is. Magic, I mean, if he gets pushed off here, he does have a lot of sheep still in his base. The Sapahi, though, you've got to be so careful with these things. The extra melee range makes it very easy to stab over a wall. And Voldemar, adding in archers as well. Magic has split the army, by the way. He could actually get munched pretty easily here. Voldemar, he's got the metas at the ready, and he's also got a wave of spearmen to deal with the Ghazi. Is that a bug stabbing through the wall? No, it's always been a thing in Age of Empires 4. They kind of adjusted it to make it harder. But Sapahi have more melee range than most units, so they're still a lot better at doing it. 0.75 compared to the normal 0.29. Right? So for that reason, Sapahi, more than most units in melee, will get those kills. Now the charge forward. He can't get that sacred. Spearman Wave's going to arrive, but look at Voldemar's. Yeah, with the meta, this is scary. He's going to be on attack speed. Guys, the way you choose melee over attack speed here is, will he fight me? If he's going to fight me, melee can be worth it. If I'm outnumbered, melee's worth it. But when you have numerical advantage, you just want raw DPS. And we're going to have to get Magic some raw GPS because then you need a map to find his way to victory here. This looks like a flood. Scholars being sniped. Love this. This is the thing that just makes Ottoman so good for the feudal commitment. It's not just the healer, boys. It's the Spear-Sipahi combo. The Spear's front line and the Sipahi attack from behind. It makes it impossible for you to counter the cavalry with Magic's comp. Yeah, I don't think Magic is going to pull him out of this one. I think Heresy would be required. You'd have to make a deal with a Chaos God to get out of this problem. You know what, guys? This wouldn't be a problem if Magic just fast-forwarded to the DLC and picked the new dynasty and built the Raider Elephants. Just food for thought. I wonder how broken those are going to be. Actually, probably not that broken, because I think if I remember from the footage, they don't have a spearman on top. Which is a big part of actually why War Elephants are so ridiculous. Yeah, but something tells me we won't be seeing War Elephants here. I like what Magic's thinking. You know, direct fight is not going to work. I need a raid. Problem is he's running out of food fast. He's got the deer back here. I do think that Voldemar could dive. The meta. Stick on some rage armor. Go for the party. Magic is trying to steer into archers now. The Lun's going to start getting harassed. Sipahi are sneaking in towards the gold, and Magic has not got textiles and also has not pulled away. So Sipahi will find 2 worker kills. And he's going to be knocking on the north side. This is so uncomfortable, man. There's nothing that Magic can cover on this tree line. The villages, though! Oh my god, Magic, what a hit back! The Ghazi! They caught him! But Voldemar now knows the Ghazi are not defending home. He looks to commit. Sipahi waiting on the south side might catch the tree workers. Spearman trying to come out to deal with the Ghazi. TC difficult for Magic to dive right now. Not so much for Voldemar, though. He goes in. The archers. What the hell is that? They want that spear kill, apparently. Ranged armor's been activated. Sipahi will pull back, and there it is again. It's just always the same thing. Spears take over, Sipahi clear. If Magic had archers, he would immediately be killing the spearman every time. But he just doesn't have the count. Voldemar, with unlimited stabby sticks, is going to clear the wing con. Yeah, despite the raid efforts and Magic taking the worker lead, it's now that he's going to fall victim. The aftermath effect is what matters most. The Ghazi are coming home, but by the time they'll get here, there'll barely be an army that exists. The Scholars have done their best to try and heal him through. But even these little puppies are going to be brought to heal. And you know what makes it worse? Magic's going to realize that afterwards. Do you guys see what was the maybe clearest way to potentially win? The Imams. He never sniped the Imam the entire time. Magic had archers. He had a TC with 15 garrison inside. And those Imams never died throughout the entire fight. Game 1 goes to the Dane. I tell you guys, I love Ottomans into Delhi. If you target the heal and meta, you could probably have held. Like, the meta's a bit harder because the ranged armor, but definitely the lack of kills in the Imams kind of shocked me. It's just easy to forget in those moments, I guess. You see a giant ball of glowing and just don't think more of it. But hopping into game 2 now. Early lead developing for Voldemar. As he goes 1-up on Dry Arabia. We are going into basically Coastal Cliffs next. That was Otto versus Delhi. All right, still got some catching up to do, so we'll speed through a bit of the early game. Working overtime, a late Saturday stream. Oh, yes. Enjoy it, soaking it. A lot of people are like, hey, I didn't know this is happening. Well, that's why you got to make sure you got notifications turned on, big boy. All right, let's get ready to go. You're seeing that correctly. The kid is slaying the Age of Myth god. We hop into game number 2 for the qualifier set of the NA LAN, where Voldemar is already leading against one of the fan favorites. It's Magic's return to Age of Empires 4. And if this keeps up, it's going to be short-lived because he is 1-0 down. We'll go 2x speed just for the other game here. Voldemar with the Shushi pick up against the Malians. Mali on this map is really good, by the way. This is essentially Coastal Cliffs. It's a variant version called Rockies, which was made for the NA LAN specifically. But it is Coastal Cliffs. And Coastal Cliffs has been a really good map for Malians in the past. We're on the 2x speed just to catch up a little bit to the live. I do dig Mali most of the time here. But this feels like it's going to be a pro scout push on each, right? Shushi has been another reliable pick. If I had to list the civs that I think have come out most frequently here in the last several months, Shushi and Malians is probably top 1, top 2. Byzantines has also been creeping up the rankings. And I gotta say, Byzantines actually in particular have been looking really good. To my surprise when they come out here. Still, we'll see what Voldemar wants to do. He's going, ooh, oh, ha, oh, oh. That was a manly noise. Is that the best meditation garden we've seen all year on this map? Oh my god, that is ridiculous. Yo. 8 berries, 2 gold, 25 wood. Holy crap, that's ridiculous. So that ends up being probably about 120 resource meditation garden on Coastal Cliffs, which feels almost unheard of. Oh, damn. He's styling. Mansa Quarry coming the other side. So now that we've arrived in the feudal, we can slow this down a little bit. Does Magic even know just how ridiculous that spawn was? I mean, he scouted the area, but maybe doesn't even know the medi's been dropped there. That is ridiculous. And do you need the main civs to play the new DLC? Yes, you need the base game. I can't believe this meditation garden. Oh my god, guys, we're fulfilling the prophecy. Reminder, we are theory crafting. Magic. Think about this. If he loses this series, and let's say he somehow loses tomorrow as well, that would mean he'd be in the final qualifier. And by the way, the final qualifier is the only one that Marine Lord has signed up for. The prophecy could unravel. You need it for the drama. Magic is going to be up in the spears. It looks like we actually do not have a Pro Scouts build. No. Okay, now that is very interesting. Voldemar's going to get an accelerated time and courtesy of that great meditation garden. So what? Is Magic going to try to block the deer? Because it's all 4 spawn deer. For his side anyway. So very difficult to do, actually, while protecting your base. Oh, do you need to own Byzantines in order to play Macedonian? No. They are separate civs, right? Like, so you should be fine. But you will need base Age of Empires 4, i.e. the original version that had English, French, etc. So as long as you have that, and then you buy the DLC of whatever civ you want, you should be fine. I can't believe I'm saying this as well, because like I actually don't enjoy Delhi. But I'm kind of looking forward to the Delhi variant the most from the DLC. Springled elephants, man. Like, why not? In actuality, I'll probably end up enjoying the Sengoku Daimyo the most. Or is it Dynasty? I think they call them Sengoku Dynasty. I'm also a super excited nerd about that period of Japanese history. It's one of my favorites. I played a lot of Samurai Warrior games as a kid. If you've not had the pleasure of Samurai Warrior games, you've missed out. And if you played Dynasty Warrior games, you're familiar with the concept. It's just in Japan instead. Okay, so Magic is just playing full commitment to intercept. We've got Donzo's... We've also got Musafadi to block Palace Guard in Feudal Age. This is crazy. And now the follow-up into Chug. But the javelins are already there. The tricky part for Magic is he's trying to block the back deer, which is the hardest to do. Yeah, now splitting between the two. But Voldemar's still just creeping in, actually getting goodies. I just love the way Magic is giving no breathing room in this game at all. Like, you know, getting into this, I was kind of expecting a little bit of aggro from Marlians, but an idea of Pro Scouts. That just hasn't happened. Chug massing is interesting here. Does Magic not realize it? It kind of looks like it, right? Like, the javelin scaling has been slow. He overcommitted into Donzos. Was he expecting Horsemen? I mean, it makes sense. Voldemar, when you go Pro Scouts, you inherently have a stables to do Horsemen. But completely resists it. I'm getting a bit concerned that Voldemar is actually going to get the deer too fast here. He's at 5 scouts. He's moving deeper now. This meditation gun, by the way, has just been ridiculous. Like, this resource gain has mattered. In a way, Magic's idea of pushing the back deer was quite smart because it means he kept disturbing the piece to slow that down. And then my big concern is, like, if you bait Magic to now invest too much into Donzo Javs, one of them's going to keep their value into castle, the other's going to lose it, right? Boldy is going to be a commitment to the cavalry, so... The worrisome part, though, is that Magic's lost most of the spears at this stage. A reminder, like, Voldemar should have, to a certain degree, an edge in terms of how they conflict each other, or contest each other, because Magic has to come to Voldemar, because of the Pro Scouts. Nice chase here, Horseman. Just dive on in. Got the one Donzo to try and address, but not going to work. And actually gets aggroed onto the Palace Guard. Great little micro there. Voldemar able to dive deeper. Scares him off. Palace Guard now taking over a bit. And Magic, he didn't reinvest in the Musafadi, so this is going to catch him off guard. Which continues. Voldemar just essentially carpeting his way down the mid. Magic, I mean, it doesn't get more defensive than this, does it? Forward pit mine actually makes it worse, guys, because if you don't keep coming out, Voldemar now has something to burn. I'm impressed. You know, Voldemar, there's some talk about him, like, overcommitting Game 1 to Feudal Age. I mean, you're kind of seeing a same situation here, but I don't feel like there's a clear overcommit, if that makes sense. I think you can make this work. Because the cool thing is, like, playing along Feudal here and scaling Palace Guard is pretty nice until you see Musafadi. And if you don't see Musafadi, when you go castle, you're going to have an army already upgraded. Right? It's a high five and a win-win. And if you're wondering, like, why is Magic not just building Musafadi? He's more worried about the Horseman Chug than the PG right now. But he's going to learn the hard way. The Palace Guard are our problem. Yeah, look at Voldemar's macro. He's starting to save up. Power Pro Scouts, man. I mean, we haven't even got Magic playing onto deer. He's not really that competitive in raids. You can talk about the cow and the rate at which you eat that, but remember, he has to keep buying those cow. Whereas Voldemar, with Pro Scouts, survival techniques, and the supervision, more than happy with the outcome here. I mean, it's almost double the food income. And now it's time. Mount Lu Academy on the way for Voldemar. Going to back up. Magic might be getting a bit suspicious that it's happening because of that. This looks pretty rough. A reminder, the biggest threat for Magic is going to be this Palace Guard. And he's getting into the cows now, so he was thinking about his Fulani. I mean, he's padding himself, right? Like, he needs this backup plan because this is now suspicious. When you look at that fight, on paper, it really didn't look like that bad of a fight for Voldemar to have to take. The fact that he retreated entirely doesn't read right here. Like, something else is clearly going on. Magic. He knows he needs to do something, but look at the veterancy. It's already there. The pass guard, they can go chasing. Like, there's no fear now. You do nothing to these guys. Look at it. Full Donzo commitment, and watch that one health bar barely move. This is brutal. He A-clicks into it. Voldemar happy with the outcome because the Chuganu even are just training against frontline Donzo. He knows, sure, the repeater crossbows are dead, but it's all about the pass guard flood. Lancers alongside it as well. And we've got this ridiculous ability. Regional inspection is going to allow him to just vomit out a castle army. Magic now pivoting to Musafadi. Problem is, it's not just the pass guard. This is kind of my concern. It's like Donzos would have kept him on the straight and narrow to what he needs eventually. But if you go Donzos, you just lose the men-at-arms. If he was Castle Age with the Fulani, like actually Donzos could contest Lances. But that's a very big if. Voldemar. Even now prepping for relics behind this. Javelins just dive on in to try and get rid of the remaining Chug. Pals guard are just going to commit. Musafadi wave is starting to build for Magic, but he's still not ready for the Fulani timing. The first Lances are now in. Chaos getting ready to unfold here. Magic is going to need to find a way of leveling up fast because Voldemar is looking on another level between these two. Yeah, I mean, he's holding on by a thread at this stage. The cows aren't really expanding quick enough, not to mention the save up that's required. You know, you've got no army and you now need to commit into castle. While Voldemar is getting ready to commit underneath that town center. Yeah, like this is scary right now because if you do go for an age up, you're going to get idle doing it. You'll just die to Lancers. So now you have to fully commit back into the melee, which allows Voldemar to scale a lead off of the relics. He's going to keep diving like this as well. The best thing that Magic can try to do is scare him away to get up to, like, you know, 10 Muso, 10 Donzos, and then look for the tech. The good news about that concept and why it could work is Voldemar didn't continue to scale Chug, even though he had him by the long curlies. Magic. Well, credit to him, actually. He didn't have to go for the 10-10. How much gold has he got here as well? Down to 2k. So one problem here is if you were considering Sofa Flood to kind of defend you, you're not going to have a lot of gold to do so. And you probably do want Sofa here because if it is going to be chugging from Voldemar, like, Sofa's your best friend. Probably your only friend, actually, against that. Oh no, dude, the timing! Magic! Voldemar! Slows down, but not long enough for Magic to catch up. A few Chug diving, that's something you can at least kite. The TC should be able to clear the way of that eventually, but the villagers, even the pass guard now starting to show up on the tree line. And the Lancers are going to dive over. Yeah, it might be that Magic can sneak the tech up now while this is happening. But it's definitely going to start costing him. Voldemar not even paying attention to the Muso. He goes under the gold. Magic, he didn't pull away. Shivs come out. Lancers get a nice little whittle away at the village account there. New wave of pass guard arriving. I think Voldemar just wants to kind of ignore the Muso and address the workers where possible. And that's definitely a misclick. Clicks on the racks. Tech up complete. But I am a bit concerned that Voldemar didn't continue scaling Chug here. It's weird because part of you doesn't want to. If you know your opponent's teching up, you're suspecting him of going Sofa. Still, despite being pushed out of the base, we have to look at what he's got out of this. It's a 10 worker lead and a 5 relic game. This is good enough. This is the type of lead you need with Shushi. He'll start to worry about farms, but not in a rush. He's got berries, he's got boar, he's got back berries here as well. Not to mention the fact there's still remaining deer to pick up. dominant series so far by Voldemar. Magic's just stuck on Mass Musafadi. And Voldemar's starting to realize it. Yeah, he's queuing up the veterancy for Chug. That was the thing that's been missing up until now. So he's convinced. I think before this, he was paranoid about Javelins remaining alive, or maybe an Archer switch. Or most importantly, actually, the most obvious one is Sofo that we talked about. I think Magic's concept here is like, if he goes for Sofa, he's so far behind on heavy cav, he'll just lose. Muso are just going to lose anyway. It's just not a desirable fight. Where are the Donzos, actually? Oh, come on. I mean, I guess... Yeah, if a raid comes in, you feel good about having them here, but you needed everyone, all hands on deck. Voldemar just resumes that push in, gets the Pitmine kill. I imagine Voldy is probably safe from a farm transition requirement. Like, that's the one thing. If Magic can hold out long enough, you know, he already has his farm transition as the cows. But Voldemar will need to make a full steer into Mass Granary eventually. Still, he's got about, what, 5,000 food, 6,000 food to work with? The deer has at least ran out. Two TC with Mali? He has some value. Yeah, we were talking on sort of stream with him about it a little bit, that he'd been seeing it from him before. And that it works against some civs, but like against others, you just kind of get caught on the second TC. Lancers, oh wait, he just baited the army away. Isn't that Magic's, thank goodness, he starts steering back. I was about to say, that's his entire army. If he chases too deep here, the worker's going to be in trouble. He might still, actually. Reminder, folks, these are Chuganu, not crossbows. Magic tries to react to it. He's queued up the jabs, but may end up being too little too late. Lancers. Bait those Donzo forward. Commit into them. Magic. Not really just finding that DPS he needs. No, army gets wiped. No doubt about it anymore. It's going to be a 2-0 lead now for the Dane. He is one away from annihilating Canada's pride. Ooh, oy, oy. Voldemar very clean. 2-0 lead now. And that was, let me mark that one up. That was Mali versus Shushi. And we can now hop into the third game. Canada's pride? That's not a stretch. If you look at the history of Age of Mythology plus Age of Empires 4, Magic has had a big footprint there. If you talk about Canadian players in the Age of franchise that have had an impact, Magic's like what? Probably ranked second in the history. The only Canadian that has a bigger footprint in Age of would be Hera, right? I think that's pretty fair. Like, what other Canadians were there? Yeah, no, it's Hera, and then I'd say it's Magic. So definitely not a stretch to call him Canada's pride. And oh, you're right. Yes, thank you. The top should be swapped. Sorry. Good catch. It's because we got given the draft a little bit later. Shout out to Draxos for passing that over. All right. Let's get to it, though. And let me spring up predictions as well. Magic or Voldemar. Predictions are a go. No, once again, Wham and Puppy Board, they haven't got the long pedigree of like Magic yet. They're getting there. But, like, if you talk about Magic and what he done in the early days of AoE4 and then his history in Age of Mythology, recently and historically, like, come on, dude. Alright. Ooh. German showdown. Alarm bells, call the Canadian police because Magic needs backup. The Dane is coming in. The Danish are done invading the Europeans. They're now taking to North America as Voldemar is looking to qualify for the $15,000 American NA LAN. And he is one game away from getting a big threat out of the way. Magic is down 2-0. The last time we saw him play Aether in this map, he lost to a rank, I think it was 317th in the world. This time, it's not going to be French, but it will be up against Voldemar's Order of the Dragon. Prairie is where we shall head for what could end up being Magic's last game of the qualifier. HRE versus Order of the Dragon. Exciting one when you think about how exposed and open the map is. The desire to seek relics, but also the challenge, especially with Order of the Dragon, that typically struggles with finding those prelate timings, often instead vouching for Burgrave just to get presents. And the glasses we're wearing are the Overwatch ones from Gunner. My code isn't working at the moment, but we'll get that fixed soon, so you'll be able to get them in yourself if you want to. I've already contacted my guy. The code Pigeon should usually get you 15% off. So who do I like more here? Because something I am digging is look at the scout count. Both of them skipped a villager to prioritize the sheep. And Magic, man, what a difference it makes when you don't run your scout underneath the TC. He's winning the sheep game by quite a lot. 26 sheep to 16. Huge advantage. Just a chaotic spread in the way that they've moved across the map between the two of them as well. It's a great start for Magic. Arkan is going to be coming in. I think both are probably going Arkan. I actually really like HRE for mine work. Especially if you're not going to pro scouts, which with this many sheep you don't need to. But, you know, Magic isn't quite up to date on this. Remember, Magic recently came back from Age of Mythology. We've seen a lot of the high-level players starting to pivot mine work, especially on maps like this. Anatan, probably one of the best examples that we can think of for that, actually. And both of them with one villager. Wait, what? Oh, it's interesting because Magic is at the point where he wouldn't be buffing his whole economy with one prelate. This is also a huge edge for Voldemar because Order of the Dragon villagers do build a lot quicker. You can see right there. 28% faster, in fact. And we've got 2 TC from Voldemar. Oh, what? That's crazy. 2 TC on Prairie. That's not your usual, folks, because the problem with 2TC in general is, like, you're on a map that doesn't have much wood. So you know, even with 2TC, you often run out of wood. He does have, like, a play over here, though. This is pretty sick. You get, what, quad tree line in range. They're only small, but it counts. Plus the boar and the deer's close by. Magic looks like the macro might be directed at Fast Castle. Especially now. Yeah, okay, he just scouted the stone. I wonder if originally Magic was thinking about pro scouts, but now that he sees the stone, I think we're likely going to be seeing him just Fast Castle. What do I like more? HRE 5 Relic or 2TC OTD? If you have enough food, or the Dragon 2TC can still be threatening with the Burgrave timing, but I'm kind of leaning towards the HRE game plan here. Regnitz with Prairie not being contested is a pretty big problem here, and Voldemar won't be able to contest quickly because the TC needs to be priority. And Voldemar, not to mention the walk, he doesn't have wheelbarrows, so if he does want a good TC, we're talking out here. That's a long walk. Unlikely we see him build it inside the base on the goal because he's only got, what, 16 sheep? And a tiny tree line. He builds it in the base. Wow. Okay, so is he going to try to fast castle Burgrave? Your timing's going to be a lot worse, though, because HRE are just straight up FCing. I mean, I understand this placement when you're under pressure. But there is zero pressure, man. It's HRE FC. There will be down the line, sure, but, you know, this area is actually really wallable against an early knight. You could build spearmen to defend it. Voldemar sees something he just doesn't like. Maybe he's worried Magic could have pivoted into a full feudal send, but... Magic looks pretty committed. With 6 on the gold at that stage, he would have way too much gold to work for the feudal. I guess you could actually reinvest it. But he's already got the outpost up. You know, he'd already gathered the stone for the arrow slits. And we don't talk about this Archon. I mean, you could have at least... Oh, dude. You could have at least put it like close to the tree line, right? So you don't need a lumber camp, maybe? I don't know. This is rough to look at. I'm just going to watch this instead. It hurts me less. Regnitz is now coming in. All right, Magic. This might be his best opportunity so far in this series. It looks like it anyway. Voldemar. It is expected. He's going to be saving up. Now you're probably thinking he's going to go Regnitz. I think if you go Regnitz, that's a very quick way to lose here is OTD. Because remember, Voldemar has chosen 2TC. He has not chosen any military. So how do you get those very expensive boys out quick enough? Like, how do you actually contest HRE that can have prelates moving for relics before they even complete age up? I'll go to slow Archon with 2TC. I think like slow Archon 2TC maybe makes sense if like you've got a lot of food abundancy. I don't know. Like, I feel as if Voldemar, because he went Archon, got baited to build the TC here. But like in an ideal world, this, right? Like I just keep looking over that ball placement opportunity. Burgrave on the way though. Magic, first knight skewed up. And he's already bringing back relics. Yeah, first one on the way. Goes for one of the deeper ones too. Voldemar will know when he goes for the flank relics. Because he does have the scout. The problem is you're playing a Civ that doesn't produce units quickly. So it's one thing to know that Magic's going for this relic. It's an entire other thing to actually do something about it. Yeah, this is a little bit of a sad looking dragon game, but the other problem I have with 2TC on this map usually is there's not a lot of safe resource, and now you're inflating your work account, so you're going to move for risky resources quicker. Does that make sense? Like it's almost contradictory. Is you're choosing to be greedy, but you don't really have many things to lean to greed with other than gold. How is Magic going to stop the men-at-arms flood that will come out shortly? I don't know, man. Like, I don't actually know how he'd stop the men-at-arms. Oh, wait. Yeah, the Spearman flood is actually a much better call by Voldemar. If he goes men-at-arms, he'll just get charged all the time. So Spearman will at least make Magic think twice about diving, but remember, Voldemar doesn't necessarily need to get in when Magic's going to be running low on food fast. Alright, it's already diving under the tree line. That is going to be... Wait, oh, I don't think he realized. Like, no textiles and no wheelbarrow means he could have had that kill. Still, for Magic, it's not about getting the kills right now. It's about getting the relics. Spearman is moving the right way, though, so props to him. Voldemar will intercept one. He's guarding 2 relics. That's a good position to find yourself in. However, the double knight... Oh, I love that. Magic, he's going to tank with a scout and then get the hit in with the knights. Even has another one coming, so he's going to overwhelm on the west side. But this is the one closest to Voldemar's base, right? So, like, he can easily get more spearmen over there. Just needs to be careful not to trickle them. Now that it's 3 knights, you can just get pummeled down one by one. This one relic. Just look at the vision, man. Reminder, this is borderlining on what you get from an Imperial Palace Chinese landmark. Okay, so Triple Spear is going to secure it now. Voldemar does have the prelate. Oh, you greedy son of a gun. He actually goes for the northern one. Props to the Dane. This is important. 4 Regnitz Relic is pretty much you just sentencing yourself to death, right? It's going to allow Magic to get all kinds of crazy when it comes to greed. So that denial is very important. Unfortunately for him, Magic has steered north. Well, low. Does keep him at bay. Buys time for the second spear. Voldemar. He's going to hug the tree line. I love this. Yep, you can't easily get in. I mean, you can actually hug the tree line, drop the relic, and heal. Does get the kill, but you can't hang around for spears. However, the archers now for Magic arriving. Veterancy also on the way for them. Gonna deny the scout. Archers will start to scare away the spears, but there needs to be another prelate, and there needs to be one fast. He just queued him up. He needs 20 seconds, though. I'm not sure if he has the 20. Not with the archers now here. I mean, the crossbowman is a pretty big threat. Magic actually wasting that crossbowman's time on the scout. Prelate is going to creep in now. Yoinks it. And zooms out. Even gets the kill on the crossbow as well as the prelate. Okay, maybe not the prelate, but the crossbow is the more valuable thing here. So, 4 relic versus 1. It starts to look a bit better for Magic. Now, he is still against 2 TC. And Voldemar is scaling into a good comp here, right? Like, getting crossbows in particular is going to be invaluable. Needs to be careful not to keep sacking spears like this, though. Magic, no doubt about what comes next, folks. But it's a bit problematic. This maybe went on longer than he wanted to. He doesn't have the resources for Imperial. It's going to be a pull into the ball. Voldemar is choosing a slower army, though. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't know what we know. He doesn't know just how stretched Magic's economy is about to become. He just knows he needs to go. So men-at-arms are queued up. Crossbows, spears on the way across the field. The tricky part about men-at-arms here is that the knights will just massacre them. Really, like, your biggest challenge that you need to solve for is the archers, so I don't blame the men-at-arms idea. But it feels like Magic may have got too many knights. Wow. Okay, so Magic actually reinvests. He got freaked out by that. Voldemar isn't coming, though. No, instead he's walling up. We have got farms coming in. Yeah, which is a big difference here, right? We've got 12 farms already. Meanwhile, Magic has got none. Is he full committing? This is tricky. If you look at both armies, like, the scariest thing as we keep scaling, especially defensively, is going to be these crossbows for Voldemar. Gilded Crossbowmen, probably Order of the Dragon's best unit, full stop. They are so powerful. The extra range, great DPS, great attack speed. Buffed well by Inspired Warriors. This is a nice little raid by Magic, but it needs to be some kills. It needs to be them soon. No textiles is a big deal, though. Voldemar with the formation shuffles, able to dodge it entirely, though. So Magic still yet to net a kill from this dive. And Voldemar even goes for the safety wall. Well played, Voldemar. That was smooth, man. Greedily hung around as long as he could to kind of gather, and then back to it last second every single time. So Magic's rotation will achieve nothing. Maybe he looks to reset and go again, but he's bought a lot of time for Voldemar to just get more crossbows now. Another thing that would be pretty cool here, Voldemar, I do rate Inspired Warriors quite highly with this crossbow comp. Inspired Warriors is also high value against archers because it's low damage units where the armor does matter. Magic maybe starting to regret his choice. The problem at this stage is, like, what's the alternative? You do not have a single farm. You've committed a bit too hard at this stage to just think Imp. Now just trying to break outpost. It's E-repairs, man. It's not going to work. Ah, Magic, man. This was meant to be the one. Voldemar, you know, that slight reinvestment that looked like he was committing towards Magic's base just forced his hand. So now he steers to a Sacred Site win condition. Outpost to go up on every single one of the Sacred Sites. Ball play is going to yield some food to work with in the meantime, but you know, we're reaching that point. It has to be farms. And he's so far behind Voldemar in that count. Voldemar already up at 17. Full secured corner. Voldemar starting to feel confident. A good reason, you know, when you get up to 10 crossbows, your damage output is 340 before reduction. Even with the reduction, that's enough to kill a knight. And that's why he's feeling so confident. It means that if Magic approaches the fight, before he even starts committing the knights into melee, he's probably going to lose 3. Maybe even more. Good snipe there, Denial. The Sacred Site now being uncapped. I love this. Voldemar kind of fake backs and Magic steps up. Spin Men at Arms. Voldemar going to start microing back with those crossbows. Archify is targeting onto them, but the Knight gets taken out. Timer was paused, but the decap was not complete. Voldemar now with a full commitment. He baits him in. The Knights jump on top of it, and big mistakes made there. Magic, this is not a winnable fight. Voldemar just has too many crossbows. The #1 unit of the Order of the Dragon, and you see exactly why. A complete unraveling the plan and a cruise mode victory for Voldemar. Now 20 workers up. The Night Raid's able to achieve a few worker kills. 5, I think it was, but that's not going to be good enough. Sacred Site win con is gone. Magic now in retreat. Plenty of gold to work with, but no tech upcoming. Fantastic fight by Voldemar. He just continues to scale that crossbow count. Almost at 20 now, which is equivalent to having an army of 40 crossbows of Arbor Trie. They're that bloody good. Decap on the north not really needed now that you got it at the center, but a dive towards the base now. And remember, Magic just started setting up the Archon farms. So this is worst possible time for this to occur. And Magic, has he been buying the food? He has a little bit. Yeah, so he's already been burning at an inefficient rate. Maybe just buy some wood, set up farms, but like that's not going to work when you start getting broken into like this. I suppose just winning it. With the farms reached, I think Magic has got to be feeling it a little here, right? He's only got arrow slits, no spring on placement. He needs to build new outposts to try and get that. But it is a Congo line of victory into the HRE base for Voldemar. Just needs to move those crossbows a little bit deeper for the kills. Seek Shell's going to be coming through. Spring on placement is now on the way. Voldemar now queuing up the horsemen. And villagers starting to feel the pain. Magic. Like, what are we saving for, man? Feels like Magic is waiting for the Swiss Civ to get added to the game. He's like, I'll be primary banker. 3,000 gold now and nothing to do with it. Maybe he's hoping to bribe an admin to let him through to the Rockies LAN. Because whatever he's doing, he's not spending it here. Voldemar has lost a lot of the army with this type of dive, but it's 2 TC scaling. And Magic's farm count is still abysmal. 12. Meanwhile, Voldemar, has he added in more? Yeah, up to 25 now. And the keep drop. Secures the center of the map now. Voldemar, maybe realizing it was a bit of an overextension, will back up. But Magic, the food is a problem. He just doesn't have great income, so he couldn't even try to sneak Swabia here. If he tries to go for Schwabia, you're looking at, like, what, 4 minutes wait? 4 minutes is a long time against 2TC Order the Dragon at this point. Voldemar somehow actually snuck this Sacred Site as well. Yeah, and gold gen going to be pretty important here. I mean, he's still got 2.4k left here, but if you think about the comp he was looking at, crossbows, men at arms originally, even if he thinks about like teching instead. What can Magic do? If he gets some Sprune placements on the farm area, it's going to buy him time. My only concern is that Voldemar, after what happened last time he dove, should just be considering 2 or 3 rams. You know, E-repairs will be annoying for it, but you can kind of wait that out and recommit. The alternative is just build a siege workshop. And yeah, there you go. So he's going to get it. Trebuchets will also address the threat. Voldemar now just diving into the farm area again. Magic still lacking the numbers to stand his ground in his own base. And these walls from Voldemar have just become ridiculous. I mean, the hilarity is, we were talking earlier in the day that my most memorable Prairie game of Magic was one where he systematically walled the map as China against the Spanish bros. Ironically, in this game, he's been incapable of conceiving the walls necessary for a win. But Voldemar just keeps going. What is he doing? Voldemar and his bloody walls. At this point, he must be averaging a higher count of wall tiles than anyone else. First Trebuchet to hit the field soon. Outposts are not going to last long, so the Sprung defense is starting to kind of flop. I keep looking at the food. The food is what's killing Magic. He's at least gradually getting farms in, but it just always feels like every time you look up, Voldemar is 2 to 3 times the food income. The win here, reminder folks, will put Voldemar into a grand final showdown against his teammate MSN, who was able to 3-0 Elyona. Volta Esports turning up big in the first qualifier. Magic is forced to commit to this fight. Now the Trebuchet is arriving. He knows he's ran out of time. He needs to fight. Crossbows will just get back behind the wall. Spears likewise. Swallowing wrap in his face, man. I mean, Horseman is really all Voldemar now needs. Horseman does just break this. Trebuchet's trying to snipe. And we finally got range 2 on the way. It took a little bit of a while. I was surprised actually, considering Voldemar's been using crossbows for so long. In fairness, your base damage is very high. It's like a smaller percentile overall compared to standard crossbows. Do you think a 50 villager lead is good enough to win? Let me stroke my chin and think about that one. Maybe. Maybe it's good enough to win. Voldemar now just dealing with the infrastructure. Infrastructure, very important kills, by the way. On this map, you don't have great wood access. It runs out fast, so building losses really do matter. More here than something like Dry Arabia. Magic just resisting throwing in that towel. We talked about the eco. We have to talk about the military as well. Voldemar has as many units in existence as Magic on military count. That's not a good sign, considering that Order the Dragon pays double the pop. These walls, he needs this wall gone, man. Because here's the problem. Voldemar is kind of cheesing him now. These crossbowmen have more range than the archers, so if you kite him near the walls, you can kill him, but he can't kill you. I think this is the kill and blow we've been waiting for, though. 10 Gilded Horsemen and Magic. It's only a handful of knights to try and hold, but there's way too many spearmen. The push through. They touch and they die. Magic tries to stand for a second, but look at the deaths. Have you seen a single gilded unit go down? This is ridiculous. This is so tanky. So there you go, folks. 2TC Order the Dragon versus Fast Castle HRE. On a map where you would think Fast Castle's favored, the 2TC Voldemar boy will win out. Yeah, who cares about relics, lol? Alright. Going for Lash versus Myriad? We could do. Let me figure out what we're doing. Because the options are Voldemar versus MSN or Myriad Lash into Puppy Paw. I think we're going to check in on Myriad and Lash. Oopsie. Alright, guys. So we're going to be checking in next on Myriad versus Lash. And then winner of that will be going up against Puppy Paw. So let me have a look and see what the state of the Lash series is. Because I think they just finished another game. So currently, Lash is 2-0 up against Myriad. Which is wild. Yeah, like, I agree with Johan. I didn't expect that. Like, and that's no offense to Lash. It's just Myriad is a pretty well-rounded player. I put them, like, fairly similar. I would have expected a very back-and-forth series. But Lash 2-0 up is pretty damn impressive. Okay, so... Thank you. I just got sent the draft. So let's go ahead. We'll load the draft in. Have a look at the state of things. And front range is going to be map number 3. So far we've had Rockies and Holy Island. Holy Island got picked, lol. Who cares? He keeps on winning. And then, so we're heading into, I just said front range, right? Which still hasn't been added to the UI thing, which is annoying. I need to turn the fan on, though. Holy crap, it's getting hot. And reminder, winner of this goes up against Puppy Paw. So, I believe they're going to be starting the game momentarily. In fact, let me just double check. Yeah, like, we're waiting for them now. Because Lash is right here. He's not in game. Lash going to the main event? How's he going to get there? Are those computer glasses? They do help. They've got blue light filtering. So these are, like, gunner glasses. So they help with the computer. But I like wearing them in general anyway. I also got sent a bunch of sunglasses. Because, guys, remember, I'm going on holiday final week of September. There won't be a KPMM on that week. But I'll be sunbathing it up, baby. Yeah, I'll talk to my gunner guy, by the way. I'll look to try and get the discount code fixed for the start of the week. Anyway, nice. We'll be going to Greece. Final opportunity to do a family holiday at a cheaper point in the year, like when school starts, before Freya starts school. Excuse me, I need to turn the fan off. Yeah, we're doing one of the islands in Greece. It'll be my second time ever going to Greece. So I worked an event there, WSG European Qualifiers. I went to Athens, checked out like the Acropolis and everything, which is really cool. But never done the islands, so it'll be something a bit different. All right, the boys should be hopping in the game in a sec, though. Oh, eyes a bit dry. Yeah, I should have some new glasses coming soon. I can't talk about what specifically they are because they haven't released yet. But I'll let you guys know the moment they do come out. There's a really cool collab coming up for Gunner. All right, guys, I'm going to quickly do a bio break while we got a sec, just because they aren't in-game yet, and it'll be a 5-minute delay. So what I'll do... Oh, they just hit into game. Perfect. So what I'll do, I think ads just ran themselves, so... But game 3, Marlene versus English, dude. Like, I don't know. I think you're... Are you happy here as Marlene, maybe? Frio for Lash, anyone? All right, guys. Be right back 1 sec. I need to quickly pop. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Oof. All right. So we'll be doing this, and then we'll finish the day with winner versus puppy paw. Oh, the necktie. Brother, why? Brother, why? Oh, all right. Got button up. Does that work? Eh. Not sure I like the pattern on pattern. Oh, dude, I have to undo the buttons as well. You guys, why you do this to me? Oh, dude, my stomach's killing me. What the hell? All right. We'll do a half Windsor. Gotta be fast about it. We're almost in. Ugh. How long have we been live? 5.5 hours? Oof. And I'm feeling a bit rough, so hopefully we'll be able to hold out through grand finals. Is the timeout thing a scam? No, it's just usually I have mods here that can do it. Bye. Come back in 5 Rolans. All right, let's get ready to intro this. Allah, it's happening. Germany is invading America. Well, they're getting very close, actually. Lash is doing phenomenally well in the NA LAN qualifiers. He's 2-0 up in semifinals up against Myriad right now. And he's looking firm to make it a clean sweep. We head into front range for a Malian versus English game. English, who I have seen Myriad try before on this map, and I believe he was the player that done the 2TC build that did not end very well. Malians also, for a very long time, has been a great counter pick Civ into English before the 2TC meta. And considering 2TC usually seems to backfire on this map, Lash might be in a very good position to just roll over this entire series. But Myriad is not going to go easily. Love this. Ball play. English, very powerful for this because other civs don't want to get caught on the ball. The good news is Lash doesn't have that risk. He picked a civ that cannot eat ball. But yeah, if you guys remember, back with Mountain Clearing, for example, English was a really powerful pick on maps like that because when you come out into the contested ball territory, let's say both players board, look at the distance between the two. It's worth chasing your opponent off their ball at that stage and idling them out. Because if they walk out for this ball and you walk that extra distance to claim it, their walk back is just as equal. Myriad, the question now is, are we going to be getting Abbey of Kings or Council Hall? Because I feel like Abbey of Kings has... I don't think it's won once on this map, actually. I think it's lost every single time. Whereas Council Hall, I believe, had a single win. Yeah, believe it or not, guys, this map, in theory at least, is decent for English, which is not something we often get to say these days. And Lash, it should be a bit more obvious, right? It's going to be your standard Mansa play. Malians has been quite hit or miss, though. It's been a bit of a weird pick. In theory, it's very good. The reason is because you're talking about a Civ that can get infinite gold and infinite food on a map that is designed to have very little safe food and very little safe gold. But in actuality, the way it often plays out is that these Civs that just attack shut you out before you actually reach that scale point. And there's your Gamba, your little Gambaholics. And a promising start from Myriad, but guys, this is an all-in. This Council Hall placement, if this fails, he's landmarkless. Oh. The cojones on this lad. On a map like this as well, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, Lash, he scouts it straight away. Oh, no. So Lash now knowing what he's up against, I mean, he could go into... what, probably javelins here? You could technically, like, Sofa just to raid the boar as well. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, I mean, the upside, at least for Myriad, is that he's not against the Horseman Civ. A horseman Sith would gobble this up. They'd laugh their face off as you die in a pitiful fashion. And predictions. Interesting. Some favorability towards Myriad. I mean, this is one of his most comfortable civs historically. When we first discovered Myriad back in the old days, he was mostly known as an Ottoman and English main. It's come a long way since then. I want to give him that appropriate credit. Even though he's 2-0 down here, I think Myriad has become a much more well-rounded player. Whereas, you know, back in the early days when we watched him, it was English, Ottomans, and then he was trying to learn Delhi at the time. Now it feels like you could see him with any civ and you wouldn't just say, oh yeah, no, like he doesn't know this. Sorry, I just got a ping on my phone. Someone on YouTube. These thumbnails have some dignity. I don't even know what that means. There's like a weirdo who's obsessed with hating thumbnails at the moment. The best part is the thumbnails are just basically my face. And then like something important you want to know. I think I'm being face shamed. Are we going to be Lombo shaming, though? Because he has got the spear plus the Lombo coming, but javelins are on the way. And it's double archery range. Yeah, so Lash is just going to bulk up javs to defend. Yeah, by the way, that's like, I think one of my pet peeves of YouTube is quite often the term clickbait is inappropriately and inaccurately used a lot. Like, to a crazy degree these days. Warranted when it is, but quite often it is most definitely not clickbait. It's like on Twitch, the term cringe, which has somehow infected my brain now, and I hate myself for it. I'll find myself playing Battlefield and be like, that's so cringe. And then I realize, me saying that is cringe. It's the dark cycle. All right, so pressure coming in towards the houses. I mean, Myriad is getting value for the play, which he needs to. Blacksmiths might be decent to get into a ram here, considering your opponent's going mass jab only. Could Myriad maybe do horseman? I mean, he has got boar. Myriad actually steers away with the Lombos. Ooh, he's hunting the hunters. Lash going to be quick on the fingers, I'm sure. Yep, pulls away before a single shot is fired. So won't make it easy. The pit mine is still functional, though, which is the problem for Myriad. As long as this exists, this javelin count's going to inflate at a nice pace. Javelins are going to chase out. The tricky part here is, like, you think jabs just straight up counter Lombos, true. But the problem is the initial touch. Lombos always get the touch first. An extra 1 tile range. And if you're running away from Spearman or attacking the Spearman instead, you, weirdly enough, slowly lose to LB. But Lash, he's almost got the lead on the count, and that's when he should feel comfortable. Horsemen are creeping into the formation, though, which is a bit awkward for Malians. The reason is that if you see Horsemen, you want to build Donzo. Do you really ever want to be building Donzo against Lombo is the premium question. And this is cool. I don't remember the last time we saw English Malians played this way. For the longest period of time, when you see these two civs, English is 2TCing. This is old school. So what is the go point for Myriad? If he gets up to like 10 horsemen, he can actually just burn down the pit mine, right? And wait, did he build the stables? He did. He built it at home. That surprises me a little bit. I think it's underrated to just build the stables here with the rest of the production. It gets your troops in so much quicker. Lombos. No steeled arrow yet. Still Myriad. Almost a decent exchange. What's concerning here is that, like, Myriad definitely feels he's on the clock. His food income seems a lot better, but it's really deceptive because the deer is still being crept onto occasionally. If it wasn't for the deer, Lash would be in trouble because he has to just eat cow, right? Which is what he's doing anyway. But to an extreme that he wouldn't really be able to afford it. Instead, though, Myriad backed off. And yeah, Lash's immediate reaction shows you just how desperate the situation is. Rushes 8 onto gold. This fixes the concern. Myriad's backup here is given the breathing room that Lash needs to afford the cow. Not just to eat them, to milk them. Cow ranch is coming through. Is that me or is Myriad's horseman count really not that impressive? It looks pretty weak. If he's looking for a dive point, it's going to be like this type of pacing, what, 14, 15 minutes? At which point the ball probably would also run out. He's already tapped the first one. Yeah, Gonzo just stepping up. Gonzo do have to go for the brace. It's going to be a pinch, but not worth it. Expensive units to be losing here. Lash turns around again. Finally realized the error of his way, so backs off, but just look at the body count. At least get a few more at the end. So the longbow kills are pretty nice, but he did lose quite a few javelins for that. And this map just really doesn't let you have anything for free. I think that's why it's been quite intriguing to watch. Like, it's quite rare so far with the viewings we've been seeing on this map for it to get past the first, like, 15 minutes, I want to say. 20 minutes if you're lucky. And although Lash may have taken some weird trades there, like, the thing that does concern me is he's getting ranches online. And Myriad, he's reaching past the point where he has the best food gathering rate. Right? The balls are going to start running out soon. Ooh. Choke point dive here, though. Javelins. There's no gate. Oh, no! The positioning from Lash! Gets the Donzo through to the other side. And actually, Myriad doesn't react straight away. So, no, he's bogged down on those spearmen. Essentially countering himself. Longbow count is looking good, though. The javelins have mostly been wiped out. Lash has been reduced to a handful at best. However, Myriad keeps diving that TC. I mean, looked like a good trade for Myriad. The tail end, not so much. Trying to finish off the last javelins did cost him quite a few longbows. But now we do have the ram timing, and this is the emphatic moment we've been looking for. He needs a clear on the pit mine. If that's gone, then Lash can't afford to go javelins and cow. One will have to give. Myriad, a good timing to do this as well. I think the boar, yeah, 1,400 food left. Ram on the way. Even the melee tech, and Lash is now switching into Sofa. Uses less gold for the efficiency of the unit. Like, you know, yes, Sofa are more expensive per javelin, but the one Sofa should be more impactful there. It pushes the cost heavier into food. It's not like Lash has great food income either. Has crept up, mind you. I mean, Lash could have actually punted into the deer on the north side. The problem is, if he got scouted walking out, game would be over. Myriad with the ram. Lash now has problems. Not just for the goal, but also for the housing. He sneaks on the north side while Myriad isn't looking, though. What? I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? Myriad hasn't got a scout, even though he's been pushing out stables for quite some time. And, Lash, no! The one little house. So Myriad should now see that. His housing gets cleared on the south side. I mean, he was going to steer to the north side, but this just means he can go early with the longbows. Lash's army is so tiny. Myriad Just kind of taking his time. He's not rushing the win con. He knows that the ranches can't be filled out like this. Now, he springs into action. Horseman diving in. Locked out by the sofa. Lombos will just stagger the retreat. Good damage being done into the sofa wave. Horsemen are going to have to give that block up, but the Donzos are giving chase. So Lombos will target them down. North side, he has been harassed off. A few Lombos arrive. The Horsemen dive in as well, so no gold gathering actively for Lash. The sofa wave holding for the moment. But the herd begins to thin. The Lombos, they've just addressed it. There's no javelins. English versus Malians. And the English Longbow are winning it. Just no counter. This is not the safety of a map like Dry Arabia. You don't have the same amount of time or breathing room to get gold, get food, get online. Now the dive on the north side. The Horseman jumping in. Lash. I think he's starting to feel it now. This is getting out of control. No standing military force. Myriad now saving up for Castle. A 3-0 stomp about to be denied. Lash. It feels like it's going to be a long night. Because, folks, whoever wins this series, remember, still has to go up against Puppy Paw afterwards. And Myriad. What a way to do this as well. English is a pick that we've theory crafted to make sense on front range, but in competitive play, it is underwhelming at best. Here against Malians, which has been a solid pick in the eyes of many players for most drafts. A Civ that has historically had English's number time and time again. Will not do so here. No, Myriad, I think he just wiped hard to end the game. He could play it safe with the King's Palace, but really not necessary. Then again, he only has 6 workers on the front side, so it would be a very slow build-up. So far, nice raid. The villagers... Oh, no! Big hit. Even pins them to stop them running away. And that's the type of worker lead you need to just end a game. Remember, Longbow Mass is so big now, so far that normally tanky do not feel it in Feudal. They're gone. Villagers have nowhere to be safe anymore. The Longbow ball is just too big. And despite the best efforts of the double sofa, it's not the double whammy he needed to get a win. And look at that, guys. Passive infinite food versus limited. The limited gathering rate was just so good. Yeah, I wish we had more maps with this type of design, man. It's really cool to see. You know, the problem is right now we're seeing limited food win, but it's because of pro scouts. The cool thing about front range, and props to Avali for the create this map the way he done it. You don't see pro scouts. You just see forward play, and you see presence rewarded. This point, Lash. Let's just throw the towel, mate. You're down to 28 workers, 51 on the other side. It is actually going to be a King's Palace at home. I imagine Lash is going to GG the moment he hears it. He's only got, what, 3 ranches and nowhere to place a Fulani either. Oh, well played to Myriad. One of his classic civs. Did he draft Ottomans as well? He did! We might also get Ottomans. The 2 civs that Myriad was originally known for could be the ones that bail him out of this hole that he finds himself in. Lash. I mean, I'm actually surprised he hasn't just GG'd. Longbow veterancy's coming. He just doesn't have the goal to even reach the next stage. Lash played against the Ottomans already. I think you're right in there, yeah. Alright, so one of them worked to bail him out. Lash is like, hey man, if I can just get 20 worker kills, I think we're good. Well, buddy, It's farm time, so you're going to have to come to us. Myriad now prepping for the relics. We have got knights on the way. Yeah, like the longbows you can kind of avoid due to them being slow. And the horsemen do gradually die to the TC, but knights with +1 armor, it's going to take a hot second. No more seconds needed though. GG called! An English win. The rarest of sights in 2025. Okay, so straight back. Myriad on the board. He will not just roll over and die. Up next. Is that my boy Lizzie over on the YouTube side? How's it going, buddy? I hope you're well. Good old Admir. So, game 3, Myriad win. And what does that leave us with? So let me just double check now. So they already done... They've done Rockies. Rockies was where he went for Ottomans, by the way, into HRE. Oh, wait. No, sorry. I've got the draft the wrong way around. I just realized. Lash is on the right side. Sorry, I done it again. That makes more sense. So, Myriad, Lash... There you go. You saw left side win. English versus Mali. Game 1 was HRE versus Otto. Wait, no, have I switched it right? Yes. And then game 2, Holy Island was Shushi versus French. French winning that's pretty impressive. Damn. Hey, Lash on a vibe. So that leaves us with Frisian and what's the other map? It's showing up as unknown. Probably Pigeon's View, right? Unless that got banned. He's got the Mongols for Frisian, actually. And... Ooh, Japan on the other side. I wonder if you're Japanese here. Like, I think it's probably Frisian next. Last pick versus first picks? So what you're saying is Myriad needs to pick Jean. And then Lash will pick Japan or Biz and he'll win. Why did Myriad go for JD and not just French? Because Lash had the pick first. Outside of that, I mean, like, outside that, yeah, French would have been nice. But he prioritized English, probably for the reason of front range. Because otherwise he had Mongols, and Mongols, like, it is good, but it is a bit predictable. Like, if you have English plus Mongols, you have some flexi. Can't have the same civs? No. No, we, a long time ago, done away with mirrors. Because it's just pretty boring to watch for the majority of players. Like, you know, anyone who's watched China vs. Sushi recently knows exactly what I'm talking about. It's not exactly a fun matchup to watch. At least not at first. It gets cool down the line, but the first 10 minutes is usually a pretty resonant sleeper. But, like, you go back to the days where we used to have French v French or English v English. The problem is, you know, at the highest level, like, a lot of it was mirroring, but then at the highest level, what really became the problem is you made one small mistake, and it was usually definitive of the entire game. Because one small mistake in a mirror now means you're in lockstep, a step behind. Jesus, you guys and your timeouts. Holy crap, these boys need to speed up, though. I am starting to feel a bit rough. I want to do the grand finals, but, like, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. This morning, I woke up feeling really rough, and I felt better for most of the day, but now it's hitting me. But they are very slow between games. What is going on? Like, dude, they're taking ages. Like, brother, please. Having a mirror-only tournament sounds like a cool idea. Probably will suck, but they... yeah, it's like, you know, things that sound cool in theory, but in practice, you hate. The mirror tournament would be up there for sure. Nice. I just got a scam email from Redbull.Thompson, who's part of the Red Bull Alliance team. But he's contacting me from not a Red Bull email address. So funny thing about, like, scam emails, by the way. You know how a lot of them are really dead obvious? You're like, who falls for this? That's the point. They are intentionally made to be that way. So, like, they will make very obvious scam emails where there's a lot of misspelling and etc. Because the thought process is, right, like, you could try to pull one over on someone who's aware of scams, but they are much harder to do. So, you know, you have your initial email, and let's say you made it really formal and it made sense. But then you get through a few steps down the line, they go, this is a scam, I'm not committing. You've now wasted your time as a scammer. If you, out of the gate, have like a scam email that has mistakes everywhere and whatever, but the person still responds and follows through, then you know you've got a sucker. That's why, if you guys ever look at scam emails, etc., they are written like they are written by a 2-year-old who can't spell. It's all intentional because they're fishing for people who would be dumb enough to follow through. What's going on with Lash and Myriad? I'm paranoid like I missed a game now or something. Did they go for another break? I'm like in 12 years later mode, you know? Oh no, we got more timeouts? You guys are so toxic. Where's the PMA? Brother. Also, where's the goddamn game? Alright, we have our picks. It's going to be Mongol Japanese, so it looks like Frisian. I'd be surprised if this is not Frisian. It reeks of Frisian. Hey, what is up, Wembley Hog? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub and welcome back to the Swarm. 16 months. What a legend. Remember, guys, you may not be up to 16 months, but you can start today to begin to trek towards that. The sooner you start, the sooner you can reach it. And it also does support the channel and all the content we do, of which we're on track for probably about, I would say, I think we're on track for 120 hours of content this month. Pretty good bang for buck. Only cost you $5 or $6. Also, you don't have to worry about ads. Also, you do get amazing emotes. Which I have not been seeing enough of recently. Where's the KPIC hypes? In fact, you'll also help the channel a lot because we need to hit our sub goal for the plus goal. We're at 74 out of 100, so we need 26 unique subscribers so that we steal money from Bezos. Because I don't think Bezos needs a 15th McLaren. I would like to be able to afford one McLaren. Even though that McLaren would probably be a toy-sized McLaren. I'm not rich. All right, finally we're ready to go. Yeah, I don't know what happened with these games. They did slow down a bit from what I was noticing. So I was glimpsing in on them before, right? And I checked how long the previous games were. Like the game 1 and game 2 were about 20, 25 minutes each. So I was like, huh? Why is everything so super slow? I don't know if they've just been taking regular breaks between games. But goddamn, is it turning into a long day. Jeez, Rolan's is just making a lot of enemies, huh? He want the smoke? He could smoke and play. Don't be a pussy about it. Mister's been doing it for years. I'll see how I feel after this game. Like, I am starting to feel rough, to be totally transparent. I don't know if I'll survive another best of 5. Because, like, I haven't been able to eat. And I am actually getting a headache, weirdly enough. I probably should have turned on the fan sooner, because I was feeling pretty hot. Oh, predictions. I'm lazy. I'll just do the 5-minute. And thank you. Appreciate everyone who's been tuning in. Reminder, by the way, guys, do me a favor, !Gigabyte. Let's keep getting those numbers up. They track the click-throughs on links, so it's an awareness campaign. They want you guys to know about the amazing products there. Go check out Gigabyte. Always will swear by them. I'm constantly looking for more ways to work with them because I actually really enjoy their product line. So yeah, click on that link. It does help. And yes, Vortex is playing KPMM. Not sure what's happened to Louis. Haven't been seeing Louis in a while. I think Lucifron has like gone back to just having a Durb, right? And then Poppy Paw, of course, has a job too. So yeah. Lou's going to King of the Rockies? I mean, yeah, we know that, but we're talking about the KPMMs. The best viewing experience if you like esports. Because we cover the Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays every single week. In fact, this channel costs more days of Age of Empires 4 than everywhere else. I'm actually pretty certain of that right now, and I don't think it's good for my sanity. Because KPMM, as one tournament circuit format alone, is 160 days of casting. Minimum, I'd say it would be 120. Even at 120, that's more days of casting than you'll get out of EGC in an entire year. Which is kind of crazy, actually. EGC does what? Probably, let's say 5 events a year. Averaging 5 weekends, so 50 days of casting, maybe? Join my insanity? I like getting paid, thanks. Whoa. My insanity does not have a good track record with people I've talked with. And I trust the opinion of those people. Alright, looks like we're good to go. Shots fired? I mean, dude, pay your people fairly and the shots can't be fired. I mean, this is some years ago, so maybe they cleaned up the rack, but... Yep. I don't know, dude. Shady esports orgs all the time. You guys have seen the guild esports stuff, right? Get me out of that. Move over, Mongols. There's a new Dark Age rushing Civ in town. Japan has shown up in the swamps. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for this qualifier series to the $15,000 LAN. We're here in semi-finals between Lash and Myriad. Myriad, who was sleeping up until now, he just repowered off of a smoke break and now is looking to smoke the competition. Lash, with Japan, will be the aggro party. We've got Spear Rush coming through, and if Myriad doesn't look to contest this, it's going to get weird. He's got a Ford Uvu. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you go Uvu without intending to Rax here, right? Myriad, he is actually moving out right now. So we'll look to contest. This is interesting, actually. These are two of the civs that probably Dark Age rushed the most out of all in Age of Empires 4. Japan has become part of their identity for a long time. And then, of course, for Mongols, it's always been part of their identity. What is up, Camian? Appreciate the sub, mate. Thank you for the gifted one there. Legend. Always appreciate the support coming through for people. Oh, what a long day it has been. We're now, what, 6 hours in the broadcast? After this, one of these two players will have to play against Puppy Paw just to qualify onto LAN. Lash, Spearman counter's looking really good so far. We've got the double pump coming in from Myriad, but it's only going to be a singular double pump. Yeah, not to mention by the time you get them out, there's going to be 2 spears in place, right? Lash needs to make sure he doesn't take a hit. And fails to notice quick enough. So that's a big negative. It does slow him down. Means that Lash can't turn around now. Like, if you equally micro, you lose this fight. He needs the third. So we'll be waiting for it. Think about picking up the game, but Reddit says that there's pretty bad input lag in multiplayer. There is some delay. It's definitely playable. If you're super, response sensitive, maybe it'll be a little bit of a hurdle, but... You know, we've literally got players that have played StarCraft 2 at the pro level that stomach it fine. So, you know, is there a slight input? Sure. Is it a deal breaker for some people who are playing pro level StarCraft where input is like everything? No. So, yeah, I'd say, like, with the discounts, it's worth at least giving it a spin. What is up, Shavaki? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. It's like, is it as responsive as, say, Dota 2? No. Is it playable? Yes. I think the best way I could describe the input in AV4, it's kind of like being in the UK and playing to, like, probably... I guess the fair one for, like, FPSP was, like, in the UK and playing to East Coast on Apex Legends. There's a slight ping, but you can definitely play the game. Spear on spear. Lash. Oh, he gets caught! Myriad very happy with this outcome. Okay, so are we just going to full spear spam? Because after Lash took that loss, I don't think you like this play anymore, right? We'll reform to just get away. The formation shuffle does get him the break off. He's adding in more spears. I mean, the problem is you're actually committed. He hasn't gone gold. Yeah, so he has to win that now, right? Like, if he stops producing, he won't be able to get an age up. Myriad, by the way, is already getting ready for said age up. That's true. Reddit isn't best place for advice. If you want advice, entertainment, etc., you come here. There you go. Spear spam. No one going down. Finally gets a trade back the other way. Myriad just trying to microwave the injured. The scout also on the front line. Lash is just putting everything in there he needs to. Does have the numbers now. Able to scare him off. So Myriad in retreat. But he has got the tech not too far away. It's going to take quite a while to age up, however. Lash, there's no signs of letting up here. No. You can tell because nobody has moved to gold for Japan. He's not aging. Oh, the scout goes down, though. So Lash is actually riding blind now. And he will be moving for gold, finally. But we've got Silver Tree on the way. Myriad actually chooses the greed. A landmark more rarely seen these days. Used to be a popular pick on Frisian, but this is a very different edition of Frisian, guys. On this Frisian, trade isn't for free. You actually have to be present because you have to secure the center of the map. Huge difference. Love that reverse sweep. Pop was like, oh my god, please. Puppy Paw has been waiting quite a while to play an opponent here. Wait, why was Puppy Paw moaning? Bro, you live in NA. Alright, it's 10 PM in the UK. The Europeans are the ones that have a problem. Lash has got spear count advantage, but Myriad, love that. Maneuver speed arrow to get away from the charge. Silver tree almost complete. Oh, injuries here. Myriad actually does turn around. You cheeky son of a gun. He snatches one and loses nothing. Best of 5 every round is crazy long. Yeah, I really was shocked they didn't do BO3 on the opening round. Spears again from Myriad. Oh my god. We finally sacks himself a lot. Myriad, man, this was going so well until that final clash. It felt so unnecessary. He kept just trading 1 for none, and then ended up losing 4 for 1. And Lash now with the push in. Oh, dude, if he catches this, the harden's in, so he freaks out a little. If Lash could have gotten that, stopped the archery range going up, we're in a great position. We'll win the fight against the Spearman, but the important part is Myriad buys enough time with the 4 workers to get the archers in play. And it is going to be the double pump. He can afford triple double archer pump. Lash will look to intercept. He actually has enough spearmen to grab villages here. Looking for it. Current is coming in behind. If he can get 1 or 2 worker kills, this bodes really well, even though his spear are now counted. Kills the Khan. Lash is just playing a fun little minigame at this stage. But the minigame's coming to an end. Does get the pin. He gets 2! Fantastic play. Wipes up the last of the spearmen. The extra villager. Myriad, what are you doing? Spearman, he just needs 1 more stab. Will he get it? Yes! No! Come on. You cannot be serious. Millimeters away. Still 2 worker kills. Lash has also aged up now, but Myriad does not waste any time. He's already pumping out of the silver tree. Lash, a little bit unexpected here, going into Samurai. And what the hell? Yo, Clemens, you are an absolute legend. 75 euros gifted. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate the support. Thank you, buddy. Dude, that's incredible. You know, you do a long stream on a Saturday, and you know that Twitch ad revenue is going to suck. And then the legendary Clemens comes in and basically gives you more money than the ad rev will probably generate. You are incredible, buddy. Thank you very much. Damn. What a cool moment there from Lash, though. Like, playing from an age behind, he got so much value out of those spearmen, knowing they were going to be wasted in the end. Still, it's tricky into Silver Tree. Looks like Lash has at least crept out to set up the fishing. And Myriad has no way of burning this. He's only got archers. Fishing boat. Ooh, at least get harassed. But this is cool. Lash creeping out for fishing is a huge deal, guys. Your opponent went mass archers, you're against trade. Your number 1 focus of your Lash is I want horsemen. And this is the type of economy you need to get it. That being said, Myriad, not one to be outdone, is also going to be playing on the little ponds. Yeah, he's going to be shoreline fishing with the villagers, though. Yes, it does mean you haven't got extra workers, but you have got a great gathering rate. It gives him what he would need to start pumping into Keshiks, the food, the gold locked. Also gonna start poking, but doesn't work out as the Keshiks have now arrived. This is looking really good for Myriad currently. I also think that this play over here is so underrated. Playing onto the ponds with Mongols is huge. Remember, most civs, if they do shoreline fishing, they're going to have to keep dropping mills. 2 mills at least per pond. That's 100 wood. Meanwhile, you just use your starting gur and you just move around. Or you add in a second gur and you move around every pond. Because you can pack up and move. Huge edge. Myriad now starting to march in. And we do have Lash switching into Yumi. Interesting considering that Myriad's skilling Keshiks now. But I think Lash just realizes currently he's just punting single melee units into a ranged blob. Just hoping he'll be able to get enough together here. And actually, credit to him, guys. You notice why Lash might be in a good position? He does need a little bit more gold, but he already has undermesh. Yeah, if you could creep out 2 workers and get Steeled Arrow here, Myriad will be in a shaky position because he seems to have just kind of forgotten about the blacksmiths. Which is weird considering that he has got trade. I mean, it's weird in that you have a lot of gold, but also understandable because you're reinvesting that gold into more traders. Yeah, Myriad already up to 10. Lash will be going for the south side forge. Fishing boats once again to be harassed. Lash, by the way, has got double pond play for the corner, right? He's got the villagers setting up there for a little bit of a delay. He's already got the fishing boats coming out here. Still, kind of feels like Myriad is almost ready to just vomit out Keshiks. The shoreline fishing's been doing well. He's up to 11 traders. And he's going to have more coming. Remember, once he cracks the 15, even more resources. It's a big deal with this. Being able to get your hands on the food wood and even the extra gold. Keshik spam in particular. Burn now coming on the dog. I was a little bit surprised actually Lash didn't eventually invest in an archer ship to just contest this, but that's usually the trap. You don't want to have to build a boat on these ponds unless it's a clutch demo. It's a good break, Myriad. Taking the food away. Lash now looking to contest, but maybe a little bit too late here. He was trying to wait for Steeled Arrow. Just the rough detail of Lash's timing, right? Like, you know, I think he could have probably snuck out the 2 villagers, gathered the gold, walked back, and it had been worth it. Would have given him a much more aggressive timing into double blacksmith upgrade advantage. Instead, by the time he has it, Myriad's going to now have undermesh with mass Keshik. Have at least got the extra dock coming in now, so Lash trying to fix the lost economy. And props to him, actually. Myriad does not seem at all suspicious about the corner ponds. I just like to imagine at this stage, Puppy Paw is just drawing up a plan in his mind of how Lash can claw this one back and win. He's like, please, man. I just want to play. I just want to get on with my day, man. I mean, Horseman is an interesting switch up. It does feel like Myriad's Keshiks are just not getting counted, though. Lash know about the Silver Tree? I believe the Horseman may have ram-bossed one of the traders. It's honestly difficult to say. Because we've been seeing a lot of Deerstone on this map so far. But, like, when you see the way the army's scaling, you're probably thinking your opponent's either fishing or they're trading. Lash. This is a good chase opportunity. Has to be a little bit careful with the Keshik play. Even maybe at risk of overextending. Has got the spears being held in reserve, trying to bait him in. The archer ship is also there to ambush him. Myriad does see it last second. Backs away before the shots come in. Helps the Lash, though. Getting that dock secured again. I mean, he's somewhat competing with the trade, really. I mean, 18 traders is powerful, right? But the fishing is definitely helping him a bit here. You also have a situation now where Myriad's food just isn't keeping up with his gold whatsoever. Lash, it looks like he was trying to creep into castle. He did get the gold necessary for a tech up. Doesn't have the gold to do anything once it's there. Lash. The food now unharassed. I mean, do you try to dive this as Myriad is my thought? Yeah, I've got a lot of archers, but the problem is the fishing boats could repair. So it becomes very difficult. Which kind of wedges you as well. If you try to retreat now, junk can kind of grief you. You mean? Just trying to poke at this. A little bit more gold gathering coming from Lash. He actually has gone for a demo. Maybe a bit of overconfidence there from Lash, believing he can just shove this back. And they'd shove him into the pond area. Spear count is getting a bit scary. Myriad. It's pretty much in a range-on-range trade now. The horseman. Oh, Lash. Lash, come on. No, that was the moment. That was pure gold, but he misses it. Keshik's an overextension there. The spears get a good trade. Villagers getting sniped out, trying to run out. Lash is just too distracted. He doesn't notice what he keeps on finding. He ring a rosies. Like, the thing is, if he just looks at the right moment, this has to be it. There's no attack happening right now. And Lash will just jump in. So Myriad scrambles to get away. Will be another pinch. Man, Lash has been so good at just catching and pinning villagers against buildings to go down. Floating gate now on the way up. Demo ship being held in reserve. Myriad will be able to deny that. And props to him. Lash's economy actually looks pretty good. This is a lot of farms for this stage in the game with the way it's been played. 17 farms. He's also got the double pond in the corner to play with. Myriad is going to be mirroring an age up, though. He's got 24 traders now. Horseman will just scramble away, waiting for those workers to come back. And a Kurotai build. Makes a lot of sense when you've got trade. A healthy number of archers as well. Not to mention the Keshiks. Now, the only tricky part is that Lash is steering into Mad Samurai. Kurotai feel pretty weak against cavalry. Because the whole idea where Kurotai is good is when you can anchor down the fight. When you're talking about cavalry, there is no anchoring. It's an always in flux situation. Lash already has veterancy for the Yuumi on the way. Lash already has veterancy for the Yuumi on the way. Whoopsie. Somehow got an echo somewhere. God, could you imagine two of me? Don't. Yuumi are going to start intercepting some of the trade. Yeah, Myriad just a little bit reluctant. He knows that the veterancy advantage should be there for Lash, so he doesn't want to contest it. Kurotai is also on the way. Still, you know, if you're Lash, you just move away from this, right? Like, the Kurotai, it's always just walk away from it. It's like a giant guy who's stuck, like, super glued to the floor with a landmine. He says, I have a blast radius of X. You're like, okay, I'll be sure not to come in that blast radius. Keshiks are going to push into him, but the Yuumi able to retreat. Lash, I guess he was waiting to see what his opponent was doing because it feels like he was holding a lot of resources. More Mad Samurai now getting queued. This is quite a lot of Keshik, though. 14 in total. Good target fire, just taking down the injured. Lash maybe getting a little bit too cheeky with those trades. It's costing him dearly, actually, as the archer lead is getting out of control for Myriad. Lash needs a bit more time. The Mad Samurai count, not really where he was hoping it would be. I mean, where did the Yorishiro drop? It was in the stables, right? Second one should be coming through soon. Mad Samurai now try to commit to the clash. The Keshik actually get caught in the pathing going around the forge. Now we're into TC dive mode. The Kurotai edging closer, but not quite in yet. No, what is he doing with this? He backs it up towards the dock. Wait, was that a misclick by Myriad? Why? Wait, what? We're gonna kill this deer really hard? I was like, huh? Wait, what? I mean, that's crazy. Lash, the breathing room he just got there, and he's rushing onto stone. Yeah, so stay of execution to get the Shogunate. I don't think he can afford it, though. Nah, he's going to run out of stone. So we need to tap onto the gold pretty hard. Demo. Doesn't really hit. And Doc is going to be taken out. But Mountain Samurai count is starting to look decent. We do have a switch into crossbows from Myriad now, though. Looks like Lash was thinking Onimusha. Not a bad idea, but the way that Myriad's been fighting, he hasn't been using the Yam on the fort at all. You'd have to build an outpost here. So, like, you can kind of discombobulate the fights, like, split the Keshiks and the archers up, and then kill the Keshiks. Villagers, oi, 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 Lash! Where are we going? Everyone's seeking shelter as he runs to the back of the base. And no rock... Wait, he got it! He bought for the stone. Okay, Shogunate coming. This is going to be clutch. Because Myriad will not be able to dive that. It'll be too expensive. The rocket launcher TC kills Keshiks in one hit. Mount Samurai now committing in. Shogunate upgrade is going to be there. He's baiting him. Rocket launcher galore begins. Myriad. Can he break him? For Lash, it's all about losing your army slow. You know this army on the other side is stronger, but your goal isn't to beat it yourself. It's to wear him down with the rocket launcher. Myriad realizes the error of his ways, does back out. A little bit wasteful here. Lash isn't target firing down the Keshiks, so he's rocketing the archers, which are really squishy. Back onto the heavy cav again, though. Lash playing a 0 gold Japanese game here. Archers try to rotate north, but wait. Myriad, he's cutting his army in two. That's expensive. Look at the military situation now. Lash not that far behind. Workers idled up is a big problem, though. Like, despite the military being close, the problem now is that Lash doesn't have income. No, like, he may have stayed in execution here with the Shogunate. But if you look at Myriad's eco, you know, if he just sells up, he can just go Imperial and get what he needs to end this game. Mount Samurai is going to jump into the back line. Myriad gets shivs out. Really? Why? Why are we doing this to ourselves? It's like, come on, you haven't got the damage there. Not even a blacksmith upgrade. So loses about 6 workers to that one Mount Samurai. Yumi are now breaking out. What? Oh my god, he's just sending it. Finds the villagers. Kurotai's like, hey guys, yeah, we're gonna organize a place to fight, and we're gonna fight there, right? Nope. Bye. Cuts the crossbows, dude. This is pretty sick. He knows he's gonna lose the Yumi, but he's just sacking them to get as much as possible. I mean, he's up against Silver Tree Trade. What's the alternative? Sit in the corner and die? What a weird game this has become. Gotta love him for it, though. Lash got more farms coming in now. Rushes out into the gold. Myriad, I mean, just tech and siege, right? Like, tech and siege should just get you the game. What a crazy one it's been. Myriad's starting to make that dream of a reverse sweep a reality here. Shinto, not been able to achieve a single relic, by the way. Mount Samurai are cutting the trade now. Will be addressed over here. Yeah, it's Myriad's time. Last 2 drop-offs going to be coming in, and then I imagine we are going to be looking at Karganet here. I mean, he's got a lot of eco already, but it's still worth it. Yeah, gone are the days of White Stupa. Karganet Palace now on the way. Lash just doesn't want to go to Game 5. What is it that's got him so freaked? I wonder if there's something about the draft that he's actually hating the thought of here. Because in Game 5, Lash would have either Byzantines or Lancaster. And Myriad would have Jean or Iovids. You know what I think it is? I think Lash is remembering that beastie game where he almost came back while camping in the corner with Byzantines. He's like, you know what? This map's kind of silly. Anything's possible. Oh, Yumi, snipe out a few more. Lash, surging Onimusha. And where is he getting the resources for this? Actually, spam is real. So Myriad's done with the fishing and the deer, etc. You can just come home and be safe now. Cargonet rolls are going to begin. It looks like we are going to be seeing him getting into the cavalry, so actually pretty beneficial. Gets the horse archers into knights. And already queuing up the hand cannoneers, as you'd expect with someone who has so much silver tree trade. Maybe had so much, as we have got an arrival of raiders. Yumi jump in. Gonna be ideal here. Mountain Samurai plus the Yumi. Great blocker, and look at the position. Myriad. He was trying to blockade him, but it's just not working. No, you know, the thing about a blockade that makes a blockade really good, guys, is, you know, a blockade, it almost feels like you're walling in your opponent. This Civ can't wall. Civ can't wall, man. There's no way to snipe him from sneaking out. And now the dive in, Myriad. He breaks off a slice of Keshik to hop on in. He's getting the worker kills, but the rocket launcher plus the Onimusha starting to clear him out. Still, it's maintaining the worker lead. Despite that raid, Myriad reaffirms his lead over 20 ahead. Delicious, man. This is turning into a giant game of Duck, Duck, Goose. Lash, oh, come on. He's so close to finding them, but instead he's going to get caught. What a weird game. Lash is now queuing up 20 more horsemen. Yeah, he has got some gold, so down the line, maybe you could see him going Imperial. He's going to need it, right? Because now the problem is a good effort from Lash, but Myriad, between the Cargonet and the upgrades coming through, like, he's getting a very firm timing here. You know, you're seeing Sire Bowlimbs coming in, upgrades for the Magadai. A bit of a weird choice into Horseman, actually, and Kurotai grab. Is he going to make this work? Nah. Surely not. And nice. Actually breaks the Kurotai out. So does not even lose the landmark for it. But like the problem here for Lash is, you know, yes, you've got Horseman and Magadai, which sounds really, really good. But my issue is, like, if Lash doesn't tech up with this gold, how is he ever going to age up? So many stables. In some ways, it feels like this game's outcome, for it to be a Lash win, relies on Myriad not ending the game. Because you can see, the idea with Horseman isn't because he thinks, oh, Mass Magadai, I need to counter. The bigger deal with, like, Horseman and Onimusha is Lash just wants cavalry to raid. He needs that. He doesn't need is a fight next to Kurotai. Especially impactful with the hand cannoneers, folks. Nice 46 damage on a gunner. Dive underneath the Shogunate. Myriad is going to have to slow it down a little bit. The Bombards are now arriving, though, so that's going to give him the firm answer. The Kurotai once again being dove onto, though, as Lash tries to take it out. Not going to work. And now, with a Kurotai deploy, this will give him the tools he needs, with a Bombard juiced up, to take out the town center. Remember, the Kurotai buffs the Bombard's bonus damage as well. But this stupid Magadai needs to get the hell out of the way. This looks to be it. Double Sacred Sight now locked in. Deploy happens, and look at that. From 375 building damage to 450. From 55 cannon to 66. This is going to be quick. And if it wasn't quick enough, he's got a Hui Pound. Lash is a madman. I can't believe he tried to claw his way back into this one. I mean, it would have been one hell of a comeback. The Shogunate really was the clutch detail. Like, that was the thing that started to make you believe. The moment that Shogunate went up, Myriad was feeling it as well, where he's like, okay, I'll commit to wipe the army. He gets stuck there for a little bit too long, and all of a sudden, doubt starts to sink into his mind. Then now a double bombard, and the Shogunate about to break. Lash knows this is his last leg. Kurotai He's going to try to burn it. It just doesn't seem to be dying quick enough. The villager repair crew struggling to keep up here. The Magadai getting ready to dive. Double bombard just getting on fire. It just makes it even harder to sustain through this. Make no mistake about it. Lash is slowly losing this town center. No Namusha. Exactly how they don't want to have to fight. Standing still. Dead still. Chugging it down to 2k HP remaining. Magadai could just start sniping in. The villagers fall, and that will be it. GG gets called. The clutch shogunate was not enough to rule the empire in the end. We will get that opportunity at a reverse sweep out of Myriad. Damn. Myriad, look at him go. Game number 5. Clutch Shogunate changes his fate, maybe? That kind of works. And wait, what am I seeing in Krakeny versus Mongols? What on earth am I looking at?
Damage
sure,
to this guy, right?
On your ISP.
Like I Dark Age rushed him? I fucking this is just so depressing. This game is so depressing, I swear. Yeah, Pasture died. Great. And this building is getting unpacked. Unpack. You stupid, degenerate game. Stupid, degenerate, fucking dog shit, piece of shit game.
He's repairing it, dude.
It's still not unpacked. I'm fine. This is gonna be it for me for today, fellas. This is frustrating, to say the least. This game is bad. This game...
Guys, stop. Dude, this is how Grubby left. Stop. Guys, stop. This is how Grubby left. Stop it. Oh my god. Oh dear. Alright. That's a cheer upper. Let's get ready for the next game. Well, Scrubby can't remember. So he made like a video, I think, well, I don't think it was video. I think it was like clips explaining it a little bit. It's like there was a lot of bugs at the time back when he played that were making the game unfun, but it wasn't necessarily apparent to people casually. There was things to do with like input and certain bugs that weren't getting fixed fast. Keep in mind, this is a very long time ago, a very different state of Age of Empire 4 development. It's a lot better these days. Oh, God. Shouldn't make me laugh that much. Jeez, the drama in Dota 2 right now over gaming gladiators and the withdrawal from TI. One of the players just commented, he's like, there's some outstanding issues between us and gaming gladiators that necessitated that we retain legal counsel. That being said, the decision to withdraw from the international was made unilaterally by gaming gladiators. Dude, some crazy crap is going down. Beating BC with pro scan way before it was a thing? Yeah. Well, like, pro scouting was a thing back then, Slobber. It was a huge thing back then. Like, pro scouting isn't a recent last year like adjustment or whatever. Pro scouting used to completely dominate Age of Empires 4's pro scene, and then it fell off because it got nerfed hard. And then it came back again. Like, Pro Scouts was pretty good from a very early stage. I still remember watching Cyril main Roos in the olden days doing it. All right, so let me go ahead. Oh, by the way, I'm not desync or anything, right? Oh, by the way, I'm not desync or anything, right? Oh, by the way, I'm not desync. I don't think so. I think we're good. Because someone mentioned something earlier and it freaked me out. Like, here, let's test this. I'm waving my hand. Here, let's test this. I'm waving my hand. No, we're good. There's no desync. We had that issue the other day because I changed some settings and had to reboot. Oh, sorry, Malibby. I just saw you raided. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. No, there's an echo because I was double checking myself. That's why. Because like the other day, it was weird. I think it was on Thursday, and we had hundreds of people watching, and no one mentioned, like you could see when, like even in the VOD, it's there. It's like my, my audio and my video were completely out of sync. It wasn't subtle either. It was huge, but no one said anything. So I was like, huh? All right. 2 minutes predictions going up now. Wait, what? Hold up. Trash Civ alert. At least that's what we all seem to think. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Jeanne d'Arc got picked in a deciding game. And not just that. It's up against House of Lancaster. Let's go. Semi-finals for the qualifier for the NA LAN here. And it is going to be a historically accurate one. We've got Jeanne d'Arc versus the Lancastrians. And Lancaster going to be opening up with aggro. Lash drops the Dark Age Rax Rush. Myriad. Will he be suspecting it? He's scouting. Look at the timing on this. Rotating around. He will identify it straight away. So yeah, aware of the threat. He has queued up Wheelbarrow. This might be a good time to think about that. And it will be a fort given and then more villagers committed. Okay, interesting matchup, actually. I don't feel like I've seen Jeanne d'Arc versus Lancaster at pro level in tournament anyway, ever, right? Like, it just doesn't come out. Jeanne kind of falling off in popularity since the start of the year. Before that, even. So by the time Lancaster arrived, Jeanne wasn't a ridiculously powerful fort as Pro Scouts was getting nerfed into the ground. But Jeanne, I think some people have been sleeping on it. You know, we've been seeing B use it in our midweek musters, and it's been looking pretty impactful in his hands. Able to get, 10, 15-minute victories time and time again. Yeah, Jeanne, the state she's in, I think it's a pick that rewards people that are very much big enjoyers of micro opportunities. And in fairness, at least when it comes to APM, if nothing else, Myriad is definitely up there. His APM is off the charts. He loves clicking buttons very fast. He reminds me of me on like Dota 2 because I know he's the exact same time person. What KPMM is this? This is not KPMM. This is the King of the Rockies qualifiers. KPMM is on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Of which we are on the 33rd edition after being renewed for Season 2. Okay, so Myriad, he did get the drop-off if necessary. Wheelbarrow making it even easier. We'll back off now and just look for the age up. So Lash did stop at 2 spears, which is pretty nice. He didn't waste too much time. Normally, we see people go 3 to 4 spearmen, and it can feel like a bit of an overinvestment. So now, we should be just seeing the Lancaster Castle. This is not really a matchup where you consider going for Abbey of Kings often, because the Lords are weak. It could be he thinks it's valuable for the healing, though, because that's a good way of stopping Jeanne getting XP. Moment of truth, Lash. Lancaster? Yep. I'm not too surprised. In theory, the healing idea of Abbey of Kings is really cool. But in practice, you just get dove still. Especially against Jeanne plus a few knights. So Mining Camp's starting to be torched. Myriad will probably come out to repair this. Naturally, like you're playing Jeanne, you need gold for either Pro Scouts or Knights. So the villager will be pulled. And the mill's already down. This could have easily been Pro Scouts. So I do think Lash's plan with the spears did pay off. It was definitely worth it. Even though, sure, Myriad scouted it and he pulled for the gold. What happened here is Myriad got denied the opportunity to do Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts definitely have high value here. Just to make sure you got that efficient push. I would love to see Myriad just try and play pocket economy against Lancaster to try and all in them. It's just most people don't like doing that because of the Lancaster Castle build. Because this build, remember, when you construct this, it gives you access to cavalry with the summon ability. That's the problem, is like if you play Pocket Economy, Demi-Lancers are ridiculously effective raiders. Yeah, it's quite funny because Demi-Lancers are even capable of sniping knights, as we've seen in the past. Especially when you get 5 of them out. And he's definitely going to have the ability to get 5. As you can see, he's prioritizing the stone. This does mean his gold is pretty exposed, though. Yeah. I guess you've got this gold over here you could try to sneak out to, if necessary. It's just kind of weird, because if you want to scale manas, you need gold. If you want to scale age, you need gold. If I want to scale sub count, I just call Marv. What a legend. He is now over 200 subs. 206 subs given to this channel. You are phenomenal, mate. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Now, reminder, you don't have to compete with Marv. He's hard to keep up with, but if you want to drop a sub, it's always appreciated. It does support us. We've still got some ways to go to cap out on our plus goal for the month. I think we're 74 of 100. Archers from Myriad now. Yeah. Not a single night out. It's going to be Pro Scout Archer. I mean, it's the idle time on the gold, right? Like, technically, he could have resecured it sooner with just villagers against double spear. Who does this benefit more? I mean, Lash has to be quite happy with this. You know, Knights is the key foundation of Jean and French's success. He's going to be range on. I like range on here. Melee John, the problem is, you know, you're going to be diving into Lancaster and defenses. Very difficult to do. With range on, you can poke and prod. And actually, range on is actually really effective against these mana spam builds. The reason is that normally you might struggle to get kills because your opponent can garrison. There is no garrison. The only garrisonable thing is going to be the TC. Interesting from Lash, though. Not what I was expecting, actually. He backs the manas up next to the TC. Yeah, but where are you getting gold now? It does seem like a bit of an oversight from Lash because this type of formatting doesn't protect gold at all. So if Myriad just comes around the back with Archer and Knight, no touchy. Ah, there you go. So he's going to try for the wall. Oops. Not good timing. Myriad is already on the way. That wall should not be happening. The scout is going to see it. And Lash is going to need to pull back. Okay, so what? Do we do Hobbler? Because the Hobbler is also going to require gold. He's going for it, but guys, like, look at the gold. Lash's entire game plan, like, practically any move you want to make right now is going to be looking at gold. And he hasn't secured either of them. So Jean's going to show up. He gets enough gold for a single Hobbler. And then realizes he's going to need Yeoman. Goodness gracious. The good news, at least, is because Myriad chose to be greedy, he hasn't got a single knight. Yeah, like, this is actually a very important thing to emphasize. Normally, you'd expect Jean to have a knight coming, but, you know, because of the delays, and now maybe an oversight, Myriad just doesn't have it. He's got way too much gold here. So miscalibration on the economy means he's going to whiff on the ability to punish. I mean, Jean has got her snipe, though, so you could kill this Hobbler. It's the Yeoman that I'm kind of worried about. And yep, we do commit. Let no one say we don't bleed for AoE4. 7-hour stream. Whoop, whoop. Hobbler Yeoman. I can't believe I'm seeing this. Like, one of them I usually expect, but, like, Yeoman is so expensive. But I think the biggest surprise to me is that you're doing this against what should be the Knight spamming Civ. He is at least adding in spears as well. It's interesting because normally you wouldn't expect someone to want to ego chal into Jean rather, because of the scary reality of XP scaling. Props to him. Gets a kill, just backs away, just basically staying away from Jean entirely. Myriad isn't now at least going to get the pro scouts dragging from the other side of the map. So he's going to have plenty of food to work with, but Lash is getting everything he wants as well. Right, he's getting the wall up now. He's securing his gold. He even split the gathering to be safe. This is where the game starts to really unlock for him. I mean, it's one of these, you know, you only know what you know type situations. Where I think if Myriad understood what was coming here, in hindsight, you know, hindsight's 2020 type thing, he probably would have forgone the pro scouts and just pushed into the gold. Because that would have been a game breaker. Like, Lash's only option would have been Yeoman into Knights. Now it feels like we're going to get something a lot more lengthy. Imagine Myriad feels like he has to keep pressure up, though. You know, it's different when you talk about French versus Lancaster to Jean, because with French, you can just slowly scale your TC, so you don't really fall behind compared to Manus, or at least you somewhat compete. But with Jean, the pressure is always on. You don't scale quicker with Town Center. And indeed, this is a best of 5. Last game, and then winner goes up against Puppy Paw. Myriad? Oh, no, doesn't notice. Because how often do you say at 10 minutes Lancaster's attacking Jean's base? 2 worker kills and gets out. He could even get this Knight kill if Myriad's not careful. It's crazy. You can see Myriad is having similar ideas, but the wall put an end to that. Now Lash will just sneak off into the fog. Never to be heard from again. And we are going to be seeing eco scaling now. So Lash doesn't go for castle. I can't blame him necessarily for this. You know, he's drawn all attention back to the other side of the map. He's got the breathing room. He's got the walls up. Army does get caught, though. Jean needs to get here ASAP. It's all about that XP surge. Level 3 could be a deal breaker. Not melee Jean, sure, but range Jean gets ridiculously strong once level 3 kicks in. Alright, so I'm going to cut down everything. And XP is going to start going in the pocket. So nice little grab there. Some progress made. Lash's economy is still ahead. Yeah, even in the food, which is kind of crazy considering that Myriad has got pro scouts. That's the thing that's really deceptive about Lancaster, by the way. A lot of people right now are going to be spitting at their monitor going, "Oh, manners." Guys, it's not just the manners. Really, you have to give a lot of praise towards the Lancastrian sheep. The 20% increased gathering rate goes a long way to compete with deer. And it's almost like a passing of the baton now, right? Like the last of the sheep is being eaten, and then he gets the extra free mana in to pad his economy. Myriad will be able to break this wall now, but we know that Lash has plenty of gold. He's padded, he's got the backside. Yeoman mass from Lash isn't crazy, by the way. Also, spin and count is quite low. Myriad is looking for that fight. Lash tried to be greedy with the lumber camp. Didn't expect to dive this deep. No, this is a bit risky, actually. He's pinned himself against the wall. Rejuvenation is going to come through, but Yeoman, similar to Lombo, they actually counter Jean really well. Takes her out. Witch has been burned, and now it's Knights Archers left to carry the weight of this. Lash's Spearman wave has been cleared. It's just Yeoman left alive. Village is now in trouble as Myriad turns onto them. We'll be able to pin one, but difficult to get more. That's away. And the Muster of the Nobles has been activated, so Lash is going to have some cavalry to play with. No buyback from Myriad. He's still 150 XP off of getting level 3. Yeah, this doesn't feel fast. Just a few spinmen also proving annoying on the flanks. That will be at least addressed. The Demi-Lancers are out. I mean, this is a big deal. That he went for level 2 unlock, getting the 8 Demi-Lancers. We talked about these guys' ability to intercept and raid. It was a bit dangerous what Lash is looking to do here because he's essentially saying, I don't need them to defend. Not entirely convinced by that. Especially when your villagers are like this. Archers with the move in. Does find himself a double kill. No textiles from Lash, and he's starting to save up for castle, so he gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He just needs to buy time now. The Demi-Lancers are halfway to their objective. White tower is also a great way of stabilizing here. If a white tower goes up, Myriad cannot go in. It'll ruin his feudal aggression. I'm just keeping my eyeballs on this, man. This is a scary fort in the game. And I don't think Myriad ever saw the Demi-Lancers. He didn't get a glimpse of it. They weren't needed for the defense originally. So this is going to be a big revelation. White tower with 41. Tell me you're scared without saying it. Lash, oh my god, the timing. The Demi-Lancers, they auto-upgrade. What timing! Jumps into the base at the perfect moment. Myriad is going to go hunting. Now, the white tower is protecting the gold and the wood. Yeah, this is a bit tricky. He can at least idle the wood line. Anything else should put him in range of the white tower. Jean. Oh, one hit. One hit. 9 HP, stays alive. Demi-Lancers. They're hunting. And they might end up finding a Myriad. Sneaks by. There's no scout. Lash does see the mining camp, but doesn't know where his target is. A game of cat and mouse in the back of Myriad's base. Guildhall now on the way for him. So both players will find their way into castle. Lash starts to queue up his own knights. Demi-Lancer's just camping here. I don't think he realizes he's seen this outpost on the back. Really smart from Myriad. Just giving him all the info ahead of time to dodge that raid that was coming in. Vision truly is king. Knights will now just catch them. So Demi-Lancers just have to run. Some XP to be bled here, though. That's going to be level 3 Jean. Most definitely. I mean, he could have maybe tried to snipe her with the Demi-Lancers, but too little too late now. So, range Jean on horseback. He does go for the champions, which you might be wondering why so far away from the base, etc. The logic here is Lancaster very rarely builds crossbows. So the riders don't get bonus because you won't be against crossbows. The other important thing to remember here is that Lancaster loves building spears. Like, their number one combo is spear yeoman. Champions are actually the perfect answer to both of those. They get bonus against spearmen, almost 50% more damage. Actually, over 50%. And then they have plenty of armor. So yeah, I don't know if we're really going to see champion spam, but it's definitely something that if you get to the hyper late game, it's valuable. We're springing straight back into aggressive action here. Flash with the farms added in. Yeah, his food income is still pretty weak. And map control is basically non-existent for him. Crossbow mass is at least building, so that'll be cause of concern for Myriad. But remember, he's not allergic to playing a later phase of the game. The Guildhall is going to give Myriad that inflate point. Demi-Lance is still actually hanging around. The two that got away will be cleared up, and means that there's only one raiding unit for Lash, but not for long. That guy's going to go down as well. The Pro Scouts is still finding additional value. It's been a long road with it, but it's definitely been paying off. I mean, it's not often you have French in a situation where they've almost got enough food for Imperial without a Guildhall pull. And I wonder, could he find this? Lash has no vision. He's about to lose both eye sockets. Goes in on the gold. Does mean the berry workers are being ignored, though, and he runs headfirst in the spearman. Gets pinched there. Myriad. If only he knew that was the easier target. Compared to the gold, the berry workers were just dead. So it will be a back away. Crossbows are trying to cut him off. Yeah, and we talked about this, like, it's very rare to see Lancaster just mass crossbows. But it's going to work well here now. Does mean that, like, normally you'd think Myriad would just go arbitrary, but I think the idea is he's so far behind the count, it just makes more sense to stick archers. But you know what? I'll happily see more people stick to that. What is up, Shorty Rock? Thank you for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate the support. Remember, guys, get those subs in. Let's get a train going to celebrate the end of what might be an incredible recovery arc for Myriad. He was 2-0 down in this series. Dead about 20-25 minutes in each. Game 3, Game 4 has been quite the journey, and Myriad, this has been quite the cherry on top. He's flowing so much resource, though. It's a crazy amount of food to have. He might organically get Red Palace and then have a pull later down the line of like 3,000 or 4,000 food. Final mana unlock coming in from Lash, so he's going to be going for the final 3 manas. And it feels as if Myriad clearly just wants Imperial. Either that or he needs to add in more production buildings because this is ridiculous. 2,000 food. It's crazy as well to be in this position. Like, if your goal is an Imperial, it's weird how you've ended up here because you've got 500 food income a minute and you have 2,000 food surplus. So yeah, he has shifted on a gold big time. 900 a minute, so should allow him to rebalance either into a remax or go up. Looks like it is going to be a pressure play. Myriad marches in. Villagers. We'll be able to skim away from that just in time. Does reveal the Hobbler play early as well. His army's getting pretty big. Jean, also in this form, is not very vulnerable, other than the Hobbler. This is the benefit of doing range on over melee, is like crossbow massing being very popular in Castle doesn't do anything against her like this. She just gets the range resistance with no bonus damage against her. Whereas melee Jean does get the range resistance as well, but also takes basically double damage from crossbows. Lash has so many farms. 26 already. Meanwhile, for Myriad, none. Like, absolutely none. It's just ridiculous the way he's playing this on limited food. Guild Hall's up to 1,000 food. And wait, he's going trade? What has this game become? Hobbler are going to catch the workers. Nice little raid there. 2 knights will eventually clear this up, but not before there's losses. Lash now over 10 workers ahead. And now you just go Imperial. Right, the writing's on the wall for it. It's a freebie. And this is the beautiful thing about playing Lancaster. Once you've got the mana set up, you can greed towards Imperial and also have a standing army. Shire Levy's been summoned. So it's going to be an extra 17 bowmen to defend with choke point defenses. Red Palace has been pulled for, so Myriad will be teching up. He used the 1,000 food in the guild hall to get there, though. Hobbler raid from Lash again. Textiles will at least make it a little bit harder, but they're just so fast. No doubt about it, an extending worker lead now for Myriad's opponent. With Lash, with a 12 worker lead, and almost what he needs to go up. I mean, the Red Palace is going to be a frustration here, sure, but although you won't be able to access the big golds, remember that Lancaster doesn't really need that much gold with the scootage. They basically get the equivalent of enclosures for English. And if you're thinking about playing Yeoman Spear, you barely need gold anyway. Still, it's a good sign for Myriad. He locks in an 8k. The other 8k is not far away. When you think about French and John in late game, it really is about the ability to sustain gold output so you can keep pushing knights. This Hobbler has been so frustrating. is indeed going to be the expected wing guard. I'm just baffled by this trade choice at this point in the game. I mean, he's probably feeling like he was falling behind to the raids, but also because it's manners. So, like, what? You either go 2TC or you do trade. The weird thing about it to me is, like, you know, 2TC sounds pretty good. You need a lot of food. Sure, but, like, it'll allow you to get the farm transition quicker. Upside, at least, is he's playing French, which means he can toggle to food if he needs it. I'm kind of surprised he isn't, actually. Like, food is the thing that will probably hold Myriad back now that he's got the gold. Actually, we have to be careful. There's a known UI bug where quite often it just shows gold even when it's on food. We noticed this in a previous game when the guy had like 40 traders on food. And the gold number was like next to nothing. But the icons on the traders for some reason show that he had gold. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll check in when he gets close to the end of the trade. Myriad has been seen early here, I'm afraid. Yep, Lash. Good vision. Scares him off. Yeah, I've got little hobbies trying to be a nuisance. This fight is reaching the stage, the phase, the size, rather, where Zhong could just level up off of one big fight. So let's see. Is it gold or food? Yeah, it's on gold. He just has no food. He's Oliver twisting it. Please, sir. You know, and it's not like he doesn't need food when you're doing night spam. I guess for the time being, it's okay because you've reached the start of Imperial. And gold is very important because you want to get all the imp upgrades. You know, not just the elite techs, but the university techs. This is going to be a long game. I feel so bad for Puppy Paw. He has been waiting, like, I think, is it 3 hours? 2 hours? 3 hours? It's been a long day of not even being able to play for him. Goodness gracious. It's 12 p.m. for Lash? Sure, but, like, in some ways, it's worse to just be sitting there not doing anything. You know what I mean? Like, yes, this can be exhausting, but it's almost like when your mind goes docile and there's nothing to do, you enter, like, a sleepy phase. It can be just as bad as having to play a very long series. Lash, Hobbler are starting to hit. Yeah, he's blocking the trade, and the problem is Myriad's army is so upfield, he can't do anything about it easily. You send one knight, it'll die to the Hobbler easily. Myriad just keeps trying to creep in. But we have got the garrison command queued up. He doesn't have the pop space for it right now, so Lash might want to start sacking the crossbows. Maybe the yeoman, I don't know. Singshot's pretty good at this stage against Mass Archer. It's not like he's forced away. I mean, he kind of is. This is like when I talk to people about casting things and like, we would like to hire you for half a day. I'm like, well, I can't do anything with the other half a day. And also, God knows how long your crap's going to be. I'm going to have to hang around waiting for it anyway. Lash. Oh, he's moving in. Makes sense. He's got pretty much everything he needs for the time being. Padded Jack's on the way to make him tanky. He doesn't have elite army tactics, so it's very sure, but he knows the trade is becoming kind of mandatory for Myriad to feel comfortable. And on top of that, he's been scouting the backside with the Hobblars. He knows that Myriad does not have many farms. He only has 10. Knights are going to try to mirror dive. And yeah, I am a little bit surprised by Bio as well, actually. Was that a misclick? What? There's no reason, unless he's planning to sack the army in mass hobby, which I guess I kind of see Hoblar's value, like you are up against a lot of archers, sure, but Yeoman does the same, really. Let's give me a poke and a prod. Myriad prioritizing the secondary, so not making his knights more tanky. Yeoman have got the sync shot, but Lash hasn't opted to use it yet. 2 shots here could go pretty hard into the archer ball. Spearman held in reserve. Army's looking a bit pinned. Sync shot is going to come in. Nice shot there. But Jean's the bigger problem. He gets the snipe. Nicely played. Removes the XP threat because, guys, this army is going to die. He knows it. The worst thing that could happen is not just the loss of the army. It's Jean getting level 4 off of it. So yeah, just backs away more. Start stepping to try and kill what he can. But what a wipe. Myriad will clear it out. He loses about, what, like 10, 15 knights in total to clear an entire army. Absolutely worth it. And his raw DPSs, his archers on the back are still looking fantastic here. Thriving even. And the keep drop now. Myriad, he's locking in the other 8k. How the hell is this not just a win for Lancaster? Look at the income. It mathematically makes no sense. Like, at this stage, you're just thinking, oh, this is a numbers game. And Lash is now going to make use of bio. It's going to be a mass Hobbler build. Myriad definitely not out of the woods yet. Like, he has a huge food issue. He has got a bank of 2k in the guild hall to pull if need be. Lash, he's actually going on the other flank. Myriad's going to be diving in. Finds some worker kills. Catches him going for the stone walls. This army is intensely threatening right now. Lash is trying to fix that with the Hobbler. It's taking time, though. It's costing him dearly. Myriad now with a dive. Starts to move in. Needs those worker kills. Spearman on the other side of the map. Lash is going back into the very limited farmlands of Myriad. Manners are being targeted down by Myriad here. John, bit of a weird position for her. Could be at risk, but no, she's going to be fine. The Hobbler, they're meant to be the counter, but they need to go round. Steers onto the north side of it now. Archers will just move slightly south. The new wave of knights comes in. Able to hold, but Jean does get sniped down. Doesn't get the XP necessary. Reinforcements are going to start addressing the spears. The archer ball. Is it a risk here? The knight count is down to just 10. Myriad has got that big pull of food, sure. But he's now in enemy territory with limited front line to defend him. Lash still does have the ability to spam more of these Hobbler, but the food income isn't wild anymore. In fact, they are neck and neck in that department. Difference being that Myriad still has a solid number of archers just sitting in the enemy base. Spearman raids have been a nuisance, but archers have cleared them up. And a second town center now coming through for Myriad. Damn, what the hell? 500 food income versus maxed out Lancaster, and yet somehow Myriad comes out the other side with more food income. Might be a bit scary now for the Knights. Hand Cannoneer switching from Lash. John has re-emerged into the engagement. He's going to go for Divine Restoration. Not really going to achieve enough there. But the XP gain, getting close. Still got a little bit of ways to go. We'll pull far back just to be safe. It looks like the Archer wave is going to be shoved out. Remember, it's not 40 in the base. It's only 30. Yeah, so Hobbler will be able to defend against this. No. Oh, again. Guildhall's now at 4,000 food, by the way. That's 40 knights. He's got the gold for it as well, by the way. The only problem is Lash is going hand cannoneers. That is going to be your catch-all type unit. This is one hell of a scrappy game. Lash. Yeah, I was about to say, if he wants to make hand cannoneers constantly here. His gold is the problem. Because remember, Myriad's big focus point with this strategy was lock the 2 8Ks, which he done. Heavily kind of handcuffed what Lancaster can produce here in the late game. Also, what techs they can get. I mean, we still don't have elite army tactics. We've got Serpentine Powder as a priority. Yeomen aren't getting full upgrades either. And yes, hand cannoneers are countered by archers. Which is what makes it a little bit wacky out of Lash. Then again, we don't have silk bowstrings. So the difference in range isn't that high. Hobby's going again. And the new knights are going to rally over to address that. And the guild hall pull just happened. So 5,000 food sitting there. So he needs to spring into action ASAP. Another castle dropping. Oh my god, is he going for a Sacred Site win condition? I mean, the west side isn't really secure. But he's parking the army there. And Jean's how far off? Okay, 200 XP. Remember, Jean is a powerhouse in the late game. Often, people seem to just forget this because you don't see it that frequently, but if you get to level 4, the attack speed booster is ridiculous. Yeah, it's a game changer. We see so many games actually won by it. That juicer on attack speed is like having an extra 30% army in the fight. It's like Yeomen are going to shut down what little remains of the trade. Actually, not little. Myriad was reinvesting. Yeah, kind of needs a castle down here, actually. I think this is one of the big whoopsies. He just hasn't protected the trade properly. It's almost like Lash is waiting to be hit. How? With the swings and roundabouts of this game, are we at 80-80 eco? It's not looking great for Myriad, though, to be real with you guys. You know, a great effort by him up to this point. But when you look at the quality of the armies now, you know, with the hand cannoneer wave in, yes, we can talk about how archers should counter this, but it's still going to find its wallop when Myriad feels this obligatory need to commit in, right? Like, I think for Myriad to be safe, he needs to be back up to, like, 30 knights. And we do have geometry, so Lash is trying to now address the Red Palace. Which makes sense. Like, either way, either one of these you go at, there's going to be a castle drop with an Arbalest in placement. I think Myriad's had enough of this need to dive. It's usually the thing that gets you killed against Lancasters. You just keep pummeling into them, and the wave of troops is never ending. So instead he says, come to me, Papa. Hey, whoa, whoa, chill. Geometry is good now, Kill Yardy. It affects bonus damage. Chill, chill. They changed it. Nice. Do see the problem coming. And Myriad is also now going hand cannoneers. Wait, what? Okay. Wait, you guys are talking about, like, weird timer situations? Nah, nothing will be... Was it Kapoch versus Dimmu at Red Bull Warlord Legacy? That is the craziest Sacred Site situation I think I've ever seen. And probably will ever see. Myriad. Now looking for a crazy big fight here. Jean, it's about to be the level up. There we go. It's time to trigger it. Jean de Blast. Mecha Jean. Just press the one button, please, for the love of God. There we go. Blast mode activated. The 35% attack speed buffer in. And it's Gatling gun mode. Lash has to run. Backs away before it becomes a real big problem there. Yeah, his hand cannoneers were next on the chopping block, so mainly just lost Hobbler, which is ideal. He's going to look to recommit. The attack speed is still running, though. I don't think you realize the glow, like, it's there for a reason. Army count similar. Myriad's night count isn't crazy, though, and John also at risk, needs to be careful. Divine Restoration is still available. Archer's doing a good job of counterplaying this. They've got the Silk Bowstring, so it's very difficult now for the hand cannoneers to win the way Lash envisions. Micro from Myriad, not quite on point. It's actually wasting a lot of time shooting into the Hobbler. Rouse Inspiration is still 30 seconds away. Night count is looking weak. We'll get the splintering, though, so ends up addressing that big threat, and the brute force is real, man. This is actually working. Yeah, a few Hobbler left over are now going to be able to dive to the backside of the engagement. We'll push these archers away. 6 minutes left on that clock. Jean de Blast, surprisingly effective. They'll just scare them off. And the castles, man, it's the obnoxiousness of these castles. The cannon emplacements, the arbus emplacements. Just makes it so hard to break them. And Lash, before, you know, he had this idea of trebuchets. It seemed cool, but this is where Jean comes in clutch. It's the snipe. You saw it in the last fight. That trebuchet just got melted straight away. And this is where the spawn is something that Lash will be shaking his fist at. This isn't your wide, dry Arabia where you've got one here, one here, one here. This is a pretty tight formation of sacred sites. Makes it easier for Myriad to just rotate between each and respond. And also, the other thing you have to remember here is, like, the hand cannon is a premium, sure, but we talked about the archer as a solution. Then let's talk about the cavalry. You've got the best cavalry you can build versus the weakest. You know, like, you can make an argument between Royal Knights, Roost Knights, and Cataphracts, right? But, like, this one is right up there. Whereas Hobbler, their whole big thing is numbers. But when you're popped out like this, you don't really have numerical advantage. Lash still just trying to be annoying on the back. I mean, the trade count is not impressive for Myriad, sure, but the problem here is he doesn't really need the trade. He's still got the gold to work with. In a lot of ways, he's been bailing on it. Guildhall has been on the gold, so, you know, if it comes down to it, he has a huge pull. Cannons now from Miri. Cannons are pretty cool here, guys. Cannons are actually a really solid way of sniping hand cannoneers. You can see by the numbers there, you do 115 damage. That's almost enough to one-hit kill a hand cannoneer. And if you think about the investment on both sides, you know, a hand cannon is 240. A cannon costs you 900. But it's not 900. You can always consecrate to make it cheaper anyway. But even if we deal with the 900 cost, that means if a hand cannoneer like count is reduced by 4 by cannon, if a cannon gets 4 kills, it pays for itself. And it's very hard to kill these cannons. Wait. Hold on. Myriad. Uh-oh. That was quite the creep in, actually. Lash lurked around the edge. He's going for the torch through. Knights are on the way, though. Boiling oil. Keeping them warm in the winter. Knights are going to steer around. The castle's definitely going to be dropped here, but the archers have now arrived. Jean de Blast, attack speed activated. This is going to be a munch down. No doubt about it. Lash cannot stay here. He pulls the Hobbler and just goes wider. Army gets wiped. Second wave's coming in, though. He's moving in to try and address the other sacred site. And we've got a game of Benny Hills. 3.5 minutes out on the timer. Hobbler are going to go for the burn through. A few knights are going to give chase. And notice that at no point does Lash ever consider diving the Red Palace on the east. That thing is too risky. If there's any gold workers nearby, you just die. So for him, it's these 2 sacred sites, and that's it. He's now looking to throttle them. Archers are going to step up. Divine Restoration is going to be used. The castle's safe for now. A new cannon is being deployed soon. The Knights very tanky against this. Cannoneer wave is not impressive. Lash, he's lost it. Yeah, the gunners are gone. So he has no ranged advantage here. It's just full melee blob, and it's full Ulsgard. Which is wild. Into archers can be pretty damn good. The Knights is the more scary detail, but Myriad is struggling there. Needs to consider pulling the Guildhall Gold soon. Yeah, his count is not really scary at this phase. And, oh, wait. Remember, the castle, now that's gone, the archers, they had to pull away from the main engagement. So we've got another pause. But the spearmen are getting it cleared. Myriad realizes the last second he wasn't on the sacred site. So we'll stop the countdown for a moment. But we'll not stop it permanently. We are now 3 minutes away from a victory for Myriad. And with that Guildhall, guys, he can afford so many knights. Like, this Ulsgard idea is intriguing by Lash, but in reality, if Myriad just queues up 30 knights, what does Lash do against that? Yeah, and we've even got the Ford Stables coming through to allow for that. I think the reason you haven't been seeing Myriad just remax so quickly, and this is like an interesting thought, is I think in a lot of cases he's been trying to optimize using the consecrate buildings. That's why it's looked really weird where he's holding a lot of resource in reserve, is because he doesn't want to spend the full cost, right? If you use a consecrated building, a knight costs 180. Otherwise, it's 240. Lash again with this crap? Surely not. Myriad, wait, does he realize? Yeah, he does. He's going. This is going to be tight. This is going to be really tight. Wait, the archer? Okay. This is going to be absurdly tight. The knight needs to dive on right now. He will go around the back. Lash, he's like, please let me have this. He can't get it. Lash now with the serpentine maneuver. He goes east side. But Jean's nearby. I don't see this working. No, Lash, he pauses it again. He buys a little bit more time, but Jean de Blas is going to ride on in. Screw the spear, she says. I've got a job to do. Divine Restoration is still available. We'll use it. Oh my god, he gets it again. Decap denied. 2 minutes to go. And that clock is rushing down. There's already knights waiting over here. Like Lash at this point, it just feels like he's kind of squirting out small groups of troops instead of big groups here. Which is fine by Myriad. He's able to split like that. Myriad. He's going to find those workers chopping the trees. I mean, the farms are safe, sure. It seems just like Lash. His bigger issue is actually production into presence. Yeah, it's all the Raxes back here, isn't it? Yeah, no, this is the big detail. 5 Raxes at the back are slowing down his reinforcements so much. Archer's going to stand their ground. It's going to be another attempt to decap. No Divine Restoration. Vows of Inspiration is coming off cooldown, though. We'll allow him to hold firm. A new castle drop coming in, and Myriad can now reallocate the knights to the defense. A single ram not going to clear the way. This is probably his final shot at this. Archer's at least going to be sacked, but the knights are now taking over. It's 20 plus into Ulsgard. And once again, the decap is going to fail. And I think he's probably going to walk over here again, discover the castle, and say, screw it. This is done. Woo! What a game. Who would have predicted this outcome? With Myriad, the state of his economy for so long in this game, it looks shaky. But with 500 food income up against Lancaster Im, somehow he held on. Somehow he found the way. Not just in this game, but in this series. It's a full reverse sweep to keep Myriad's hopes alive in the first qualifier. He has a big gargantuan task ahead of him in Puppy Paw. But with any luck, Puppy Paw may already have gone for a nap, won't wake up in time, and just get DQ'd. Lash will be back to the drawing board. There's still other qualifiers to try and make it. But on an exhausting experience in day number 1, with how long this series alone went. Desperation mode as he punts the villagers in, but no doubt about it, it's going to be a GG and a Hungarian to try and ruin the plans of Canada. G to the G. Oh my god. What a long, long series in the end. It looked like it was going to be fast. And Papa was like, oh my god, I'm free to play more games. What do we call it? The worst food income? Or what, like, something like that. Lash didn't pick Biz? Yeah. Maybe worried about Ayu? No, I don't know if you worry that much about Ayu. But, guys, I would have cast the finals, but like a mixture of feeling a little bit rough, and I still haven't eaten, and we're 7.5 hours in. So what I'll do is we are gonna have to call it. I know people are like, no, why are you calling it? I'm sorry. Like I'm feeling pretty rough. I need to go rest a bit. Like my stomach's been causing me a lot of pain for like the last 3 hours. But we powered through. So good 7.5 hour stream. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. KPMM will return on Monday. I'm not going to go live for qualifying number 2. Rising Empires is still rocking. They're doing MSM versus Voldemar, which is 2-1 right now. They might, if you ask them nice enough, cast this series afterwards. So I'm going to raid through to them. And screw you, Kill Yardy. You didn't even... Wait, did you sign up for KPMM this week? Let me check. Okay, you did. You're fine. All right, guys. But yeah, sorry. I really did want to cast this, but I'm not feeling well. Like, you know me. I usually power free, but like I'm feeling really rough right now. I've not been. I really need to make a doctor's appointment, to be honest. I haven't been feeling great for a while. But go have some fun with Rising Empires, and then when the series is done, you've got to beg them to cast the Puppy Pool Myriad games. That'll force their hand. But thank you very much, guys. Back on Monday for more KPMM. So I hope I'll see you all then. Toodaloo. Bye.
I don't know, like, I don't want to say that's like a mistake or whatever, but that definitely is something that MSN could capitalize on with setting Voldemar back a little bit. And as been pointed out, so the gold and the berries, they're both outside of TC range, so the Spearman